All right. I think the YouTube streams are open. I'm going to open up TikTok. There we go. Should have all of the streams open. Give me 1 second, real quick. Get my video resolution worked out properly here. On Video Ninja. There we go. Now we got proper video resolution on Video Ninja. And we should be ready to rock and roll. So I think all the streams are up. Welcome in, friends. It's Friday night. Should be fun. Um Appreciate all being here. We had some interesting conversations on Wednesday night. Surprisingly interesting. Not as many crash outs as I expected, but it is Friday night. We're gonna have some crash outs, I'm sure. And welcome in everybody from the Ian raid. Thank you, Ian, for sending the people over. Big W. Welcome in everyone from Ian's channel. In fact, I'll be live on Sunday morning with Ian and Blitz. Oh, actually, this week, yeah, this weekend. Yeah, we'll be live on Sunday. I don't know about Thanksgiving weekend. We actually haven't talked about that yet. It's possible that we might not be live on Unapologetic over Thanksgiving weekend. We'll have to take some stock this weekend, see what our schedules are like. But welcome in, friends. I'm glad to see you. We've got a couple super chats already. The guest boxes are open. We've got a link on the screen, tiny.cc/dzguest. You can use that link to get into the discussion. You can also use the guest request on TikTok. Just hit the guest request button here somewhere on the bottom toolbar on TikTok, and you'll get into the queue, and we can discuss whether or not your God is real. Dexter, thank you for sending out 5 DZ Debate memberships. I really appreciate that. Did you change your handle to Dexter940? With interesting. Well, I like it. Lakuka says, hello, friend. How are you? I am well, Lakuka. How are you? I hope you're doing well. And Devils PD says, Friday night barbecue time. Let's go. It is barbecue time. Thank you for the $10 super chat. And we got one guest already loading up. Looks like John on the TikTok queue. I'm gonna take a moment with John to make sure the audio is working. I switched soundboard software because Elgato finally pushed out an update for a free piece of software, which they didn't have before. I want to see if it's any good. I think it's all set up and working though. Welcome
Hello?
in, John.
Hey, I will never
Yeah.
forgive the atheist experience for what they did to Matt Dillahunty.
I don't know what they did to Matt Dillahunty, so I guess I don't really know what you're referring to.
Yeah, well, look into it.
There's some stuff that went down. That's it. Just came up to cry about that. Okay. Listen, I know there's some bad blood between AXP and Matt. I actually don't know the story, and I'm not sure I really care. I love them both. I love AXP. I love Matt. It certainly, you guys know my position. I hate it when the atheist community is divided and there's infighting. Not a fan of that. I'm a big tent kind of person. I think we should all be on the same team. I don't think we should spend our time infighting. I don't think it serves a purpose. And I'm certainly not a fan of like purity tests as well. Like there are some people in our community that are deconstructing from politics the same way they're deconstructing from religion. They just haven't finished yet. So that being said, we do have one guest. Hex is waiting to get in. We got a couple super chats. Dark Ether Princess says, I feel like there's been an epidemic of narcissistic personality disorder, considering how many callers cannot accept the fact they are simply mistaken. That is actually the case. There's a lot of people that call in, and they've never thought that maybe they could be wrong. Final voices, thank you for the glasses. And then they'll ask me, could you be wrong? Well, of course I could be wrong. That's how I became an atheist. I was religious. I realized I was wrong and I changed. So yeah, I could be wrong, but they haven't considered that they could be wrong. Welcome in from the Ian raid, friends. We're about to bring in our first guest. Well, technically our second guest. Panoramic Banana, great name, says it's the union of the horizontal and the vertical that form the cross of salvation, delivering huge grace. Indeed, indeed, the horizontal stream with the vertical stream combined is the hugest of graces. And Milf Wrangler, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says, love that you take the time to decorate your surroundings. Shows you care. I do. Listen, so Milf Wrangler, you guys know I have a background in engineering, and not everyone thinks like me. However, one of my slogans, like something that I live by, is that details matter. When you find someone that's willing to pay attention to the details, that means they're really invested in what's happening. So I believe in details. That's why I'm not a Christian anymore. I read the Bible and I said, fucking these details don't line up. All right, let's get our next guest in here. Welcome in, Hex.
Hey Justin, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. So I it's my birthday weekend, so
Happy
my
birthday.
thank you, thank you. So I've just kind of been going around just expressing how grateful I am for the deconstruction folks in the community just who've been gifts in my life, and you're one of them, and I just wanted to
Oh
share
shit.
that you have contributed to my sanity as I get this PhD.
Oh,
So I'm just, you've been I first I was introduced to the line, then I ran into you, then I ran into Thinker, and it's just been this awesome just connection pool of folks who just have contributed to the work that I do and just how much dedication I have in my PhD is in counseling psychology, and then I'm getting I'm also a therapist, and
okay.
um I I work with a lot of religious trauma and different deconstruction conversations, and um it gets hard to sometimes bridge that like non-biased battle, where I'm providing that empathy for folks, and also um just reminding them that deconstruction can be such a general term. It doesn't have a moral value to it. It's literally just like breaking down information. And I have really deeply appreciated your lives and your ability to help me even like in this continuous process. Because I deconstructed a while back, like when I was like 18. I was I'm 33 now as of yesterday. but but I don't know, I needed this community so bad in a time where it's a very stressful time for me, and I also live in Oklahoma, and it's just like very yes, that facial expression,
Yeah.
that exact facial expression.
Yeah, that tells it
You get
all.
it.
Oklahoma, I
Oh,
gotcha.
oh yeah. And I've really appreciated um being able to work on this through my own mental health and having the access to like these free resources of TikTok and YouTube.
Mm.
So you've been such a positive force in my life, and I just wanted to share that, and I appreciate you.
Well, shit, Hex, I appreciate the kind words, and happy birthday on behalf of the entire community. We're glad that you're a part of it, and we're glad that you're able to utilize what we do here and help others.
Oh yeah, yeah. And I refer clients to recovering from religion. And I am technically like in the vetting process with the secular therapy project. It just takes a minute, and I have to go through the reply process, but then I next year I'll have internship though, so it's just like a whole complicated thing with the process of doing that. Um, but it's so it- it's so worth it, and I love what I do, and I hope to teach, and I hope to do more research that maybe one day like you might be like, oh, Dr. Hex did this article, and we're talking about how it affected our community, and I'm very excited to do more religious deconstruction work. And yeah, I just get really excited to sit in on your lives because I just appreciate the line of questioning, and I I I really hope that this continues to flourish because the Socratic style questioning is so important. Um and Yeah, I could just go on. So I appreciate, I don't want to take up your time, Justin. I really appreciate you, and I'm very grateful, and thanks for keeping me sane.
Absolutely, we got your back. Well, happy birthday, friend. I'm sure you'll have a great one.
Oh, one more thing. Keep this. Oh my God, I love all the sweaters. Just
Oh,
keep wearing the sweaters, man. They're
I
working. I
gotcha.
love it. So I appreciate it, and thank you so much. I hope you have a good day, and I look forward to listening to the live today. Have a good
You
one.
too. Have a good one. W Hex. I do love me a good sweater. The first time I saw Ian wearing some dope sweaters, I was like, "That's a cat. That's a cat that I need to talk to right there." But I get overheated if I wear sweaters in warm weather. I have to wait for the weather to really cool down. Luckily, in the Midwest, it cools down pretty early. So weather's already pretty cool here. Let me grab. We've got a couple people waiting to get in already. I think cute waterfowl was next in line, and then possibly the Anunnaki. I assume that name has something to do with the Anunnaki, so maybe we're gonna do some ancient aliens here in a minute. We'll see. Adam says, "You recently said that it's awesome to read the Bible in less than a year. I got my Bible in May, and I'm on book number 5. You got me motivated now." Listen, you're really reading the Bible if you could do it in less than a year. I admit that there are people that can breeze through it much faster, but the reality is if you breeze through it that fast, you're not gonna catch most of it. You're not gonna remember it, you're not gonna retain it. You have to take a little bit of time, on the subjects. And Beboop says, "Hey, DC, quick question. Which denomination is the most biblically accurate?" Oh, fuck me. The Jews? No, I mean, the most biblically accurate to the Hebrew Bible obviously would be traditional Judaism. The most biblically accurate to the New Testament is the problem is the New Testament can't agree in itself as to what its teachings are, which is why the churches have always been so divided. The church disagrees because the Bible disagrees. So when we see these churches that can't agree on like, fuck, do we need baptism for the remission of sins? Should we be baptizing infants? All this nonsense that people argue about. Yeah, they're arguing because the Bible doesn't make sense. That being said, I do personally think that the Catholic tradition, maybe the Orthodox tradition would be the closest to what was originally the early Christian community. Whether or not they adhere to the Bible is maybe a different story. I don't think the Greek Orthodox adhere to the Bible all that well. I think the Catholics do a little bit better job. So that's just my personal opinion. Dr. Wasambla, good to hear from you. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, "Hail Nero, please find us another like BMF to crash out on mute." I will if I can. Showing his nose on the screen. Who knows? It might be funnier. Also, no more AI arguments. Oh, yeah, we're not gonna do that. Justice for Sarah, and big hi to the Viking Chef. Yeah, big hello to the Viking Chef. And yes, poor Sarah was literally getting tortured last night having to listen to this conversation. Sailor Man saying the Geneva Bible. The Geneva Bible is not that great. I got a copy of it. There's nothing special about it. I have no idea why people think going to an older English translation is somehow like better than modern translations. Okay, let me get a cute waterfowl from the guest queue. And I'm gonna test audio first real quick because I changed my soundboard software. There was an Elgato update on the soundboard software, and some of the features changed. So what that means is I'm basically in the testing phase with their new iteration of software. So I have to make sure everything works before we move on too far in the conversation. But cute waterfowl, welcome in. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God? Okay, and before we get too much further, did everyone hear the guest on TikTok and on YouTube? I assume they did. I heard you loud and clear. Some people on TikTok are saying, no, they didn't hear you. All right, give me 1 second to see. But let me make sure they heard you on YouTube at least. But you didn't hear him on YouTube either? How's that possible? We're in the same soundboard. Do me a favor real quick, Waterfowl. Say something again. I wanna make sure that the sound bar moves.
So I'm using my
Oh, interesting. Interesting, because I can hear you. The sound was working. I tested it on my phone, before I started. Well, yeah. I'm using OBS and I'm using TikTok Studio. That being said, I did test it before I went live with my own hardware, but, once you go live, shit goes crazy. Not a big deal. I mean, there's a couple ways to fix it. It's really not that big of an issue. But alright, so what we'll do then is I'm gonna turn one thing on real quick and one thing off real quick, and I suspect we'll be okay. Alright, go ahead, cute waterfowl now and say something for us.
Hello, hello.
You
This
guys
is
heard him that
Key Waterfowl.
heard him that time? Yeah, you heard him on, TikTok, I assume? Yeah, I heard you on TikTok there. And let's see if they heard you on YouTube. I assume they heard you on YouTube. Loud and clear, they said on YouTube. Was there any echo? Was he echoey? Cute waterfowl, say something for us real quick. Want to make sure there's no echo or anything.
Okay. Is there any echo?
They're saying no echo on TikTok, and they're saying no echo on YouTube. So I think we're good to go. Okay. So waterfowl, you said you're at least 18, and I apologize. Did you say you did or didn't believe in God?
Yeah, I donated to your show. I think it was the other day. I was a person who left Christianity, but I still believe in God.
Okay.
And I ultimately just wanted to discuss with you is it problematic for me to be religious in a sense, but not follow the Christian Bible? Because I believe Judaism is more true than Christianity, just based off my studying over the years. But is believing in God problematic if there is no way for me to prove it beyond feelings? Because that's kind of the point I'm at.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, my position is that as human beings, we should try to believe as many true things as possible and as many false things or as few false things as possible. And the reason why that is because, we make decisions based on what we believe. Now, the truth of the matter is, if you believe in a generic God, but you don't have a religion, it probably doesn't impact your life all that much, only a tiny bit. When you have like a real religion, then it becomes, well, problematic, you might say. So I'm not entirely sure that it's critical, to, like, vet every single belief, but that being said, I mean, it's obviously would be more beneficial for you to believe in something that has evidence or reason behind it. So, it's not that it's bad to believe in God. I don't think that people that believe in God are bad. I just don't think that it's, good practice to believe in things without evidence.
Yeah, and I agree with that. One of the things though is for me, I started the process of an Orthodox Jewish conversion, and I started learning a lot more about the Jewish philosophy. I started learning Hebrew a few years ago, and one of the things that I learned from just evidence of Judaism is it's really hard to pin down, especially from a lot of their writings. I don't know if you've ever read like Jewish philosophy books, like Derek Hashem, The Way of God, or Path of the Just, stuff like that.
No, I haven't, and the reason why is 'cause, to me, the God of the Hebrew Bible is kinda ridiculous. So, like, it's not really like, reading a book about the God of the Hebrew Bible, I don't think would be beneficial.
The reason I was asking is because one of the arguments that I find for Judaism that I'd never really have a way of getting around, because besides my own feelings and I guess me being stuck in a religious aspect most of my life, the only real evidence I've heard from Jewish people is the fact that the Jewish people are still around, and that
Mm.
many of the biblical prophecies, like returning to the land of Israel, God saying that He will only preserve a small remnant of them because only a small remnant are loyal to Him. Stuff like that. Those are like the only arguments that I guess the Jewish people in themselves is the reason I guess I believe God is real.
Yeah, I think the problem with those types of predictions is, like, the predictions of you're gonna be the greatest nation, I'm your God, I'm gonna defeat all your enemies. that type of prophetic prediction was common in all of the ancient Near Eastern cultures. So, for example, there's a book that I bring out a lot. I love this book, and you can get it a free PDF most likely on internet. Ancient Near Eastern Texts Relating to the Old Testament by James Pritchard. There's a section in here dedicated to Babylonian and Assyrian prophecies, and they read just like biblical prophecies. I mean, the reality is all of these ancient prophetic traditions are saying the same thing. My God's the most powerful, my king's the best. Here's what's going to happen. God's going to be victorious, right? Marduk is Lord. And the reality is, just because one of those cultures survived doesn't mean that the prophecy like came true because there was a God behind it. I mean, if you throw enough spaghetti at the wall, something's going to come true. I think the biggest problem with the God of the Hebrew Bible isn't that there's like one or two, vague predictions that came true, but that there's so many of them that never came true and won't ever come true. Right? So like if you make 1,000 prophecies, we would expect that something would come true. We do the same thing with Nostradamus, right? Nostradamus was famous for making these vague prophecies that some of them seem to have come true, but the reality is, like, if you take enough geopolitical guesses, I mean, eventually you're gonna get something right.
Yeah, and I agree with that because one of the contradictions in the at least the Jewish Bible that I'm well aware of is the prophecy that um I think it was Tyre would be destroyed, like Babylon would destroy Tyre, and then in Yeheskel, I mean Ezekiel for
Mhm.
English sake, he doesn't actually do it, and he
Right.
says, and he like says, oh yeah, it actually wasn't supposed to happen, and
Yeah, mhm. If you go to
many
chapter
of
29, God admits that it didn't happen.
yeah, and many of the biggest contradictions, because at least it comes from the Hebrew Bible itself, is Kings, Chronicles, and Samuel, like
Oh,
the
yeah.
minefield that you have to navigate for those. But I feel like I'm at the final cusp of like maybe leaving religion entirely. It's just like I can't shake the baseline feelings because I keep studying, I keep learning, I keep learning about pre-biblical flood narratives and stuff like that. But I just can't find the an alternative because to me it's like, well, if there is no God, then everything's random and all the things that happened to me in my life were kind of like purposeless and bad RNG. That's kind of like the problem that
Yeah.
I have when I go away from, oh, everything happens for a reason, you're being tested, refined through fire, but then removing religion from that part and not going into my own life, but having a rather
Mhm.
difficult life, it kind of just makes me like, wow, I just had bad spawn RNG. It's like that's kind of the way it
Yeah.
a
I
non-religious perspective is.
I get that. Like, one of my really good friends named Dan, he feels like, well, there must be a God, there must be an afterlife, or there's no justice, because there's certainly no justice in this world. And I hear people make these types of arguments from desire quite a bit, but I understand how you could want there to be purpose in your life, and you could want there to be justice. You could want to see your loved ones after you pass, but the reality is, wanting something to be true doesn't make it true. Like, that's not a valid argument for why something would be true. So, I mean, the reality is, as far as we can tell, the evidence is pointing that, life on this planet is here for a short amount of time, maybe 5 billion years max. In about another billion years, the sun's going to destroy all life on Earth. And perhaps our galaxy, when it collides with the Andromeda galaxy in another 4 billion years, it may or may not be destroyed, depending on, how we actually collide, or if we end up getting sucked into like a supermassive black hole. So like the reality is like our universe is chaos, which is why life here on Earth is chaos. Like we evolved in a system of chaos for a short period, and eventually it'll be all gone. But that doesn't mean that you have to live a meaningless life. It might have not have a meaning from like a creator, but you get to decide what kind of meaning your life has. You could spend your life helping people. You can spend your life giving your family the best life possible. There's so many things you can do that would provide you a feeling or some kind of meaning, so you don't feel like you're aimlessly wandering?
Yeah, and I see that too, because I constantly study like psychology, and I watch Ian too. I watch a lot of these debates because I think I'm just like I'm at that like finish line point. But it's to me the things that I struggle with the most is, oh well, there's a lot of bad in the world, and we can use our lives, however minuscule and maybe purposeless they are, to benefit others and help society. But it doesn't. It kind of creates a feeling of, I guess, existential dread. Like there's
Yes.
I I kind of just feel, oh, I'm just a small
Mhm.
fry in a cosmos, and if there's no afterlife, it's I'm small in comparison to everything, and then
Mhm.
you know I may
Yeah.
not be remembered in 100 years, let alone like 2,000 years. So
Yep.
really, what is the purpose of life and the impact that I can have? I can
Mhm.
make the lives of others around me temporarily better, like you said, because I have a hard time navigating my religious family because they're people who are religious, but they never study. They
Mhm.
go to church, they do that, but they never really sit down and read their Bible. And I've had conflicts with family regarding my beliefs and everything like that. But I've studied so much; it's hard to navigate those relationships, especially when you're in the position we're in.
Yeah, I really get it. I remember the first time the thought ever crossed my mind that, that maybe there is no God. I was maybe 22, and it terrified the shit out of me. It's scary. It's crazy that it took me that long to conceive, because like, when you're growing up, you might think, "Well, maybe my religion's not true, and maybe the other religions are true, or maybe there's a God that we don't doesn't even have a religion," right? But when the minute as like a fully thinking human being, you come to the conclusion that, "Oh, maybe there is no God at all." Like, none of the religions are true because there's no God. That's terrifying because that means there's no afterlife, you don't get to see your loved ones, and yes, you're going to experience existential dread, but you're not the first one to do it. We've all gone through it, I promise you. In fact, one of the stories that I encourage people to read, when they're experiencing this is, please go read the Epic of Gilgamesh. It's one of the oldest stories ever, and the story, honestly, it starts out with existential dread. His friend Enkidu dies. He realizes, oh my God, if Enkidu can die, that means one day I'll die. What the fuck do I do now, right? So it's a really cool read from the ancients. It just lets you know that like people have been struggling with our mortality forever. It's never been easy for anybody, and the fact that you're experiencing some existential dread is not it's not something because you're wrong, it's not because you're doing anything you shouldn't be doing, it's because that is what we all go through. I can tell you though, as someone who experienced it a long time ago and already got over it, it doesn't last forever, I promise. The sleepless nights, the racing mind, that type of stuff, it goes away, I promise it does. Eventually, you can get back to doing life, but yeah, when you're at the beginning stages of it, it's terrifying, it's frightening, you're frustrated because nobody's talking about it. I get it.
Yeah, I completely agree with you.
But the reality is you're somebody, waterfowl, that's doing study, you're reading, you're crunching the numbers, and you're saying, "Hey, the math isn't really mathing here," right? And the reality is, no matter how uncomfortable it is, if you're someone who has intellectual honesty and intellectual integrity, I mean, at some point, you just have to accept where the evidence leads, even if it leads somewhere frightening and uncomfortable. And I would also certainly recommend connecting with like the Freedom from Religion Foundation and getting some counseling, or my friend Dr. Joe and getting some counseling, because the reality is like therapy is super important because they help to give you tools and an ear that's going to listen to you and provide you actual good feedback for the things that you're struggling with.
Yeah, and I've already that's part of the reason I called in too, because I've already taken a lot of those steps. But for me, I feel like I have my own form of cognitive dissonance. Like when we were Christians, oh, Islam is wrong, oh, Buddhism's wrong, and this is the only true way. But when and we're okay telling other people they were wrong, but when we sit down and we're like, that night you first look down and you're like, this doesn't make sense. Like I can't God help me understand this, and then you kind of just go down that rabbit hole we went down. it
Yep.
creates like I feel like I have my own cognitive dissonance that I'm aware of, and it's a weird feeling.
I think we all do. I think that's normal, especially at the beginning phases. You're resistant to go, into the more painful part. You want to hold on to the part that you like. It comes with time, though. I mean, in time, the more you keep studying, the more that comfortable part that you're trying to hold on to just goes away. Somebody said once on TikTok, I forget who it was, a long time ago now, she said, "Everything that I left behind," referring to Christianity, "everything that I left behind has claw marks in it," because that's how all of us deconstructed. We didn't want to, right? We let go of one thing at a time until eventually we kind of realized we are holding on to nothing.
Yeah, and that's pretty much how it's been.
Yeah. Dr. Joe, you got any advice?
I do. I wanted to just say,
Oh, I can't hear Dr. Joe. Can you hear Dr. Joe?
I can.
Oh, 1 second. Okay, now I can hear. Sorry, I had
ready?
it turned off.
Hey, Justin. So I don't want to call you cute, waterfowl, because that just sounds patronizing. So, hey, waterfowl.
Hey,
I wanted to invite you to, get some support through vetted sources, whether that's recovering from religion or other possibilities. And more generally, I wanted to speak to kind of everybody. Last time I was up, I said I have a resource on boundaries for people in the deconstruction process. And I do, but I started to revise it, and it's turned out to be basically a book. So those who did contact me, you will be getting that probably this weekend. I've added an appendix with a lot of different resources, including books, and a section just for women who are emerging from the trauma of the patriarchy. So I will get that to anybody who's requested and anybody who will request from now. But it's a great workbook to begin processing all of the things that come with deconstruction. And it's very respectful of people who don't deconstruct to complete atheism or agnosticism. So it has support if people want to continue with some kind of spirituality or even faith. So wanted to let you know.
yeah, and I
But
definitely would like some of those resources too.
Yeah, so you can friend me, go to my TikTok, and I'm pretty findable, so you can email me, and I will get you that resource as soon as it's complete.
I
Yeah.
don't have a lot of social media. I'm kind of just like I don't use TikTok or a lot of other things. So how would I
Okay.
go about finding that?
Yeah, so you can just contact me via recovery therapist at Joanne Ketch, JoanneKetch.com.
Okay.
I have personally deconstructed my Christianity and later deconstructed my 12-step understanding. So I've been there personally, and along the way got a master's and a doctorate. And since joining this community, have developed kind of an unadvertised specialty in supporting people as they go through it.
Yeah, because I like the biggest part for me is I ended up learning like 2 languages because of this. Like I dabbled into Greek, and then I learned biblical Greek, and my Hebrew is, because I speak with a lot of Jewish people, my Hebrew and Yiddish have gotten really good, and it's like now I have these skills, and it's like, uh,
But
you
they're
know,
still useful. You can still use them. Like, so as an atheist, I still love reading the Bible. I love digging into the academic stuff. It's really a lot of fun. In fact, it's more fun than when I was a Christian, because now I can just read it for what it is, and I don't have to like make apologies for the horrific genocides or rapes or anything like that.
yeah, definitely. Well, I just
Well,
found your YouTube channel, Catch, and I subscribed, and I'll find all the other links as well. Do that.
excellent. Well, I look forward to hearing from you, and I'll when you email me, I'll get you that resource as soon as it's complete.
Alrighty then. Thank you
Awesome.
guys for the conversation. I gotta actually head off.
Good to hear
Yeah.
from you, my friend. Best of luck to you. Cheers. Deconstruction's hard, Dr. Joe.
It is, and in the early stages, it's brutal. I feel like there's probably a grief-like process people go through. The 5 stages of grief has kind of been debunked, although people go through the bargaining and the anger. I think we go through the same thing, you know, especially when it comes to loss of community and identity and the fear around death for sure. But it is hard, and what's harder is well, not harder, but what's additionally challenging is the shakiness with which you feel like you don't have a foundation anymore on
Yeah.
which to make decisions, on which to connect with people, on which to serve and to love, and so trying to reconstruct that in whatever way works for you is lonely.
Yeah. Lonely is a good word for it. It's very lonely. A lot of people do it alone. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you don't have to. You can come to the deconstruction zone. We've got resources. We got people.
We do. We do. I didn't. Yeah, I had deconstructed for over 13 years by the time I came across our community here, and I didn't know how much I needed it.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
We all did. Well, thanks, Dr. Joe. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
I'm going to read a couple of super chats, and we're going to get our next guest in here, the Anunnaki. It should be an interesting conversation. Nicholas, thank you for the super chat. Says, if you show up in the deconstruction zone, your religious deconstruction begins. Amazing work, Justin. I'm truly impressed. Well, thank you, Nicholas. I appreciate that. And that is the case. When you run into particular sets of information, it's hard not to deconstruct. My deconstruction started with learning information. And Herbie, beautiful kittens. Those are gorgeous kittens. Thank you for the super chat. It says, what's all this religious talk about? I came here for kitty cam. Actually, the kitty cam is set up, but the kittens are they must be napping or something in the other room. They're not in here right now. I'm sure they'll come back. They you know how they are. They play and then they nap. They play and then they nap. They play and then they nap. They'll be back. And WT, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says I've been going through sometimes so bad that I fell on my knees and pray for a miracle. Almost immediately, my boss called and asked if I could fly out to Little Rock for work. Praise Doug. Well, hell yeah. So you needed some work. You prayed to Doug. You got some work. That's what I'm talking about. And to Little Rock, no less. If that's not a sign of Doug's power, what is? And Sentry says, sending my tithe to the show. Sending my tithe to show respect to the prophet of Doug. Thank you. Also, pick up my new kitten on Monday. Hell yeah. Congratulations. So shout out to a fellow recent cat acquirer. I'm happy for you. And remember, if you're on the Discord, share your kitten pictures. We'd love to see your kittens and puppers too. We love kittens and puppers. And fuck babies. I love babies. Texas Panhandler, thank you for the $10 super chat. Great to see you. It says, when you remove religion, you can create your own purpose. Exactly. Learning that life can be unfair and working towards balancing the scales is a great purpose. Embrace it. I agree. And again, just because our purpose doesn't live on for eternity doesn't mean that we can't define some purpose for us. It means something to us. Dr. Fudge, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, if you recognize that reality is only guided by the real things within it, you can focus on the forces that are actually hurting you. For example, just spitballing rich oligarchs. Yeah, that's more than a spitball. I think you nailed the Dr. Fudge. Fucking oligarchs, man. You don't need no more of that. All right, let me get Anunnaki in here, and then we'll keep the discussions rolling. If you're watching on YouTube, the link to join is in the description of the video. tiny.cc/DZ guest. If you're watching on TikTok, you can just hit the guest request button down here on the toolbar somewhere. Anunnaki, welcome in. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yeah, yep. Yeah, I'm at a crossroads.
Okay. And what God do you believe in?
The Christian God.
Okay. You said you're at a crossroads, though. You mean you're deconstructing?
Yeah, it's like, yeah, I'm not sure. It's because like sometimes, because I grew. Hopefully, I don't disconnect. But what's it called? So I grew up in the Eastern Orthodox Church, right? I went there for over a decade, right? And it was a good community and all that. Like they never said anything crazy to me. Like it was actually a pretty good overall experience. It was a really good community. We did good things. But even when I would go there and like pray and things, sometimes I would like think to myself, like, is this even like actually real? Just because like some of the things that would happen in the Bible just wouldn't make too much sense to me, and especially like when you like cross-examine that with like scientific facts and things like that, it'd be like, wait, how the hell can this happen? So it'd just be super confusing for me. Because I'd ask like sometimes, like for example, when I went to elementary school, we had like this club after school, and it was like about the Bible and stuff, and I'd ask them some questions about like space and stuff like that, and they just gave me like weird responses that wouldn't make sense. Like, for example, I was like, wait, how can God exist and stuff like that? And then it was like kind of a childish thing, but I was like, wait, if black holes exist, how can God exist? And they're like, yeah, black holes don't exist because they cause destruction, and God doesn't cause destruction. And it was like things like that that didn't really make much sense to me.
Black holes
Um,
do indeed exist.
yeah, I know
We've
that,
seen
but
them.
it's like I would bring that up to them, and then they would just like say they can't exist because nothing can be created from destruction and things like that. So that like didn't make much sense to me.
So
And
what's
also like,
keeping you in it?
yeah, yeah, it's like I said, similar to like the last guy. It's like an existential thing. It's like, man, I don't really want to burn in hell for Israel, and I also don't want to just like be believing in something that's not necessarily true. You know what I mean?
Right. Let me ask you a question about hell then, because to me, I
Yeah.
think hell is the easiest problem to deal with. For example,
Yeah.
in whatever definition of justice you have access to, do you think it's
hmm
just to punish somebody for merely not believing something?
Uh, I think no. And, I mean, are you talking about? I'm not okay. I'm not gonna go in depth, but no, it's not. It's not good.
No, right? So for example,
Yeah.
yeah, if you ran into a guy on the street and the guy in the street didn't believe that you were real, you're like, well, you
hmm
can't go out and slug him just because he doesn't believe that you're real.
Yeah.
He could think that you're a computer simulation. That's just what he believes. Like you can't control that kind of stuff, right? So the
Yeah.
idea that like God needs to torture people for eternity in hell because they didn't believe the right thing, it seems
hmm
asinine.
Yeah. The explanation I've heard for that is that if you were like delivered the message, right, and didn't believe in it, then you'd go to hell. And then I would bring up like, for example, because all like the Abrahamic religion started like in the Middle East, they spread to like Europe, parts of Asia, things like that, Africa. But I would ask them like, how about the people like in, the Americas and stuff like that who didn't have access to that? And then they
Right.
would give me the explanation that like, I mean, Americas, Australia, all those places, they'd say that those people also had messengers, but they just chose to ignore them. And then I would ask like, was that ever like stated in the Bible? Like, how would we know they even had messengers and things like that? And then they would just say like, oh, it happened, but it doesn't necessarily have to be in the Bible. But the gospel was brought to everybody in a way, and I don't know, that
Yeah,
just didn't make too much sense to me.
they have to make stuff up to justify the nonsense of the book. But listen,
Yeah,
even if a messenger did come and tell them,
yeah,
and they're like, "No, that's bullshit," that still doesn't mean they should be tortured with fire for eternity. What a nonsensical thing to believe
yeah,
in, and it's not even part of Judaism. Like, so this idea that like God had to send somebody to save you from the hellfire is
hmm
fiction. It's fiction. There's nothing in the Old Testament where God's like, well, you don't believe the right thing, I got to torture you forever now. This is not in there.
yeah. And it's also like when you think about, I mean, because the Bible's obviously based on the earth and creation here, but then like once we discovered like there's like 2 trillion galaxies, and then within those galaxies there's like hundreds of billions of stars, hundreds I don't even know what huge number of exoplanets, things like that. It's like, why would that all be created necessarily if like God's creation is should be like focused on Earth? Like, so what's up with all these exoplanets, galaxies and stuff like that? Like, were they just put there just for us to like observe them, not necessarily do anything with it? Because it's not like
Yeah,
we're
what
ever going to be able to reach those places. So it's like,
I
I
agree.
don't
Like,
know.
what's the point of all those planets? Why? What are they doing? Right? Like,
Yeah.
it's such a silly thing to create. Trillions of celestial bodies and then in fact have nothing to do with you, like human beings or like your actual purpose
Mhm.
of creation.
Yeah. And then like I think my biggest thing, which this is like the biggest question I ever like I had, um, like I'm not gonna act like I'm some Bible scholar and stuff like that. And there's like things I don't necessarily know about it, but like one thing I couldn't really wrap my head around is because like when they talk about the Ten Commandments, right? One of them is thou shalt not kill, right?
Mhm.
And I don't like I couldn't just or I don't know how that would justify the flood. And then people always bring this up like the I'm not sure I use TikTok friendly language, but like the G side of the Amalekites,
Mhm.
right? And stuff like that. And it's people say it was because like it was a fallen world and things like that. And like that was in the Old Testament. So um that what it makes sense to me. And then it also seems like, you know, the God of the Old Testament seems like he just wants to like destroy everything, or he's like like more
Mhm.
wrathful and stuff. And then the one in the New Testament's like kind of nicer. So I just don't understand how you could even like unalive people, you know, including women, children, and things like that when they
Right.
didn't do anything. So it's like,
You yeah, you could.
how could you justify that?
And if you're Yahweh and you're like, listen, this lineage needs to die, right?
Yeah.
You can do it without war, right? You can just close the wombs of all the women and then they can no
Mhm.
longer reproduce in the next generation, right? There's so many, you can make all the men infertile, right? Like
Mhm.
slaughtering and genociding an entire population is never necessary when you're all powerful. The reason why the
Yeah.
genocide stories exist is because there was probably a genocide at some point and they needed to justify it. Okay, well, what's the
Yeah.
excuse? How do we justify it? And then they make up a backstory for its justification. The same way
Yeah.
that the German people needed a backstory, they needed mythology about the Jews to justify what they were doing to the Jews.
Mhm.
So the reality is, I mean, if there's a historical kernel in here anywhere, it's just that
Yeah.
some people committed a genocide and needed an excuse for it.
Yeah. And then also, I don't remember the names, but I think in the Bible there's like someone has to sacrifice their son because God said so, and then he like
Yeah,
says not to at the end. Who were
Abraham.
those people again? Abraham, and then I think it was the son Isaac, correct? If I'm not wrong,
Mhm,
or it was a son, right?
mhm.
And then I'm thinking like, you know, if I was, if I had a son and stuff, it's like if someone told me to sacrifice my son for God, like I don't know how someone could do that. Um, and then I asked my dad, who's like a Christian, about it. And I don't know, like my dad's a Christian, but like
Mm,
sometimes I bring stuff up and he just says like it didn't happen, even though it's like in the Bible. Like I asked him about like the flood and stuff, and he was
yeah,
like, "Yeah, that's like not really what happened." But it's like I don't know how like he's a Christian and stuff, and he's like religious, but it's like he denies some
mhm.
things in the Bible. But like if you deny some things in the Bible, does that make you not Christian?
I mean, kind of. There's a lot of approaches to the Bible. Some people are biblical literists, some people are biblical minimalists, and, there's
Yeah.
a whole lot in between. One of my professors for the Hebrew Bible was he was like somewhere in the middle, and so like he would probably say that what there wasn't like a literal Adam and Eve, right? The story
Mhm.
was meant to be a theological story, not a historical story. But obviously this is nonsense because the rest of the Bible treats it like it's literal. So it's like in order to
Mhm.
to say that, you have to get rid of like Jesus's genealogy, you have to get rid of Paul's reasoning in First Thessalonians chapter 2 or First Timothy chapter 2. He talks about how women need to like shut up and sit down and be quiet and serve their husbands because Eve
Mhm.
was the one who ate the fruit first. So like
Yeah.
the New Testament treats it like it's historical, which means if you run into somebody who thinks that it's just a theological story rather than a historical story, it's not that they're not Christian, it's just that they haven't read the New Testament at all.
Yeah. It's because when people talk about like reading the Bible literally versus metaphorically, sometimes when they bring certain things up, it feels like a cop out, if you know what I mean. Like
Yeah.
for example, when they talk about what was it like the Leviathan inside the Bible, and they're like, oh yeah, that was just like the dinosaurs and stuff. And then like when they just talk about like the like how the Earth is 6,000 years old, some people will say that, and then other people will be like, I mean, and they get that number like going through like genealogies and things like that, and other people will say, "Oh, no, it's just metaphorical. Like, God didn't create the world in however many like a week, right? It was actually like a metaphor for billions of years and things like that." And it's I don't necessarily get like how they would attribute. Like,
Right.
I feel like they pick and choose. Like, certain things could
Yeah.
be metaphors, and then other things are literal. And I don't know. I feel like is just, picking and choosing certain things to, fit your narrative.
Mhm.
Because it's hard to imagine because I think Eve was
Yep.
born from like Adam's rib, right? Like obviously you can't be born from like a rib and things like that. And then Adam was created from dust, right? If I'm not mistaken, like the dirt.
Mhm.
So I'm thinking how can be being how can I be created from the dirt and that be a metaphor? Like, does that mean because we know like through evolution and things like that, right? We had like a common ancestor with like, other primates or I think we are primates, but we had like a common ancestor and then, at some point like we split and stuff like that. And then there's like that whole thing. But then I don't know, like and where would you like fit in Neanderthals and all those types of people? Like, because I mean,
Mhm.
I think Neanderthals and what are the other ones? Denisovans, whatever they are. Like I'm pretty sure they spoke languages too. So were they just like I don't know, like where do they fit
Yeah.
in if they're because we also I
And
mean
I mean,
most
these are real
people
good
bred
questions. It sounds like you're
yeah
getting towards the tail end of your deconstruction journey. So just hang in
yeah
there. You'll get to a place where you're more comfortable. I know you're in a crossroads now, but
yeah. It's kind of scary thinking about it. Like
I get
if
it.
I'm wrong,
It is scary, but there's nothing to be scared of because if hell doesn't exist, you don't have to be scared of it, right? So you
yeah,
don't
it's
have
kind
to
of
like
yeah.
force your fear of hell to go away. It'll go away all on its own. The more you dig into it, and the more you realize how fake everything is, you'll
hmm
just naturally stop being afraid of hell. Like, what percentage, 1 out of 100, are you afraid of the Muslim hell?
Uh, I mean, some of them say there is hell, some of them say there isn't hell. So
No, you. What percentage of fear do you have towards the Muslim hell?
I mean, they say it's the same hell. So I mean, I guess like 30% ish. I don't know, just a random
Oh,
number.
geez. You think there's a 30% chance that Muslims could be right?
Okay, I mean, okay, there's like a very low chance, low chance.
R Right, yeah, you're not afraid of Muslim hell because you don't believe in Muslim hell. Same reason why you're not afraid of any other concept of hell, because you don't believe in it, right?
Yeah,
But
yeah.
the
I
more
feel
you
like if you just
study
got another
and
religion,
the less you believe, hell's not gonna be a problem for you. So just you're doing fine, you're gonna get there, just
hmm
it doesn't happen overnight, you know?
yeah. I mean, it's like everything's just gonna turn to black one day, and it's like it's wraps.
Yeah, that sucks. Yeah. No one likes
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, but man, thank you like for kind of justifying like what I'm thinking.
Mhm.
People try to make you think you're crazy for like thinking there's no God, but it's like I don't know.
Yeah, you're not
It's very
crazy.
hard to think about, but
Yeah.
yeah,
The
man.
math isn't
Have a
mathing,
good
and
one.
that's fine. Alright, see you, Honor
Yeah, have
Knocker.
a good one. Thank you, man. Have a good day.
Man, a lot of people, deconstructing right now, huh?
Hey, bud, how you doing?
Can't be better. How you doing, Dalton?
Well, I kind of don't have a job anymore, so
Oh, fuck.
uh
What happened?
well, new bosses came in and they were just so horrible to my mother that I quit. So now we're going to be doing this full time.
Hell yeah. Okay, it sounds like we need to sorry, I've been, kinda MIA. Sounds like we really need to hook up tomorrow and get your, gear working, right?
Absolutely, yeah. And I'll have all
Okay.
the time in the world tomorrow.
Okay. We will, in fact, make it happen tomorrow. We'll take care of it. Guys, while we're bringing up a next guest, make sure you're following Dalton on TikTok and YouTube, the Bible Guy Official on YouTube. And we gotta get his YouTube career jump started fast. It sounds like, but man, a huge thank you for standing up for your mom. I mean, it needs to happen. Cameron, thank you for the $20 super chat, friend, says, "Hello, Justin. I don't have anything to say. I just want to support your hard work. I am addicted to your show." Well, shit, Cameron. Thank you. I really appreciate that. That's very generous of you. And we're glad that you're here, friend. And Cahota's with us tonight as well. It says, "Parking my rig for Thanksgiving and gonna try Kraken. How do you recommend it?" Now, Cahoto, big W for trying some Kraken. There's a lot of ways to enjoy it. You can even mix it into like a homemade White Russian. My favorite way is to just have it straight up. And if you're not used to something with that high of ABV, you could put a piece of ice in it. And that would be fine too. But I mean, I just sip it. But I just pour a little bit in a glass. I sip it. It's delicious. And if you don't like rum, then you might not, you might not want to sip it. You might want to mix it. You can mix it with Coke if you want to. Water it down, be fine. Cardinal Chimp, thank you for the $20 super chat, my friend. Says sharing some birthday money as tithe to God and his prophet. Well, thank you. Rock hard for Doug. G for J. Gay for Justin. I love that we're now shortening gay for Justin hashtag. My only birthday wishes are for bourbon and baby paste. One down, one to go. Well, listen, you got the bourbon already. We will make baby paste happen tonight. We'll see what we can do about that, friend.
I've been gone for a week. Is some new lore been dropped that I missed out on?
Yeah, it was on one of the weekend streams. I think on the line, somebody was accusing me of turning dudes gay with my atheism, and I said, "Good. I hope I'm turning them gay for Justin." And then it just stuck. It's been going. So now hashtag gay for Justin is a thing, and it's a thing of beauty, actually.
Gotta get those T-shirts made.
And last one for now from our friend Drew. Drew, thank you so much for the $50 super chat. That is huge. I appreciate that. Big W says ties for the cat gods. Indeed, which coincidentally is also Doug and Sharon. So let's get our first guest in here. I'm going to grab our first guest, second, third, fourth guest. I don't know. I'm going to grab Riley from the queue. Riley has got the camera on. He looks like he's actually ready to jump in the conversation. It looks like he's got hardware plugged in. He's got an iPad or something. So let's see if all of his stuff works. How you doing, Riley?
I'm well. How are you?
Doing well, yeah. Awesome. All your hardware is working, so we're good to go. Riley, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
I am at least 18, but I don't believe in God.
Oh, okay.
So,
Well-
I was just, I've been watching you for a while, and I was just wondering if I could ask you a few questions.
Well, Riley, I'm going to be doing a Q&A really soon. In fact, this upcoming week, if you want to drop in and ask questions. Everyone here on Friday night is to see the debates. Also, I do have a Discord and an email if you just want to pop in and ask some questions as well. That's certainly something you can do.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So what?
Sorry you waited in line for that, but yeah, unfortunately,
No, fair enough. Fair enough.
it's a debate show. You know what I mean?
No, I want to respect that. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Okay, cool. Well, I'll post them in the Discord or find the email.
yeah, you can DM me from the Discord. It'll be deconstruction.zone, I think, is my handle.
Okay, cool. All right. Thank you, Justin. Have a nice
Cheers,
day.
friend. It's a shame he was a nice young man, but we got to get some theist callers, and we'll keep the ball rolling here. I think speaking of non-theists, we've got a friend in the house. Welcome, Jim.
Hey, how's it going?
Good to see you, buddy.
Jim,
come
you
for the
followed me over here.
Well, yeah. I would just like to disagree with you on one thing. Zaya is better than Kraken. Now, I'm not saying Kraken's bad. I'm just saying Zaya is better.
Well, sorry. Jim's about to get yeeted. It'll be okay. It'll be okay, Jim. It'll be okay. Jim, come and hang out with us. I'm going to bring in what I think is, I don't know, probably a theist. Although I'm pretty sure I've talked to this guest before. Shem, child of Jesus, is coming in. Shem, welcome in. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm 25 and I believe in God.
Yeah, and we've talked before, haven't we?
You talking to me?
Yeah.
What did you say?
I said you and I have talked before, haven't we?
Yeah, I've been in your life two
That's what I
times,
thought.
I think.
Okay. So, what is your best evidence or argument for your particular God existing? The Christian God, I assume.
Yeah, my best evidence is my conscience.
Your conscience. Oh boy. What does your conscience have to do with God?
Yeah, I mean, the Bible says that the goal of the command is, love that comes from a good conscience and pure heart and sincere faith,
Yeah. Why do I care what the Bible says?
Yeah, the Bible says in First Timothy, if you have read, the goal of the
No,
command
my
is
question was
love.
why should I care what the Bible says?
Yeah, I mean, if you believe in humility and humanity.
I do believe in humanity. I don't believe in the Bible. So why would I believe that the Bible is true when it's demonstrably not?
Yeah, I mean, you need to uh, you need to believe in humility and humanity and
I
humbleness.
do. I believe in both those things. Again, why would I believe that the Bible is true when I can demonstrate it to not be true?
Do you believe walking in love is the way
Shem, do
to
you
find
think this
peace?
is an answer to the question?
Yeah, I mean, you are asking me why you should believe in the
Yeah,
Bible.
I'm saying give me a reason why I would believe that the Bible is true, because I don't believe that the Bible is true.
Okay, so what is your belief then? What do you believe is true? What do
Not
you
the
believe is
Bible.
truth?
And also that doesn't answer the question. Again, the question is, what would compel one to believe that the Bible is true?
I mean, because it is true.
It's not true. In fact, the first page of the New Testament starts out by saying things that are not true. There's like 5 different blunders on the very first page. Want me to read some of the problems with you?
Do
Too late.
you,
Already gonna
I
do it.
mean,
So Matthew chapter 1, the genealogy of Jesus. So who is, according to Matthew, the father of Jeconiah?
the father of Jeconiah? This is very hard to know,
It's on the screen. You can read the screen.
Yeah, and Josiah, the father of Jeconiah, and his brother at the
Mm,
time of the deportation
indeed.
to Babylon.
Yeah. Is it true that Josiah was the father of
Like, why
Jeconiah?
are you caring about two people among billions
You'll
of
find out if you pay
population on Earth?
attention. So, is it true that Josiah is the father of Jeconiah?
I mean, it is written.
Well, the answer is no, it's not true. If you go to the actual genealogy and the rest of the Bible, what you'll find is that Josiah was the grandfather of Jeconiah. In First Chronicles, it says the sons of Josiah were Johanan, the firstborn, the second Jehoiakim, the third Zedekiah, the fourth Shallum. The descendants of Jehoiakim include Jeconiah, his son, and Zedekiah, his son. So it was the grandson of Josiah. He got it wrong.
Yeah, but faith is bigger than Jeconiah.
Faith.
I'm speaking about. I'm
Yeah,
speaking about your
I have
faith, man,
faith.
not about Jeconiah.
Okay, so
You
then
know.
who got it wrong? Was it the chronicler or Matthew?
I mean, the Bible is written so that we can have peace
It's not. So I'll ask
in
the
our
same
personal
question.
life,
Who got it wrong, the chronicler or Matthew?
Yeah, I mean, you're going to like people.
It's weird that you haven't answered the question yet. Those two stories can't both be true. So which one got it wrong? Was it whoever wrote Matthew or was it whoever wrote Chronicles?
This question is very hard to
It's not
answer.
hard.
Let's talk about general things,
we are talking about general
things.
things. So one of them is wrong, correct?
Yeah, I mean, this is like two people that their name is named in the Bible, right?
Interesting that you didn't give me an answer to the question. One of them is wrong, correct?
One of who?
One of the authors is wrong about the father of Jeconiah, correct?
It might be.
No, it definitely is.
I don't, to be honest with you, I don't really care about the genealogy.
Yeah, I know you don't
care.
I know you don't care because you don't like what's true. You believe that just having faith in
has
something
nothing to
makes
do
it
with the
true,
truth,
and I don't. It does. So the reality is, if there's a contradiction in the book, one of the propositions must be false. In fact, probably fucking both of them are false, but at least one of them has to be false. They can't both be true. So either Jehoiakim is the father of Jeconiah or Josiah is the father of Jeconiah. One of those two things is
Yeah.
true.
Can I ask you a question?
Is it going to be related to the father of Jeconiah? Because that's what we're talking about right now.
Yeah, it's gonna be related to our conversation.
Is it going to be related to Jeconiah, though?
It's yeah, it's kind of.
Kind of?
I
You know,
just
if you
wanna
say
ask you,
something
like,
that's unrelated, I'm going to bring you right back to it. Shem, we do this every time you come up. Every time you come up, I end up cutting you because you can't focus.
I'm focusing, but you're asking me very hard questions. Like,
They're not hard
maybe
questions. You
can
just don't like
go.
the answer to them.
I'm answering, but how can I know about Jeconiah and Josiah?
Because the book tells
Uh,
you. It's okay if you haven't read the book. Most people haven't, but so
I've read the book. I've read the
who is
Journeys
the
of our
father?
Lord Jesus.
Who's the father of Jeconiah?
They are not important. They are going to be judged like us.
They are
in the
important.
end,
Ask again,
right?
who's the father of Jeconiah?
Man, it says Josiah in your screen.
Okay,
It
so
was
then
Josiah.
then the book of Chronicles is wrong.
The book of Chronicles is wrong.
I'm asking you, is the
How?
book of Chronicles wrong? Because it says Jehoiakim is the
It
father of
might
Jeconiah.
like you it might be like one meaning wrong, right? The Bible is written. It's like
I mean, clearly one
inheritance.
of them has to be wrong. I'm just asking you which one. Is it Chronicler?
Like, you know, to be honest with you, I'm not like a person that knows details, so much
Yeah.
details in
All right, Shub, you're done here, buddy. Sorry. I don't know if you're ever worth bringing up. Just don't request again. You're nice enough, but like every time we talk, it ends in the same way. You can't track, follow, or have a conversation, which means you're really in the wrong place for this. Like
Not even a GPS could help that guy not get lost.
no. Yeah, like he always comes in half asleep and mostly concussed, and I'll never understand why he thinks that he's gonna like win people over for Jesus. But I'm gonna grab just a couple of super chats, and then we're gonna get based Alex Warner into the guest box next. Thank you for the super chat. It says I frequently argue with my friends on the prophecy of Jesus. How can I rebut them when she says that the New Testament is the prophecy? Thank you for your time. Well, I don't know how he could fulfill messianic prophecies that didn't exist until after he was dead. The New Testament certainly is not prophecy. If Jesus fulfilled prophecies, we need evidence that the prophecy was written prior to him being alive. And the reality is, nothing in the New Testament pre-existed Jesus actually as a human being. So that means you must turn to the Old Testament to find out where those messianic prophecies are. You can't just attribute prophecies to post-resurrection Jesus. And Dugald, great to see you, my friend. I hope you're doing well. It says, hey, friend, I have a few bucks finally. Have some. Well, thank you, Dugald. It's good to hear from you. I hope you're doing well. And Dark Ether Princess says, ex-Messianic Jew. Oh, that's exciting. Deconstructed it and deconverted almost 5 years ago. So much happier since then. Rock hard for Doug. Well, I'm glad to hear it. I do know, I feel like Messianic Jews are already in the process of deconstruction, which is how they came to Messianic Judaism in the first place. But I don't know how long they stay in it. I've seen a lot of people drop out for good reasons. Ancient Flames, good to see you, friend, says, what do you say to all those other culture stories point to God being real? Some just corrupted the truth. Well, I mean, the reality is, we could just say the same thing about them. Like, if you're talking to a believer and they're like, well, they had the truth and they corrupted it. Well, first of all, you can't prove it. Second of all, what would stop me from saying you corrupted the truth, right? Like, if you can make assertions without evidence, then I can make assertions without evidence. I mean, anyone can do that. It's not even hard. And White Magic has been going through it so bad lately. I prayed for a miracle. Not a minute later, my boss called and asked me to help out in Little Rock. Praise God. White Magic, I think I think didn't you send this super chat twice? You did. Well, I appreciate you sending it twice. You didn't have to. We definitely were going to read it eventually. I'm sorry we don't read them immediately when we get them, but we appreciate that. And last one from our friend Dr. Wasambla again says, for the kitties and the kitty cam, they help us get through the tough times like feel bro moments. I know. The kitties should be back anytime now. They're downstairs fucking probably playing in the litter box. Am I the only one that's got cats that feel like it's okay to play in the litter box? Because I have to bathe them like every day. It's starting to get pretty crazy, but like I don't remember any of my cats when I was younger doing this. It seems like it's specifically these two. All right, we've got based in here. Let me see. Is it based Alex? How you doing, Alex?
Yeah, it's based Alex. Like, you can just call me Alex. I mean,
Right.
I
So
I,
Alex,
I had to come up with the name. I came up with that.
fair enough. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yeah, I'm 38 and I'm a Christian.
Okay. And what's the best evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
Yeah, so I was on Ian's live earlier, and I was talking to him. So I think something that, and he said that you and I have something in common. I'm not good at philosophy. I took like a semester of philosophy in college, and was like, this literally makes no sense to me. But the historical textual criticism, I do enjoy, and that's something that I like, and so, anyways, Ian was like, you should talk to this guy. And I was like, okay, cool. So I'm here. And one of the things that I talked about to Ian was just Gary Habermas's like the minimal facts argument. And we had a discussion about it, but I wanted to get your take on Gary Habermas's minimal facts.
Yeah, well, first of all, I think he's a goof, and his research is never up to his advertising. He claims that he's got all these testimonials from other scholars. He doesn't. He claims that all scholars agree on his set of minimal facts. They don't. The reality is, I don't think I personally don't take Gary Habermas seriously, and the reality is, like, we've got tons of other resurrection accounts from ancient Greece and Rome. Like, it's not like the resurrection of Jesus was somehow unique. There's a bunch of people that claim to resurrect. Some of them from quite a bit of witnesses. In fact, Herodotus records the resurrection of one Aristeus, as does Diodorus and Plutarch. We've got, we've got so many ancient people that resurrected. I don't know why I would believe specifically in just the Jesus one.
Okay. I know that there was a claim that Nero resurrected, so I'm aware of that claim, which freaked the hell out of Christians and everything, which rightfully so. I mean, if you're being turned into Roman candles, I would definitely be freaked out as well.
I mean, that's why he shows up in Revelation 13. Revelation 13 is clearly a reference to Nero, 666 in the Greek, and
Yes,
616.
fully agree with you. Fully agree with you. The number, the name, the letters in Nero match the numbers in, hence why 616 and 666 like match the letter. Like, I think if I'm not mistaken, the letters in Greek match 616. The letters in Latin match 666, but I'm not sure.
The Greek is all over the place. The Latin says 616 because the Latinized spelling of Nero's name is Nero Kaiser, the same way we pronounce it. It comes up to 616. The Greek is Neron Kaiser because they've got a nominal ending that Latin doesn't have, not the same one. And so when you do gematria on that, it comes out to 666. That being said, there is one manuscript, P115, that says 616 even in the Greek, and there's an additional manuscript that says 606, which comes out to Gaius Kaiser, the nickname for Caligula, which was another Caesar that persecuted the Jewish people, and the Christians.
Well, mostly the Christians.
I mean,
he did persecute Jews. You are correct. He did persecute Jews.
Is there anybody that Caligula didn't persecute?
Well, that is true. I mean, he seems to be a pretty evil dude.
Yeah.
But so when it comes to just, my
point, Alex, and I don't want to, derail your talking point, but like, if Revelation 13 is supposed to be about how Nero is the Antichrist and that he revived from a mortal wound. This means like the predictions in Revelation were nonsense. They didn't come true.
Revelation is a very interesting book to study. It's almost a direct. I mean, if that book was to be written now, you would accuse that book of straight up plagiarism because of its almost direct quotations from the Old Testament in certain books. Like it would be accused of almost plagiarism immediately.
I'm not concerned about that. I'm concerned about the failed
No,
prophecies.
I know, but I mean, there's certain prophecies that I think have come true. I think a large portion of Revelation has come true already. I'm not a dispensationalist. I'm not a Zionist. I'm not any of those things. I would classify myself mostly as like amillennial. So Jesus is ruling on his throne from the moment that he went to heaven, and so he'll come when he comes back. Like everything ends.
Yeah. What's the proof that
type of
Jesus
thing.
is on the throne?
The fact that he's been, I would go to Matthew like 28, the Great Commission, where he says like all authority on heaven and on earth has been given to me.
The proof that he's on the throne is that a book says so.
I mean, I'm okay.
So
You can, yeah.
The difference,
I'm gonna
the difference
go to-
that we
I'm gonna-
have here is like you're going to say, well, this stuff in Revelation came true because other parts of the Bible says it will or it did come true. But I'm asking you, like, in reality, what is the evidence that any of it came true? Because when I read the book, it's full of failed predictions. Jesus said he was coming back within the lifetime of his disciples in Matthew 16, Matthew 10, and Matthew 24. And he just didn't do it. And the guy couldn't read the Hebrew Bible to save his life. He misquotes it. He adds to it. He only reads it in Greek. He has a fundamental misunderstanding of what prophecy even means. Like the New Testament is just a goof. It's written by a bunch of people who didn't know a single thing about the Jewish religion.
I mean, okay. When it comes to the prophecy that Jesus would come back in the lifetime of the disciples, correct me if I'm wrong, but Matthew 24, that's the Olivet Discourse, is it not?
It is, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So what I would argue there is Jesus is saying that within the lifetime of the disciples, this is going to happen. Like all of this must be fulfilled before you die. He's not necessarily saying I will return like when this happens. He's just saying all of this has to be fulfilled, and that's the destruction of the temple and basically the ending of the Jewish sacrificial system.
Well, no, Jesus never said once about the end of the Jewish sacrificial system. Not a single thing ever left his mouth about that. That's something that comes after his death. But in Matthew 24, he talk about the suffering. It says, immediately after the suffering of those days, the sun will be darkened, the moon will not give its light, the stars will fall from heaven, and the powers of heaven will be shaken. Then the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven, and all the tribes of the earth will mourn, and they will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. Did that happen?
I mean, according to Josephus, they definitely saw.
Did all the tribes of the earth mourn when they saw Jesus riding on the clouds?
I don't know. I don't know how to. There's a lot of interpretation that could go there, but I mean, I'm going to say we haven't seen that. We haven't seen that, but according to Josephus, when recording the destruction of the temple and the siege of Jerusalem, they did see like angel figures like in the clouds,
sure,
and stuff like that. So
yep. And Josephus has a really fanciful edition of 70 A.D. and that's great, but it doesn't fix what Jesus said in Matthew 24, which is that the second coming, the Son of Man, as we read in Daniel chapter 7, is going to happen within the lifetime of the disciples. In fact, he says it in 2 chapters later, in chapter 26. He tells the high priest that henceforth you will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of glory, so on and so forth. So this is the judgment scene. Chapter 24, chapter 25, and chapter 26 are all about the judgment. Jesus coming back and judging. This is all one discourse. Chapter 24 doesn't end the discourse. It goes on in the chapter 25. And he says,
You're
when
correct.
the Son of Man comes with the angels in the glory of his Father, he will bring all people to him, and he's going to separate the sheep from the goats, right? This was all supposed to happen within the lifetime of his audience.
Okay. I mean, I don't have, I'm going to be honest with you, I don't have any information on that. I don't, to be frank and honest, I don't think there's anything. I'm a Christian, like, through and through, like, I believe. I don't know. You can say it's for comfort. You could say it's for whatever. Like, I mean, to be frank and honest, I don't really care what you think, why I believe. I believe because I think it to be true. Like, I believe that Jesus Christ resurrected from the dead after being crucified on the cross. So, like, there's certain
But
thing, and then I see certain things in
why?
the Old Testament that confirm this.
But Jesus didn't fulfill a single messianic prophecy, not one.
He did fulfill a messianic prophecy.
I don't know of
He
any.
fulfilled
So,
several messianic prophecies.
well, my count's at 0. Which one did he fulfill?
Okay. The one from Zechariah about riding on the colt, like,
Oh
behold,
no.
Israel, your king comes riding to you on the colt of a donkey.
Zechariah 9.
Yeah, did he not fulfill that one?
No. I rode a donkey.
How
Did I
did he not
fulfill it?
fulfill that?
You know, Justin, it's crazy. I'm not super, like, I'm not a big student of history, but did Jesus cut off the war horse from Ephraim?
As it turns out, I don't believe he did. And verse 10 says he would. It says he will cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem, and the battle bow shall be cut off. And he shall command peace to the nations, and his dominion shall be from sea to sea, from the river to the ends of the earth. So it's an earthly kingdom after he defeats Israel's enemies. That's why it says, here comes your king, triumphant and victorious. Well, yeah, he's triumphant and victorious because the motherfucker just defeated all of his enemies. So, like, Jesus didn't do that. Just because the dude rode a donkey, I mean, impressively rode 2 donkeys, according to Matthew, it doesn't mean he fulfilled this prophecy.
Okay. I mean, then why does Matthew quote it, or why do several of the other gospel writers quote it when they
The
cite this
goof.
story?
Because they're
Because they're a
goofballs.
goof?
Yeah, they're idiots. They have no idea what they're doing. A dude riding a donkey doesn't become a king because he's on a donkey, and he doesn't fulfill the prophecy of defeating enemies of Israel by riding the donkey. Again, listen, I've ridden a donkey. That doesn't make me the fulfillment of this prophecy.
Yeah, but you didn't have, like, you weren't going into Jerusalem.
So what? You've already
With
decided that you
people-
don't have to. You've already told me you don't have to fulfill all the points of the prophecy. You can fulfill just one point of the prophecy and fulfill it. So the fact that it's in Jerusalem is irrelevant. I fulfilled at least the part where I rode the donkey.
Okay, where you
ride 2 animals at the same time, not just a donkey, to fulfill 2 different so-called prophecies?
What's that?
Jesus rode 2 different animals. One was a donkey. I forget what the other one was. Into Jerusalem to fulfill 2 different prophecies. It's almost like the guys writing book 2 knew about the prophecies in book 1 and tried to make them fulfilled.
Yeah, and not only that, I've got thousands of subjects. Put a K in the comments if I'm your king. We're gonna see a lot of K's in
Hail
the comments.
Justin.
Did we just have a whole day about none of those?
Yeah. So, anyways, my point is,
he's only a spiritual king, so it doesn't count.
Oh, temperature just dropped.
so my point is, like, Jesus didn't fulfill Zechariah 9. The prophecy is about a real, actual king on the actual earth that defeats Israel's enemies. So if he doesn't do that, he didn't fulfill the prophecy.
But he did defeat Israel's. He did, like,
No,
so
no,
a lot
he
of the
did
Jews,
not.
he did defeat but he defeated the greatest enemy.
No, he did not.
Yes, he did.
No, he did not. He defeated nothing. Satan is still roaring around like a lion, seeking who he may devour. He didn't do shit.
I would beg I mean, yes, But I would
I
also
know,
beg to
yes.
differ that he did defeat sin and death.
No, he didn't. It didn't need to be defeated. You don't have to defeat death. Yahweh already said he would resurrect the righteous. Nobody has to die for that. His death was silly. It accomplished nothing.
Well, okay,
Yahweh,
now we
Yahweh
get to
was Yahweh was already going to resurrect the righteous at the end, and nobody had to die for it.
yeah, but now we get to the proto-gospel.
No, you don't get to the proto-gospel.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, because the proto-gospel, Genesis 3:15, clearly says that the seed of the woman will
Oh, no.
crush the head of the serpent.
Where do they get these bad talking points from? It's crazy to me.
It's wild. This is literally, I was literally just debating this topic on my live like 30 minutes ago. It's crazy.
And I was just kind of wondering, the way I read that, it's supposed to be snakes biting humans, which means that the authors of Genesis don't know anything about constrictors.
Yeah, so like the reality is Genesis is referring to the relationship between snakes and human beings. In fact, the entity here is definitely a snake and not Satan. It says, "The Lord God said to the woman, 'What is it that you have done?' The woman said to the serpent tricked me, and I ate." And the Lord God said to the serpent, "Because you have done this, cursed are you among all animals and among wild creatures. On your belly you shall go." Snakes crawl on their belly. Snakes are part of the animals. Snakes are wild creatures. Why would God punish all snakes if snakes didn't have a damn thing to do with the garden? If this was Satan doing it, what a weird thing that God would punish snakes and not Satan.
What is the word? So, what's the Hebrew word for snake?
Nachash.
That's right, nakash. Is the Hebrew word for snake there meant to give the not an idiom, I guess a metaphor for
No, it's
Satan,
just
saying that he is cursed, that Satan is cursed, type of thing.
Nope, just a snake.
No?
Does
Yeah, it's
Satan
just-
crawl on his
just-
belly?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. There could be a lot of poetry there, especially when you look at biblical poetry and the way that is spoken by God there. It could be, there is some poetry into that in the way that it's written.
I don't find this to be poetic at all. This is just a story, other ancient Near Eastern stories about the relationship between snakes and human beings. In fact, in the Epic of Gilgamesh, we find something similar when he gets the plant of immortality from the Sea of Death and is sitting down by the shore. He has it snatched away, stolen from him by a wily snake. There's a bunch of like stereotypes in the ancient Near East of snakes kind of being the enemy of mankind, because they're tricky and they're slithery and you don't really see them coming. And so, what better enemy to put into the story other than what we already know from ancient Mesopotamia? Because the first 11 chapters of Genesis, almost everything in it is a mirror of Babylonian mythology. The first 11 chapters are just a playbook of them riffing on the Babylonians.
Some of it, you're correct. You are right. Some of it is that way. I mean, but it's not a direct copy of the Epic of Gilgamesh.
No. I'm not saying it's a direct copy. What I'm saying is they're taking these mythologies of the Babylonians and they're reworking them. And they're saying, no, here's how it really happened. It's like they're polemicizing the Babylonian mythologies. And that's fine. You can do that. But because I know that is what they're doing, because I've read the Babylonian literature, then obviously the snake is just a snake. There's no Satan to be blamed here.
Okay, and so then the crushing of the head and him striking the heel, what's the symbolism with that then? Because if that's not poetry, then
that's how you kill a snake.
But why would he be?
That's why ancient people are depicted as treading on the heads of snakes in the ancient world. Because that's how you kill them. You step on them.
So the
And-
category of this text is what we call an etiology. It's just a story that's meant to give like a explanation for a certain phenomenon. So like, why do women have pain when they give birth? Why do men struggle when they reap from the field? Why do they sweat by the sweat of their brow? They work for their food. Why do we tread upon snakes? The whole purpose of the Genesis story is meant to serve as an etiology for all these different phenomenon.
Hold on. Yeah.
And
So,
the first several chapters are, well, go ahead. I was just going to.
oh no, go on. Sorry, my wife just asked me to watch my daughter for a bit.
All right, go ahead and respond to Dalton.
So were you saying that it's like an idiom?
No.
An etiology.
What is an ideology? So is that ideology? Because I know what ideology means.
No. An etiology is just a story that's created in order to like give an explanation for like a certain condition or phenomenon within the world. Like, for example, why is it that the ancient Israelites don't eat a certain ligament from the hip bone? Well, you create a story about Jacob wrestling with an angel and he dislocates his hip, and that's why we do this. But in this case, it's giving an explanation for why humans are hostile towards snakes and why snakes are hostile towards humans.
Okay. All right.
And then if
Go ahead, Jim.
as you admitted, the first 11 chapters are all riffs on Babylonian stories, then how do we know that any of that actually sets up any of the preconditions for Jesus Christ and the New Testament?
Well, because Jesus believed him. Like Jesus clearly believed him. Jesus
So
clearly
Jesus-
believed in
if
Adam and
Jesus
Eve.
believed in mythology, does that make the mythology true? And then that would be the Babylonian mythology, wouldn't it?
Well, no, because there's a clear difference. Like unless you're Billy, what's his face that debated Wes Huff. There's a clear difference between the Epic of Gilgamesh and the Genesis story.
We keep using the word riff and takes on and things like that. So nobody here is actually saying that it's word for word. But what I am saying is that if they copied in some way the stories from Babylon and Jesus believed them, does that mean that the Babylon pantheon exists?
Well, no, but don't all like mythology stories have like some truth to them? Like, can't we all agree that there's like a little bit of truth in like every mythology story? Like something was true in that mythology story, not all of it. So like a great example would be like the Iliad and
Do you think
the Battle of Troy.
Do you think the Hindu mythologies are true?
I don't really know a ton about the Hindu mythologies, to be frank and honest with
Yeah.
you. So I can't speak on those.
Yeah, there's
I don't
a
think
large.
the answer actually got you out of the quandary I was asking. But if it's all mythology, isn't that just what Jesus is in the New Testament?
Well, no, because Jesus clearly seems to be different from every other like biblical prophet, biblical judge, all of that
Maybe
stuff. Jesus clearly
different in that he
because
lies
Jesus,
more.
well, okay, different in the fact that he is able to forgive sins, but nobody else is able to forgive sins.
Yeah,
Different
that's
in
the
the fact
lie.
that he's able.
He's not able to forgive sins. He's a goof.
So now it just makes me wonder. So in Lewis's C.S. Lewis thing, liar myth or liar
Liar, lunatic, or Lord?
you would say lunatic?
Yeah, he was a lunatic. He had a screw loose. He needs help.
There's a fourth option that you're not considering. Legend, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, I don't
I've
think
heard
we can
that.
say.
I've heard that.
I don't think we can say with any high confidence that the things said about Jesus in the Gospels are necessarily telling us the truth about what Jesus said and did. At least not in large part.
Yeah.
And so didn't the Jewish folks have a right they could do to get God to forgive them for for them offending them, sacrifices and things like that? So why does Jesus need to do it?
Well, not only that, there's all sorts of forgiveness in the Hebrew Bible without sacrifices. Like, you don't have to kill anything just to seek forgiveness. So, like, even the New Testament nonsense, like Hebrews 9:22, when it says, "Without the shedding of blood, there's no forgiveness of sins," simply not true.
Yeah, because you can offer quarts of flour and stuff like that for sin offerings if you're too poor to be able to afford like any
Or
animals.
or just be repentant. When David repents in 2 Samuel chapter 12, when he's confronted by the prophet Nathan, God forgives him on the spot.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that, but that gets to the heart. That goes to like Exodus 34:6 and 7, which is what like this key focal point of like the entire Old Testament of the Bible, because it's God describing his character, and you clearly see God say, "I will not forgive sin and iniquity," but then also Lord says, "I will not
Oh,
leave the guilty
no.
unpunished," but then also says like, "I'm forgiving of sin and iniquity."
And finish it. Verse 7 says what?
Uh,
Says, "Surely I will not leave the guilty unpunished. I will
yeah,
visit the
surely I will
iniquity
not
of the
leave the
father upon the children, and the
on the
children's
third
children
and
into the
fourth
third and fourth
generation.
generation," which, trust me, that does line up with God's character. He punishes innocent generations for the crimes of their father all the time. I don't think that's a good look for him. Do you
Okay,
think
I
that
mean,
it's
I
right
think
to
that
punish children for their parents' crimes?
I well, hold on, Jim.
Oh, Jim, you
Uh,
broke up on us.
yeah, so I would say that the way I view that, and I think a lot of biblical people would view that, is that not necessarily God saying, "Hey, I'm going to punish you for your father's like example, like sin of alcoholism," but I will uh, allow that sin to be a struggle for you to see if you're able to overcome it.
But the problem is he didn't say that, right? So what he says is that he's going to visit the iniquity upon the children. The iniquity is the sin or the guilt. He's going to visit that upon the children. Didn't say anything about addiction or like, genetic traits. They don't know anything about genes here. And we see God
Well,
doing
yeah,
that in the Hebrew Bible. God punishes children and great-grandchildren and great-great-grandchildren all the time for the crimes of their ancestors. So, like,
yeah, but I
didn't
mean,
you mention the
you're right. We
Amalekites?
do. Yes, I've definitely heard of the Amalekites. I'm fully aware of the Amalekites. Them attacking Israel as they came out of Egypt, and then God basically saying like, I will."
I will blot them out.
I will blot them out. He held a grudge.
And then he
Um,
did. How many years later was it when he blotted them out?
it wasn't until Esther.
It was well, I mean, the attempt was made in 1 Samuel under the reign of King Saul.
Yes, against King Agag, and then Haman, lo and
Mhm.
behold, is an Agite, which is a direct descendant of King Agag. So it wasn't until Haman was killed that they were fully blotted out.
I don't think they were fully blotted out, but that's neither here nor there. The problem is 400 years later, God says, "Okay, now I'm gonna punish them, people who didn't do the crime."
Well, he says the iniquity of the Amalekites is not yet complete. So they clearly seem to
Amorites.
have been, or Amorites. So they
That's
clearly
a
seem to be
that's a
getting
different
more and more.
That's a different passage. You're referring to Genesis 15 when God says he's sending the Israelites into Egypt and they'll be slaves there for 400 years because the iniquity of the Amorites have not yet been completed.
Okay, yeah,
So,
but
but that doesn't fix the problem. My point is the Amalekites are being punished for a crime that they didn't commit. It says in verse 2, I'll put it on the screen so you know I'm not lying to you. Thus
I
saith the
don't
Lord of
think that
hosts.
you. Hold on real quick. I don't think you're a liar. Like you've been good faith. I've been good faith.
Mhm.
I'm not coming at you with like really hostile. I hope you don't think I'm coming at you with
No,
really hostile energy. And
I don't
so,
I don't think that you think I'm a liar. It's just that a lot of Christians do think that I'm a liar. So I always put the verse on the screen.
okay.
Okay. So it says, "Thus saith the Lord of hosts, I will punish the Amalekites for what they did in opposing the Israelites when they came up out of Egypt." So the punishment that's being handed down in 1 Samuel 15 is for what happened 400 years prior. But none of these people living did that thing. They just happen to be ancestors of the Amalekites, and he's murdered. He's having even the babies murdered. Why? Why would he do all that? If he hated the Amalekites so much, just prevent them from giving birth. Don't make the poor babies get born and then have to slaughter all the babies by the sword.
Yeah, I would just say that God's the author of life, and because he's the author of life, he's able to take life, and he's able to determine how he wants to take life.
Oh, you don't want to do divine command theory, do you?
I
Okay.
mean, that
So
would
then,
be
if
that would be
God,
my argument.
I know you have to, because you believe that this is true, so you have to do divine command theory. It is what it is. So then, if God tells Alex that you have to murder a baby because I'm judging them for what their parents did, it would be good to murder the baby.
Well, see, that's where I would say that if I'm claiming that God's talking to me, like some Christians I know, kind of kooky, or very charismatic, I would be like, no, the canon's closed. So
Well, I didn't ask
clearly,
you
I'm
if you
not
would.
supposed to.
I didn't
Not
ask you if
supposed to
you
do
would
that.
do it. I'm asking you, would it be right to obey God? If God showed up right now and said, Alex, I have my reasons. I'm judging these people, and I need you to kill this baby. It would be right to kill the baby?
I would say no.
So
Right now,
God
if we're
would
going based
so
off of
God would
right
be
now, if
wrong
we're going
then.
based off of well, if we're going
So
based off of right
is
now, I would say
it
no.
not within God's character to command you to kill a baby?
I mean, it is within his character, yes.
Okay, so then why would you say that it would be right to disobey him? Is it ever right to
Because
disobey God? Isn't that the definition of sin?
well, yes, it is, but it's
Okay, so
presently that's not how he communicates anymore. He has revealed himself
that's
and
not in the
everything that
Bible
we
at
need to
all.
know in Scripture.
The Bible does not say even for 1 second that God won't give future commands. In fact, quite the opposite.
Actually, I would say Hebrews 1 and 2.
No, it does not say that God will cease to speak to human beings. He killed Ananias and Sapphira after Jesus already passed away. After Jesus already passed and resurrected, all that nonsense, he literally had Peter kill Ananias and Sapphira. So, like, we know that he's having people taken out even after the whole new covenant nonsense is done.
Okay. Well, I will have to come back to you because I have to do some stuff with my my wife, and we have some friends coming in to town tonight. So so doing some stuff there with getting the house ready. It's been good talking with you. It's
Yeah, thanks
really
for
been
coming by, Alex.
enjoyable. Yeah, no problem. I will be back. I followed you, so I will talk to you later.
Okay. All right, cheers, friend.
Yeah, later.
I don't know if that's a conversation he wanted, but that's a conversation he got. At least he was nice about it. Okay. Friends, I'm going to read a couple of super chats. We'll get our next guest in here shortly. Thank you for being here. It's Friday night. We're going to have lots of fun tonight. We got Dalton and Jim in the house. Speaking of House 70 says, I grew up in middle of Orthodox Christian country. It's 99% fire, brimstone, and keeping people down. Very depressing. That is the case. I'll never understand why, it's especially in America. We love the hellfire and brimstone preaching. I think it's because for a lot of people, it's effective. If you can scare people into not defecting, a lot of them won't defect. Kevlar, thank you for the super.
I was gonna say my pastor growing up was one of those pastors that would like hoop and holler and jump up and down and run down the aisles. He was a very entertaining to listen to.
Oh yeah, at least they're fun. Kevlar says, listening to your debates at work has been great. Hope you all have a nice and relaxed holiday season and a productive new year. Well, thank you, Kevlar. I really appreciate that, friend. And yes, I'm looking forward to it as well. I'll be taking some time off for Thanksgiving, for the 4 days weekend or whatever. It should be a good time. Socks, thank you for the 666. Hell Nero says, so confused on Deuteronomy 22. How can the man ever make false charges all he has to do is look down. Only the woman is on the hook. No? What am I missing? Well, I mean, kind of. The bloody sheet was tricky because not everybody practiced it the same. But typically what would happen is there would be a wedding tent, and then there would be attendants who set the bed for the couple. They would watch the couple go in, they would watch the couple go out, and then they would collect the sheet. And then the sheet would go to whoever deemed necessary as the keeper of the sheet. Sometimes the parents, sometimes the bridegroom, or not the bridegroom, I mean the groomsmen. Just kind of depend on your local tradition. That being said, the man, if he doesn't have the sheet and she doesn't have the sheet, let's say somebody else is holding on to it sometime later, the reality is the man can say anything he wants to and hope that the sheet doesn't turn up, right? It's just one of those things. You know, theoretically, what would have happened is it would have been pretty much immediate. He would have accused her immediately the day of. And you know, I understand that like the mechanics of everything can be weird, but the thing is we know that people were doing it. In fact, there are cultures today that still have this practice. It was very common. In fact, people in ancient times, Ryder, thank you for the money gun. People in ancient times would literally bring like a little bit of like blood with them to the marital chamber to make sure that there would be blood on that sheet. It happened a lot, even in the medieval period. Medieval Europe, there were people practicing this tradition, and they would bring blood with them to make sure that the sheet had blood on it. So it's a tough one. And Weezer says, Justin, I'm working on a surprise. Oh, really? For you and your members, what's the best way to contact you? Email, Discord, or social? I think email is the best. If you go to my YouTube profile, you'll find my email. That's all official business should be going there. It says, please say Weezer in your reply so I can find it using Control F. In my reply in my email, or like right now, like can you do a word search on audio? I didn't know that was a thing. Anyways, Weezer. Hopefully it turns up. Randy, welcome in, my friend. Great to see you. Thank you so much for 20 Deconstruction Zone memberships. That's huge. Not just 20, another 20. That's 40 Deconstruction Zone memberships. Thank you so much, Randy. That is huge. I really appreciate that, friend. Just some W's for our friend Randy in here. And Small Johnson, great to see you, says, can we get a counter for how many times you have to explain how conversations work? I know. Small Johnson, it's amazing to me that there are people out there that they think having a conversation is somebody responding to you and then you just not responding to them and obfuscating the point. I don't know why people think that's a conversation. And Side, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, just wanted to say hi and good night. Love to all. Well, thank you, Side. I really appreciate that. Love to you. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're having a great night. And Snickerdoodle's with us. Good to see you, Snickerdoodle. Thank you for the super chat. Says, I feel for the guest who is in deconstruction. I miss worship and all the feels. I resent being raised to need or enjoy what I got from old hymns and worship songs. I miss feeling love for or from a God who doesn't exist after all. I get that there is like the whole church God experience evokes emotions and things like that, and we like those. And then when we can't have them anymore, it can be disappointing. I get that, and the loss of community. But we're building our own community here, friends. And Reverend Nate, good to see you, says Jimmy and Forrest are live right now. I didn't know that, so I'll be flipping back and forth. And holy shit, Jim Barrows is here too. Yay! I am overwhelmed with fantastic content and creators. We've got so many good creators in the community right now. I'm astounded by the growth of the community. I'm going to do one more super chat from Grumpy Green Eye. Thank you for the 16 New Zealand dollars. Says, rather than JHWH sending his son to be Hun 6, I think it hung on the cross, the Sky Daddy sent his blessings to Justin and Dalton, so they are hung like a donkey. A double donkey. A double donkey.
That
Actually,
reminds me, Justin, for future references. So Rashi, in his commentary on Zechariah, says that the donkey is symbolic for humility. So if they're going to be throwing around like spiritual fulfillments or prophecies, all you got to do is say that you like were humble and walked into Jerusalem and you fulfilled the prophecy.
Yeah, basically. And it is interesting too because, like, I don't know if double donkey has any meaning. It certainly could be that the double donkey was Satan because, snakes have two penis. What's the plural of penis? Penises? I don't know. I'm
I'm
just
gonna
saying.
go with peni.
Peni sounds like the Latin version, right? Oh well. Let's grab our next guest in here. It looks like it's going to be either JD or Dan. I don't know who I was going to grab. I might not have announced who I was going to grab. I'm going to grab JD because I think they've been in here longest. And then after that was Dan. Welcome in, JD. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yep. JD, which God do you believe in?
Hello? Yeah. Justin, the reason why I joined this is because is there a way to contact your email or something, and how fast do you respond to it?
It's on my YouTube. You'll find my email on my YouTube profile, and I usually respond within a week.
Yeah, okay. The reason why I joined because I just had a small request, and I'll just explain it on the YouTube if you want it there. I mean on the email. Yeah.
Yeah, email's fine.
All right. Yeah, that was it. Yeah.
Okay. Cheers, bud.
Cheers.
Sounds like he's not having a good time. I hope he's okay. All right, we'll grab Dan next after that. Sounds like he might be deconstructing as well. We've had quite a few people come in deconstructing. Dan, welcome in. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Hey, deconstruction. I am above 18. And actually, no, I'm an atheist. I did have a question. I don't know if you're only taking Christians, but I had a question related to the Bible, and I wanted to know your take.
We are doing debates. I mean, I can take one question since you're already up, but we're just doing debates, friends.
Okay, sure. So I was having a discussion with a Christian specifically about Exodus 21, 20 through 21, the one where it says if you beat him with a rod, and if he dies within a day or two, then he is to be punished. So I was having this discussion with a Christian, and the Christian basically, obviously, just my point was to show, hey, the Bible is okay with slavery. Not only is it okay with slavery, it's okay to beat them. And the Christian was arguing that, well, that's not true at all. They had laws that would protect them, and that's why essentially what they were trying to say is that the word within that verse in Hebrew, the punishment is equivalent to being put to death. He was saying, oh, these slaves were protected. If they were to die, the slave owner would be put to death. To which I argue that the verse doesn't seem to say that. It says that they were to be punished, which I interpret that as maybe a penalty, some kind of financial penalty. And I'm curious if you know the background behind that verse.
Yeah, so nakam in Hebrew could mean capital punishment. It could be not capital punishment. Sometimes it's used for capital punishment, sometimes it's not. I don't think that's relevant to the conversation because there's two things why it's not relevant. Number one is this is clearly for beating your Hebrew slave. The whole chapter is about Hebrew slaves. There seems to be no really rules given about foreign slaves. But that being said, verse 21 makes it entirely irrelevant. It says, if the slave survives for a day or two, there's no punishment. Meaning, if a man beats his slave so severely that the slave accidentally gets unalived later, there's no punishment for it.
Right. Agreed. How do we know that this is for Hebrew slaves, though? I didn't see that in the text.
The whole chapter only mentions Hebrew slaves. If you go to the beginning of Exodus 21, it starts out telling you, when you buy a male Hebrew slave, he shall serve 6 years, so on and so forth. And then all the slaves in the rest of this verse is in the context of dealing with Hebrews.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Just like in Leviticus 25, everything in there is about Hebrews, and then you get to one little paragraph where it's like, okay, and here's what to do with the foreigners, right? So like when they start the conversation, starting and ending the conversation, talking about what to do with your Hebrew people, then, within the context, we would be right to assume that this is a conversation about what to do with Hebrews, or else they would explicitly tell you otherwise.
God, I'm not sure if it's within Exodus, but there's another verse that basically kind of goes into, it describes an eye for an eye, right? If you stab if you gouge a fellow Israelite's eye, and the punishment's eye for an eye. But if you gouge a slave's eye, then his treatment is to be set free. Which I don't know, is that also within the Exodus? Because that's why I thought that it followed that maybe it was referring to foreign slaves. Because I mean, the text makes it very clear that the punishment for against a crime against an Israelite is not the same for a punishment against a crime for a slave. They weren't considered equal.
It's the same chapter, and it's for Hebrews, because Hebrew slaves could get their freedom. In Leviticus 25, we learned that foreign slaves never get their freedom. So in the book of Exodus, male slaves go free in the 7th year. Women, not so much. Women become concubines quite often. But if you knock out the eye of a slave, then they can get their freedom. But I have no reason to believe that this is going to apply to foreigners.
Right. Agreed. Okay. Well, hey, I appreciate it. That answers my question.
Sure. Hey, best luck, man. Cheers.
Yeah, thanks.
A lot of people out there doing debates now. I'm glad to see it. Rock hard for Doug. Good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says we've got a jam session tonight with our local band, the Garage Bandits. That's a great name. I like that. And love the cookout pregame. Rock hard for Doug and simply what for sharing. Well, listen, we love that for you. Hopefully you rock out for Doug. And last one from Dr. Stary Guitar. Thank you for the $50 super chat. I appreciate that. It's huge. It says, at night, I see a monster in the corner of my room. Then my mind clears, and it's a chair with clothes. It stops being a monster forever. I mean, that is the case. Like, when people are coming out of these religions, they're afraid of so much. The boogeyman devil and demons and hell and whatnot. But once you see clearly, like, what's actually happening, you're not afraid of that shit anymore. Like, I don't spend 1 second worrying about hell because I don't believe it exists. Thank you, doctor. I appreciate that. All right, let's get next guest in here. Welcome in, all.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes to both.
Okay, and which God do you believe in?
I don't hold to any religious concept of God. Just hold to classical theism.
Gotcha. So you're not a Christian?
No, I'm not. I'm not a Christian, Muslim, Hindu, etc.
Okay, so then you would just say, I denounce Jesus, Yahweh, and Allah?
Yes, I denounce Allah, Jesus, etc.
Okay, fair enough. So I'll get the Philbro timer on the board. You get 10 minutes to give us your bad syllogism. And when you're done with 10 minutes, you have to move on to another one.
Yeah, so let me get like a syllogism real quick. Let's just get the modal ontological argument, if you know what that is. Probably not.
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah, so premise 1 is just going to be, if it's possible that a maximum grade being exists, it follows that it exists in a possible world. If it follows that it exists in a possible world, it must exist in all worlds, because it's again defined as necessary. Something necessary cannot not fail to exist it, so it has to exist in all possible worlds as we perceive them.
Yeah, you think I had time to write all that down?
I know what he's talking about. He was talking about Anselm's ontological argument.
No, it's not. It's Plantinga's, but okay.
Whatever. The counter argument is the same. I can imagine a greater God than the one in the Bible. Just because I can imagine it, it doesn't exist. I can imagine the best possible island, and that also doesn't exist. I mean, just because you imagine it doesn't mean it exists.
Yeah, again, we're not saying that. We're saying if it's possible that X exists, X must not contain any logical or metaphysical errors, and X must have or be defined within its ontology. So X must have the most definitive position of being necessary. Now, what you just
it's almost like he didn't actually respond to Jim, like, because you can imagine something doesn't have anything to do with whether or not it's possible.
Right. Well, and when you start using things like X, when you start saying things like X and going through all of that, just plug my name in there for X instead, and then you've just proven I'm God.
Okay, so what you just mentioned is, yes, those can be real in a different possible world. I could grant that, but I'm saying
then it's true in all worlds.
Wait, well, how though? Wait, can you tell me how?
Yeah, I'm God in all
gonna be
worlds.
necessary?
Yeah, according to your syllogism, if it's possible in one world, it's possible in all worlds.
No, that just means you're ignorant because we're saying it must be
Those
possible.
were your
through
words,
all
not mine.
worlds, because
Hey, sorry, y'all. It's possible I'm God.
That would be illogical since you're not defined as necessary, nor are your ontologies.
Yes, I define myself as necessary.
Wait, yeah. How do you know that? Like, how do you know you're defined as necessary?
I believe in the transcendental argument for Jim Barrows. He is the necessary entity that brings all things into existence.
Yeah, I'm saying yes. That would only be applicable if your ontology is defined as necessary, which it is not.
Yes, it is. My ontology is defined as necessary because I define it that
Can you
way.
tell me? Yeah, how is your
because I
ontology
define it
defined
that
as
way.
necessary?
All you're doing is defining God that way. I'm defining myself that way. I'm doing the same
No,
thing you
again, we're
are.
not defining
I'm just
God that
making it
way.
look ridiculous.
No, we're saying the best and coherent logical response is that
I am the best and coherent, logical, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, so is your fat ass just gonna like keep, I guess insulting me?
Yes, keep mocking
there
you.
it
Yes,
goes.
because it's a dumb argument.
Wait, how is it a dumb argument?
Little baby crash out so soon.
Because you can't prove it's not me.
Well, yeah, so I'll just ask you one more time, which metaphysical property that you share that's going to be within the necessary category?
All of them.
Okay, so are you all-knowing?
Yes.
Okay, if you're all-knowing, then you would have said that prior to when I said, are you all-knowing? So that means you're not all-knowing.
No, I work in mysterious ways.
Yeah, again, you're not attacking the argument. I don't see, where's the relevance to what you're
No,
saying
I'm making
right
fun of the
So
argument.
again,
I'm not attacking it. I'm reducing it to its most ridiculous
fails
component.
because it confuses something being probable into existence. I'm saying if the predicate given is defined as necessary,
So here's the problem with using the word
necessary in all possible worlds.
Yeah, that's me. You can't get away from the fact that I can define that as me, no matter how you look at it.
And I'm saying
and
that's
you
impossible
keep saying
because
possible in
humans are
all
defined
possible
as
worlds.
contingent.
It's possible in all possible worlds that pigs will come flying out of my lily white backside today.
I believe that.
Do I care?
Hey, Jim, are you made of matter? Yes or no?
I'm God. I'm made of everything.
He's transcendental,
yes
obviously.
Yeah,
Okay,
transcendental, obviously.
Matter, wait, I'm gonna prove how ignorant you are.
Not only matter.
If you're made of matter, then by definition you're contingent. Something cannot be contingent.
No,
within,
you didn't hear me. Not only matter.
Yeah, again, I'm saying that's a contradiction. Something cannot be immaterial while still being material at the same time.
No, it's not. I'm doing it right now.
So, you affirm contradictions?
No,
I'm
no,
doing it right
I'm
now
not
because I'm God and all powerful, and I imagine myself being able to do it.
Yeah, are you okay? Yeah. So when we say God's all powerful, we're not saying he could do contradictions, but of course you wouldn't know that because again, I'm taking the position of classical.
Oh no, I do know that. That's the most common definition I use for omnipotent. My
so
point
God can
is
do
that
logical
I
contradictions?
can do it because the greatest possible God I can imagine is me creating contradictions.
Wait, so perfect. So God can do logical contradictions.
I can, yes, because that's the greatest God I can imagine.
Yeah, and I'm not saying if you could imagine X, then X must exist. Can you show me where I said that?
Somewhere in there, you said something like that. It's
no, I want you to quote
it's the basic presuppositionalism is all you're doing, and I'm presupposing I'm God.
Wait, yeah,
and
can you show me where
I can use any argument you make, substitute my name in it, and it works when you're talking about a metaphysical or transcendental argument. This is the problem with transcendental arguments.
Yes, are you done?
Was I talking?
I know. The funny thing about conversations is that when somebody's no longer talking, that's usually how you know that they're actually done. I know conversations are hard for people like you because you never had a real one, but that's how they work.
No, we're gonna stop insulting and actually attack the argument. So again,
now he doesn't like insulting. The guy who came up here calling people dumb, stupid, and fat now all of a sudden isn't okay with insulting. Are you brain dead?
Did you
get concussed? You get concussed on the way in here? I think you're confused.
There's a difference. Wait. There's a difference.
There is no transcendental argument you can make that I can't substitute myself in. and I am
Yeah,
making
I'm
fun of
saying
the
by
argument.
definition, you cannot be necessary based on your qualia or the properties you share. It does not
No, he is
perfectly
necessary.
align with the criteria.
I am
Okay, if
necessary.
you're okay, perfect. If you're necessary, are you saying you could have always existed?
Yes.
Perfect. If you
In
could
all
have always
possible worlds, I
existed,
could
but
have
creation implies
possibly
temporality,
existed.
how's that possible?
What was the
In all
question?
possible.
Yeah. I'm saying if you could have always existed, how would that be possible when creation implies temporality? Can you tell me?
Because I thought it up and made it so.
Yeah,
I'm
and how
God.
does that solve the
So
problem?
he
Like, I can
Because I'm
imagine a
manifested.
God.
unicorn. It doesn't mean a unicorn exists. That's
He
not what the more
manifested.
ontological argument is saying.
He manifested from the transcendental to the physical.
Yeah, but we're not saying that though. We're saying
I'm
the
vibrating between the
transcendental
two.
has that ontology, which we could prove. So if it has that ontology, it must be true in all possible
No,
worlds.
Jim
Yes,
has.
and I am true in all
Jim
possible
has
must
it.
have
worlds.
that ontology.
Jim is true in all possible worlds.
Yeah, how would that be coherent when Jim is contingent since he's composed of matter?
He's not
I
contingent.
never said I was composed. I was matter. I'm
You're
doing
not
both at
composed
the
of
same
matter?
time.
Wait, perfect. Yeah, I'm gonna prove
So,
how ignorant you are. When something's
so,
going to be immaterial, it cannot.
so I tried to tell you earlier, and you weren't paying attention. Jim is not just made of material; he's also made of all of the transcendental stuff. Whether you think transcendental things exist isn't even a question. You're making essentially a tag argument for God, right? So all we're saying is whatever the transcendental stuff you think exists, Jim's also made of. Some of it's not material. You can believe in Platonism, and there's a whole range of transcendental shit that exists that's not material. What we're saying is Jim, while he does have a material presence, is also made of an eternal transcendental nature.
Yeah, I'm just
You wanna
using
say that
my
matter
meat
is not a
puppets.
transcendental
I'm just
property,
using my
right?
meat suit.
Yeah, you're saying you're gonna be
I'm
composed.
animating my meat suit. That's all I'm
No,
doing.
no, okay, hold on. I'm saying matter is not a transcendental property, so you can't add it on to that.
No, I'm talking to you through my meat suit. Otherwise, I couldn't talk to you at all. So I have to have a meat suit. So I'm just animating a bunch of flesh. I created it out of dust. It was kind of fun.
Guys, this is just not even answering the question.
It's
pointless.
embarrassing. So did God not exist before he created all the matter?
No, God is immaterial, so that'll be impossible.
No. Did God not exist until he created matter?
God always existed. What do you mean? That's
Okay. So then Jim always existed
exist.
even before he created matter and manifested himself in that matter.
Wait, how would that follow though? When he
It just,
has the actual
how would that follow?
potentiality
It's
to
I just told you he always existed. He was immaterial, and then he created all matter, and then he manifested himself inside of matter. Not even
so
hard.
you believe that you could just wait, hold on. So you believe that you could
Praise
erase the essential
Jim.
property, which
Praise Jim.
wait, answer my question. Wait,
The
answer
essential
my question.
property. I just told you the essential property. It's
Yeah,
defined
the essential
by Jim.
property is being immaterial. How can someone gain another property?
The essential property is what Jim defined as being essential, and not only essential, it's necessary. Jim's necessary existence is why we're here, and it's also why you're out of time now. You got 15 seconds left on the clock. You have no argument. This is bad. This argument doesn't work on grown adults. It might have worked on your teenage cousin who didn't know any better, but it doesn't work on actual adults. So we're gonna move on to the next guest. But I do like the mute game. I can do this for a while.
You're ignorant.
I think he's just evolved into nothing but insults.
Now, thanks for the galaxy ride.
Well, that is kind of cool.
Now, I don't know why he thinks he's going to get a word out here.
I'm just glad that I'm not the only guy coming up here debating that gets called fat ass. Like that's been my title for the longest time. So I'm glad to share it with somebody.
I'm almost 400 pounds. Last time I weighed myself, I was 380 pounds. I am definitely fat. So thank you for describing me accurately.
Did he use the F slur just a minute ago? Did I hear that right?
No, he just repeated the word fat ass.
Oh, okay. It's hard to tell because he's just up here crashing out and I'm muting him so fast. It's hard to tell which insult is coming out of his mouth. I wonder how long he can keep this up for. It's kind of interesting.
That is kind of interesting.
My question, please.
I love how
he's still talking and thinking we can hear him. Doesn't he
still
know what the
thinks
mute button looks like?
He still thinks he's in control here. Like, you were never in control for not even 30 seconds, my man. You're deeply confused about where you're at and what's happening.
Yeah. This is, I think, the fundamental problem with the transcendental argument or any metaphysics argument. Because when you start talking about all possible worlds and all the rest of that, you're not talking about this universe, which is the only one that we care about. And while metaphysics has uses, this is not one of them.
No, it's certainly
you
not.
could just do exactly what I did, and we could substitute rock. We could substitute Doug.
Yeah, why are you dodging the
Yeah,
debate, you
praise.
absolute retard?
Oh, there he goes. He's so mature.
There it is.
He's so mature. All right. Well, we're gonna
You
cut
joined
you.
the
Okay. You're not adult enough to be here. All right. When your testes drop, let us know. Maybe we'll bring you back. Okay. Well, there you go. I'll make sure before I forget. Let me add him to the clip list. Yeah, his name was All. On TikTok, and I think I'll list him as Philbro Crash Out. Crushed to Pebbles by Jim. Fantastic. Now he'll be clipped eventually, friends. He really showed us. Jim, do you believe in his God now?
Well, I believe in myself. So yes.
You know what? The funny thing is, I know beyond a shadow of a doubt that asshat does believe in some formalized God. There's not a single human being alive who runs these bullshit transcendental arguments for God that aren't part of some religion. They didn't learn these dumb arguments until they already started to realize that their religion didn't make any sense and they needed some sort of way to justify believing in God, and then they started to learn philosophy. Nobody comes to the nameless, formless God through philosophy. That's not how that works at all. But let me grab a couple super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Relax with Russell ASMR. Good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. It says, Alex, just let something slip. He said kind of kooky about Christians who say they hear God speaking to them, but if God is true and real, why are they kooky? It's like intuitively he knows. Oops. You're right. That is kind of a slip, isn't it? Because like if God is real, there should be nothing strange or kooky about God speaking to anybody. He does it all the time. It's like one of his like most repeated functions in the Bible. And Gumby Green says the sky donkey is the most humble of the gods and reports that Jesus didn't ride him, though he was always happy to take his kids for a ride. That may be the case. I don't know much about the sky donkey, but I believe the sky donkey is probably more real than the sky carcass, if I'm wagering. And Alien Magi says, I've never donated to a content creator before, but you deserve it. Well, thank you, Alien Magi. Thanks for everything you do. Hope you don't mispronounce my name. Hi, Discord chat. Well, I mean, it looks like Alien Magi, right? I mean, I could be wrong. I've been known to mispronounce names before, but I think I've got that one. Paul, thank you for the super chat, says, I don't understand when Christians say Jesus gave up everything. What did he lose permanently? Not a damn thing. Donating all my money to charity, knowing I get it back in 3 days equals not a sacrifice. Indeed, he didn't sacrifice shit, and he didn't even take the punishment. If the punishment is that we are eternally separated from God and in hellfire, and Jesus is not eternally separated from God and in hellfire, he did not take our punishment. He had a bad hangover. That was it. And Design says, mockery is to God, add water is to a witch. Mockery is to God as water is to a witch. What a world. It is the one thing God says, that he will not be mocked, but like, what a crazy thing to say. God like has been mocked literally eternally throughout all of history. We're doing it right now. Xjazmo says, the funniest thing about Christian Philbros is you can be maximally certain their virtue is intact. He'll say, I would say not intact is my guess. That Philbro that came up here, his virtue was not intact. He showed his ass pretty early. And Peapot, very good to see. It says, if a Philbro is honest in a forest and no one is there to hear it, was he ever honest at all? Well, if I'm wagering, no. I very rarely meet an honest Philbro, which is why they don't get much time up here. And Bunny Bismuth says Philbro should be given penalties on the time every time they insult a host or demand an answer or be given a list of words they can't use. Oh, so true. You're right. Every time they insult and they always do, by the way. This is something that is unique to Phil Bros. When their syllogism doesn't work the first time, they immediately go right to insulting the host. It's their go-to tactic. They think that it's good rhetoric. Like, if you can't win the argument, you can at least win the poop smearing contest. They think that's good rhetoric. It's not. It might have worked in your junior high philosophy class, but it doesn't work in real life. And last one for now from Yolante. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. It says, you should add God and anatomy. I think we have that on the list, don't we? On our resources list on the spreadsheet. Let me see. I mean, it's a good book for sure.
I've got both the audiobook and the physical copy, although the physical copy belongs to my friend Ashland, and I need to send it back to her in the mail. But the audiobook is so good because Francesca Stavrakopoulos actually reads it herself, and she's got such a good reading voice.
Oh, no way. I didn't know that. I'll make sure it's on the list if it's not on the list, friends, and we'll make sure it gets linked up. But yeah, Francesca is I mean, let's just be honest, Francesca's awesome. But yeah, we definitely will add it up there. And it says, also got a new software engineer job offer. Just wanted to share and pay my tithe. Praise Doug. Well, hell yeah. Congratulations on the new software engineering job offer. Big W. And hope you have fun. Software engineering's a good time. I probably spent more of my time doing software than electrical stuff, even though my training is in engineering. But let me grab Joshua from the queue, and then we'll keep the conversations moving. I think Joshua was next in line. Joshua, welcome in. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes and yes.
Okay. And which God do you believe in?
I believe in the Christian God.
Sure. And what do you think is the greatest evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
The existence of cancer.
Go ahead.
Clearly, there has to be some higher force that is doing these horrible things to us. I believe in the Christian God, but I think that God created everything, right? So he must have created Satan. So in that case, God is Satan. That's why I believe in the Christian God, but I do not worship him. Think about Bohemian Grove. They're sacrificing babies on an altar.
Yeah, that's adorable, but what does any cancer have to do with proving God is real? Like, I can just say, listen, the reason why cancer exists is because of the cancer unicorn. It's the evil twin of the life-granting unicorn, and she went wayward about 4 million years ago. Like, you can make up anything to justify what you're seeing around you. We're trying to figure out why God.
No, I absolutely agree. Perhaps everything exists, including that cancer-causing unicorn. Like think about it. Why do there's things like curses and people that have been unlucky and unlucky, and how can that all just be like this pure possibility? Like in history, there's been just people with tons of bad luck, and if there is most likely a man in the sky trying to he's jealous of us as humans.
So,
He
Josh,
knows
didn't you say that do you think the Bible's true?
Yes, I do believe the Bible's true.
So, but just not true when it describes God's attributes?
I think I think the factual existence of the Christian God is true, but I feel like the Bible is a lie and it's been pushed by the New World
Okay.
Order since
So the Bible's not true.
okay. For the existence of God, yes, but on the moral claims on what he presents himself to be as all good, all this, I think that is not true.
Yeah, cool. So, what's the evidence again that this weird, twisted God exists?
Cancer and unlucky people.
It's not evidence.
What would you classify as reliable? Like, what evidence would you accept?
I accept all
Tangible
kinds of
physical
evidence,
evidence?
but not that evidence. That's because that's not evidence.
Okay.
So, like, what evidence I would accept is irrelevant. The reality is, what you just listed is not evidence. You're just saying, well, here's why, right? Here's something I see. I'm just going to blame it on God. But that's not evidence. That's just something you believe. That's like your opinion, man.
Okay. Okay. Let me think. I don't know if this is right, but I've heard that like Jehovah's name or is like in your DNA or something.
Oh, for
And I
fuck's
know
sake.
they're trying to control us, the New World Order through Jehovah.
This guy's got to be a troll.
Yeah, Josh was a troll. Listen, Josh, thanks for coming by, but you're not a real person, okay? Nobody can believe that nonsense. There's no way he's not a troll. I agree. Definitely a troll. All right, well, next
Well,
in is... What's that, Jim?
I was gonna say I'm not sure, but he was definitely throwing spaghetti against the wall to see what would stick.
That seemed to be the case. We're going to get Nasser in here next. Zelda, great to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says, welp, I'm converted. I think it was the crash out. Oh, yeah, you're right. The Philbo crash out finally made you believe in God? I guess it is effective sometimes, just not all the time. And iReactor, good to see you, says, just be nice. It shall be the whole of the law. Alistair Crawley, probably. I'm sure he said that. I'm sure he did. And Carissa, good to see you. Thank you for sending out 10 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. All right, let's get Nasser in here. And then after that, we'll get Emmanuel. And if you're watching on YouTube, you can join the stream by going to tiny.cc/DZ guest. There's a clickable link in the description of the video. If you're watching on TikTok, you can click the guest request at the bottom bar and you'll be in the queue on TikTok. So, Nasser, welcome in. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God? Hello? Nasser? Bueller? No? Nothing? You request by accident? Okay. Well, guess we'll just guess we'll drop. And we'll move on to our next.
Hello?
Yeah, welcome in, Emmanuel. Your mic's a little bit better now. Okay. Emmanuel, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yeah, I'm 19 and yes, I believe in God. I'm a Christian. Uh, I believe the Bible is reliable, especially the Gospels, and I believe that the cosmological argument is a good argument for God's existence. Is my microphone fine?
Yeah, it's picking up some background noise, but it's not a problem.
Okay.
All right, why would we accept that the Bible is reliable when it says a bunch of stuff that's not true?
Can you elaborate on that? What does it say that's not true?
Do you think rock badgers chew cud?
Huh?
Do you think rock badgers chew cud?
Rock badgers chew cud?
Yeah.
I don't know what that means.
Do you know what chewing cud is?
Chewing, is that like bark? Something?
Do you know what cows do?
Oh. I don't think the Bible's a scientific book. I'm just
I'm not saying it's a scientific book. I'm saying it makes a statement that is false. The statement is that rock badgers chew cud, and they, in fact, do not chew cud.
I mean, I don't know the context to that, but I'm referring to the Gospels.
The context is irrelevant. It says in Leviticus 11:4-5 that rock badgers chew cud. Do you think they chew cud?
I don't know a thing about rock badgers.
Yeah, the answer is no. Do birds gather food? Because Jesus says, because you want the Gospels, Jesus says in Matthew 6:26, look at the birds of the air. They neither sow nor reap nor gather into barns, and yet your heavenly Father feeds them. But there's actually quite a few birds that do gather food and store them up.
I don't think Jesus is saying that I don't think Jesus is saying that birds don't gather food, and that's a parable.
No, he says they don't sow or reap or gather food into barns. Clearly, he's saying that, listen, they don't do the stuff that humans do. They're not planting crops, they're not harvesting crops, and they're not storing crops up. Yet God takes care of them anyways. It says the Father feeds them, right? So, but that's just simply not true. Birds, there's actually quite a few. There's actually quite a few birds that actually do go and get food and store it up.
But that's not the point of the parable, though.
I didn't ask you. First of all, it is. The point of the parable is that God takes care of people. You don't have to worry about anything. Like, so in Matthew 6, Jesus says that you don't have to worry about what you eat or what you drink. God will make sure you get it.
Yeah, it's not about it getting it like factually correct. Like it's not about.
So his parable doesn't match reality.
Yeah, parable's a fictional story in the first place.
No, parables map onto reality, right? The moral of this parable, first of all, it's not a parable, it's a statement. I don't know why you're calling it a parable, but the point of what he's saying is that birds don't plant, they don't harvest, and they don't gather. God takes care of them. God feeds them. And you're more valuable than the birds. Therefore, don't worry about tomorrow. Don't worry about what you'll eat. God will make sure that you get it. So the whole point of what he's saying is, hey, look at these fuckers. They don't gather food and store it up. But they do gather food and store it up.
But he used them as an example of how God provides for them, stating, like...
I know, yes. The example works because birds don't store up food, according to him. That's why what he's saying is workable for what he's trying to teach. But in real life, there are lots of birds that do gather.
The lesson's not that birds don't eat. It's that they don't need
birds
to
don't
worry
eat.
About food like humans do.
I didn't say anything about eating. What he's saying is that birds don't worry about tomorrow. Birds aren't worried about what they're going to eat tomorrow. God takes care of them. But they are worried about what they're going to eat tomorrow, which is why they store up food.
Yeah, but this whole thing is like a red herring because...
a red herring?
I think it's not
a red herring. It's just something that Jesus said that clearly isn't true.
It doesn't have to be true.
It does. It's not a parable. He said something about birds that is factually untrue. He says a bunch of stuff that aren't true. Jesus says in John 3:13 that no one has ascended into heaven except the one who descended from heaven, the Son of Man. Do you think that Jesus is the only one that ascended into heaven?
Yes.
Have you read the Hebrew Bible?
I know you're referring to Elijah, or that guy who's...
Okay, yeah, Elijah and Enoch. So did they ascend into heaven?
He was taken up into heaven.
Yeah, it says he ascended into heaven in a whirlwind. So did he ascend into heaven?
Well, okay, I can grant that, but...
Okay, so Jesus here said something, again, that's just factually untrue.
I was referring to historical evidence, like archaeological based evidence.
For what?
Such as the resurrection, for example.
What's the archaeological evidence that a human being resurrected?
Like, for example, the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, which is the most likely...
That has nothing to do with his resurrection.
No, it's the most likely tomb, the most likely burial tomb of Jesus.
Based on what data?
Well, the location described in the Gospels to where Jesus was buried in, where it says that Jesus was buried in a place of the skull, that exactly matches with the burial tomb.
No, it doesn't. That region's got multiple tombs. That's why there's multiple tombs throughout that region that are claiming to be the tomb of Jesus.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna put up my notes.
We have no data as to where he was buried, which you'd think would be more important, like a really important detail, if his empty tomb was so important.
All right, so first off, one of them is recent excavations beneath the Church of the Holy Sepulchre reveals an ancient garden including olive trees and grapevines, consistent with the Gospel of John's account of Jesus' garden outside the city walls.
So what?
The second one, huh?
So again, you're missing the point that there are other tombs and other gardens
Yeah,
in the region. There's not
I'm
one
saying
of
that this is
them.
the most likely one. This is the
No,
most
you're
likely
well. Then you're
option.
wrong. Just because there's a garden
No,
by
I'm
the
not the only
tomb
person.
has nothing to do with whether or not this is the tomb. We literally have no way of knowing where he was buried.
That doesn't matter. Like the most likely um the most likely tomb location of Jesus' tomb is the Holy Sepulchre. Like
No, that's
no,
the
no,
claim, and you haven't actually defended that claim. And also,
I am.
none of it
Full
actually
evidence.
matters.
You're
I
just saying
listen.
that
Listen, you haven't presented any actual evidence that that's where he
I'm
was
saying that
buried. But
it's the system.
even if he was buried there, it's meaningless. An empty tomb has nothing to do with Jesus resurrecting.
It raises the it raises the likelihood. Like you can appeal
No, it
to.
certainly does not raise the likelihood of a human being resurrected. People knew the Fuller's shop where Aristeas died and resurrected. That doesn't mean that he died and resurrected there.
There's a bunch of nuances between all those empty tomb
The empty
claims.
tomb accounts don't even agree with each other.
They do.
Who was the first one to get there?
Can you show me like I
John.
don't think no
John
gospel
tells
said.
you. John tells you who's the first person to get there.
Can you cite the verse?
John
Like, where
20,
does he
verse 1 and
specifically-
2.
John what?
John 20, verses 1 and 2. Early on the first day of the week, while it was still dark, Mary Magdalene came to the tomb and saw the stone has been removed from the tomb. So while it was still dark, Mary Magdalene shows up. She sees the stone is rolled away. She sees that Jesus isn't there, and she goes to run to tell the disciples. So she ran and went to Simon Peter and the other disciple, the one whom Jesus loved, and said to them, "They have taken the Lord out of the tomb, and we do not know where they have laid him." And Mark agrees. If you go to the long ending of Mark, which is Mark 16, Mark says the same. Mark says that the appearance was first to Mary. Says, now after he rose early on the first day of the week, he appeared first to Mary Magdalene, from whom he had cast out 7 demons, and she went out and told those who had been with him while they were mourning and weeping. So that includes the women and the men, which would explain then why, in fact, we see at the beginning of Mark 16, says, when the Sabbath was over, Mary Magdalene, Mary, the mother of James, and Salome brought spices so that they might go and anoint him. And very early on the first day of the week, when the sun had risen, they went to the tomb. And then in Matthew, it happens before the sun is even risen.
Before the sun. Oh, you're referring to before sunset?
No, before it's risen.
Yeah, that can be explained by science. Like,
No, it can't be explained by science.
because like
Either the women went when the sun was up, or the women went when the sun wasn't up.
no, but the sun was rising. The verse says that when they
No.
went up early in the morning when it's still dark.
Yes, when it was
Yeah,
still dark, which means the sun didn't
That
rise.
happens every day though. Like
Yeah, we agree. The sun rises and sets every day. That we
Yeah,
agree
but
on.
when it's very
So
early in the morning,
it's still dark, by the way. It's dark when the sun isn't risen. Matthew
Yeah,
28,
that
after the
happens in
Sabbath,
the
the
morning.
first day of the week was dawning, and Mary Magdalene and the other Mary went to see the tomb. What's going on with this translation? Day
No,
of
like,
dawning?
are you listening to me?
No,
All right.
because you're saying nonsense.
Okay. What I'm trying to say is that the sun hasn't, cast its lights down on the earth. It's
I don't know if you know how the sun works, but when the
yeah,
sun
but
has
no, the
risen,
sun.
it's not dark anymore.
This I didn't say it was completely risen though. None of the verses say that the
It
sun was
doesn't have to
completely
be
out.
completely risen. So let me piece it together for you. According to Mark and according to John, Mary Magdalene went to the tomb first. She went there before the sun was up, while it was still dark. She got there and saw that Jesus wasn't in the tomb and that the tomb had the stone already rolled away. Then there's a second setting where Mary and the women with spices go to the tomb after the sun has already come up, and they're talking to themselves saying, hey, who's going to roll away the stone? This second trip is silly if John is telling the truth or the ending of Mark is telling the truth, because there's no way they would be going to the tomb to spice Jesus's body if he's not there. And Mary Magdalene knew that he, in fact, wasn't there. And they wouldn't be debating about who's going to roll away the stone because Mary Magdalene was already there and saw that the stone was, in fact, rolled away. You cannot harmonize the four Gospels on the resurrection account, which is crazy because it's supposed to be the most important story of all of history.
I mean, most of your arguments is an argument from silence, though.
It's not an argument from silence. What I'm saying is the story you said is reliable is not reliable. It doesn't even agree within itself on the details.
Based on what? Like,
I just told you. The two-trip narrative is stupid. There's no way that Mary Magdalene is going with the other women to the tomb to spice Jesus's body and roll away the stone if she already knows that Jesus ain't there and the stone's already rolled away.
how do you even get that? How do you even piece that?
We just read it. John chapter 20, verses 1 and 2. Mary Magdalene goes to the tomb by herself alone while it was still dark.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then in the other Gospels, Mary goes with the other women when it's light. Which means she went to the tomb twice, which is incoherent.
The woman journeyed to the tomb just after sunrise, while it was still dawn.
I know. Yeah, just after sunrise,
all the Gospels
which
say
is
that.
which is the second time. That's Mary
None of the
Magdalene's
Gospels say it was
second trip.
night.
That's Mary Magdalene's second trip.
How do you even get that? Like, it's none of
John
the Gospels say it's
chapter
night,
20.
nighttime. You're hinging on the sun
John
being
chapter 20. Mary, on the first day of the week, while it was still dark, Mary Magdalene came to the tomb. That means the sun hasn't risen yet. The cognitive dissonance is thick with this one. And the funny thing is, Emmanuel, even if all four stories coincided on every detail, still wouldn't make it true.
Okay, well, I was obviously not prepared for talk about the Gospels. I got a bit rusty, but
fair enough.
I'd like to go over the contingency argument for God.
Sure.
I'd like to present my syllogism. Okay, so premise one.
Before you start, I'm going to put a timer on the board. We do a timer for all philosophical arguments. You get 10 minutes per syllogism. If your syllogism doesn't work in 10 minutes, you got to go rework it. It's not a good one. So go ahead, premise one.
The universe is the totality of all contingent things. 2, under the principle of sufficient reason, all contingent things need an explanation for their existence. 3.
So, to be sure, Emmanuel, I have to write these down, so you can't just fly through them. I got the first one. The universe is the totality of all contingent things, right?
Yes.
Okay, what's the next one?
Under the principle of sufficient reason, or PSR, all contingent things.
What's PSR?
The principle of sufficient reason. Every contingent things needs an explanation for their existence. It's
Okay,
used in
so
science.
then P2 should be all contingent things need an explanation, right?
Yeah, for their existence.
Okay, but I do before we move too much further in the syllogism, I would probably disagree that only contingent things need an explanation. I have no reason to believe that non-contingent things don't require an explanation too. Like, it seems like a really silly special plead.
Not really, because they're brute facts. Like, you don't.
Oh, then I would just appeal to whatever brute facts I wanted to. If we're just allowed to appeal to brute facts.
I mean, non-contingent things are inherently brute facts.
Fair enough. Go ahead. Listen, you're the one that wants to use brute facts. I'm writing down the syllogism. What's your next one? I mean, your
Okay.
next premise.
To avoid an infinite regress, or going all the way back, we have we eventually reach an uncaused cause, and under classical theism, this is known as God. And
Okay.
conclusion.
So we know the conclusion. The conclusion is that God is the uncontingent thing or the non-contingent thing.
Yep.
Okay, cool. Every single premise and the conclusion is wrong, and I'm going to explain why. I just got to write it down. Okay. So start at number 1. The universe is the totality of contingent things. We literally have no idea if there are contingent things and non-contingent things in the universe. I mean, it's when we use words like contingent, we're assuming that we're talking about physical things. When we get down the quantum level, I don't know if that necessarily is always the case, but that being said, like, when you say contingent, I assume you're referring to the material world. I don't know what you think about the immaterial world, but also I don't see why premise number 1 would ever get you to a point where you needed to appeal to something that's non-contingent, because you certainly could have a world where everything is contingent upon everything else. It's called symbiosis.
What?
Yeah.
I'm saying that contingent things need an explanation because that's under the principle of sufficient reason, which
Yeah,
is a
I
principle.
know. Yeah, what I'm saying is you can have contingent things that are contingent on each other.
How does that work?
I just told you, symbiosis.
Contingent. I mean, you didn't tell me how it works. You just said it's symbiosis. You just
Something that is dependent on something else and is also dependent on that thing. Think of, say, like animals that have symbiotic relationships.
Yeah, but I don't think you can philosophically justify a symbiotic contingent
Why?
thing. Because that's not what I mean by contingent. I mean, what I mean by contingent is that something that is changing. That's one. 2, that it's
Wait, so contingent means it must be changing?
yeah, it changes. It goes through change.
Well,
it's
everything goes through changes. We don't know of anything that doesn't go through changes.
yeah, that's why everything is contingent. And
well, I agree. Yes, everything is contingent. There's no such thing as a non-contingent.
everything in this universe. I was referring to the universe, dude.
But everything that we know to exist is contingent using your definition. Why would we believe that there's something non-contingent?
Because we need a stopping point.
Why?
Because it will just go infinitely backwards unless
So what?
unless you.
What was the problem with that? What can you demonstrate that infinite regresses are a problem? I don't think you can.
Infinite regresses only work if say the universe is necessary, but it's
Yeah. So what?
not. It
Prove
doesn't work
to me that the universe isn't necessary. You've already appealed to one brute
because it's
fact.
contingent.
Your brute fact is that there's a brute fact God. You have no evidence for that. You're just asserting it. I don't believe that your God is a brute fact. In fact, if I'm going to appeal to a brute fact, I'm going to say that the universe is the only thing that's necessary. That's the only brute fact, and I know that the universe exists.
Again, I just go back to what I'm saying that the universe can't be a brute fact if it's contingent.
Why not?
Because it's contingent.
No,
Right,
contingency
right.
doesn't have anything to do with a brute fact. It's an infinite chain of contingency.
Yes, it does because brute facts means that something is necessary and doesn't require
I know,
a
yeah.
explanation.
It is necessary. It doesn't require an explanation. I agree. It's a brute fact. We know that the universe exists. We have no reason to believe that there was ever a first moment. We have no reason to believe that there was ever no universe. We have no reason to believe there was ever nothing.
I mean, we kind of do, but
no, we don't. There's no reason whatsoever to believe that there was once nothing.
That's a finite age, and it came about from a single point.
No, it does not. Neither one of those two things are true.
How?
We have no way of knowing how old the universe is. There's no such thing as the age of the universe. What you can do is say it's been so many years since the expansion event, what we call the Big Bang. But that's not it. That's not saying that there was no matter prior to this point. All we're doing is measuring the time between now and the expansion event. That's it. It says nothing about prior to the expansion.
But as far as we know, that's the starting point.
No, that's not. We don't know that at all.
I mean, that's
you can't be created or destroyed. That's the problem you're going to run into, is that energy cannot be created or destroyed. And the laws of thermodynamics pretty much guarantee that life will occur, because there's no better way to create entropy than to create life. So your brute fact is energy, not God. It's energy.
Is energy a physical thing?
No, to be sure, energy is a measure of what we call physical things. It's not something that has its own ontology.
Okay, so, I mean, by your guys' logic, how is energy a brute fact if it's not physical?
It can neither be created nor destroyed.
Yeah, but that's depending on space-time. We're talking about past that.
Nope. E equals MC squared, dude. Does all kinds of really nasty stuff. To your argument.
That's depending on space-time, though.
No, it's not.
It's not dependent on space-time.
Energy precedes the Big Bang. It's the only thing that can. We don't know how the Big Bang got started or why it did all that, but it did.
Does anyone say that? Like, can you cite your source or something? Because,
yeah, it's just basic physics.
I never heard anyone.
You can't create or destroy energy is just a basic law of physics.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that energy existed before space-time. That doesn't make any sense.
Yes,
it does. It logically follows. If you have a conservation of energy, then you would need evidence that there was once a state with no energy. What's the evidence of that?
I mean, what? Like
If you
again,
if we have a universal principle that we observe in the universe, namely that matter and energy are conserved, then what that means is that we have no reason to believe there was a state without energy, because energy is in fact conserved. So we would need you to demonstrate that there was once no energy. So we ran out of timer, Philbro timer, but I mean, you're nice enough. Here's some advice, okay? All of your arguments, I assume, like you came in with the Kalam, or you're talking about the Kalam, now you're doing this particular one. The reason why all of these arguments fail is because your starting point is that there was once nothing and then something came into an existence. We have no evidence for that. There's no reason to believe that. That's not what science teaches, right? Which means the Kalam fails, the contingency argument fails, the prime mover argument fails, the argument from change fails. All of these arguments fail because you're presupposing that there has to be an initial moment where there was nothing and then something, but we have no reason to believe that to be the case.
the Big Bang itself presupposes a previous point, like a point before like the Big Bang. Right?
Yeah, it does. You nailed it. Yeah, it presupposes that there is stuff happening prior to the Big Bang. The Big Bang does not teach that there was nothing.
I mean, neither does the Kalam argument necessarily. It's just that we don't know what's before it, so we just say it's nothing.
Right.
The Kalam doesn't get you to God. Quit using it. It does not get you to God.
It gets us to the first cause, though. That's the point.
But you're assuming there needs to be a first cause. Yeah, I agree. Even if we granted the entirety of the Kalam, it wouldn't get you to God.
It gets us to the first cause, though, right?
But it won't get you to God.
You agree with that, right?
You can have a first cause that's not God, and also the Kalam's broken. There's no such. You don't need a first cause.
What do you mean by that?
There's no need for a first cause. You would have to demonstrate that there was once nothing, and you can't do it.
I mean, no one said it was.
You only need a first cause if you believe that the universe was once not in existence. But that's just not what science teaches. Science doesn't teach that there was nothing and then boom, there was a first cause. For all we know, the universe is eternal. It's always existed. It will always exist in the future, and there's no such thing as a first cause.
So, okay, if you agree that...
And physics has demonstrated there's no such thing as nothing, and that something can come out of the closest thing to nothing that physics can get. So none of that works.
I know, but...
And your first cause could be natural. It could just be an energy fluctuation that created the entire universe, which is why even if we grant you the Kalam, it doesn't get you to a God until you eliminate all other possible reasons, or you can prove God exists otherwise.
I'm very aware of the quantum fluctuation stuff creating the universe, but the reason why that one doesn't work is that you need
that's basic physics, dude.
You need space time.
That's basic physics.
You need space time for quantum mechanics to work.
No. Quantum mechanics, energy cannot be created or destroyed, and the quantum fields never go to zero.
What?
Does not require space time. Does not require space time. Only requires energy, which cannot be created or destroyed. So if you really want a brute fact, if you really want something that is not contingent, we can point at energy all day long. And we can prove energy exists. You cannot prove your God exists. The only thing you can do is claim that God is not contingent, that God is necessary. So the only thing you can do is claim it. I can go and point to energy and the fact that it can't be created or destroyed, and all the science behind that, and make the exact same claim.
Yeah, and even if quantum fields required space-time, it would be irrelevant. We would just say that they're all part of the They're all part of a system that existed eternally. Like, it's not a problem for us.
ChatGPT isn't going to help you.
I'm not using ChatGPT. I'm thinking. Like again, I'll just have to repeat myself. Like you're just appealing to the
Science?
laws of nature, but the laws of nature didn't always exist.
Science, yeah. I know, but that
Energy
makes it.
always existed.
Yeah, just because like the just because like the law of gravity wasn't known didn't mean that gravity didn't have an
No.
eternal existence.
I'm not talking about descriptive, like descriptive thought of nature. I'm talking about like the the parameters of the universe. Like
Yeah.
they didn't always exist. They like why are you saying that it's
No, prove that
So
they
you're
didn't
saying that-
exist.
huh?
Prove that they
Like,
didn't exist.
because
These are your assertions that have no
the Big
evidence
Bang-
for.
the
The Big Bang doesn't say that. Again, nope. The Big Bang doesn't presuppose that space-time didn't exist or quantum fields didn't exist, or that the Big Bang doesn't even presuppose that the entire universe was part of that bang. In fact, there are quite a few people who believe that the Big Bang was simply a smaller event inside of an infinitely large universe. We have really no reason to believe that there was like laws of physics didn't exist prior to the Big Bang.
I mean, okay, we actually do. One of them is that the physics breaks down at those levels, and when we
Our
try to,
understanding of physics breaks down at the high energy levels necessary for the Big Bang.
yeah,
And we don't have the math to express it yet, but that doesn't mean we won't ever have it. And it doesn't mean that your God exists, because it's still the brute
Yes,
fact
it-
you need is energy exists. God is completely irrelevant.
but energy is contingent. It's part
No.
of the universe.
Everything is contingent. It doesn't matter. Something being contingent has nothing to do with it not existing.
Yeah, but it requires an explanation.
Is everything requires an explanation. I agree. Everything is contingent. You haven't demonstrated that there's anything that's not contingent.
But you need a
Your God requires explanation.
No, Emmanuel, you don't need a starting point. You can assert it as many times as you want. You're wrong every time.
Okay, can you have an infinite stack of turtles without a surface?
It's turtles all the way down. The universe is eternal. You have zero evidence. You don't have one piece of evidence that would demonstrate that the universe isn't eternal.
I mean,
So all of these arguments, again, I told you this before, all of your arguments depend on there once being nothing and then there being something. That's why all of your arguments are going to fail, because you can't demonstrate that there was ever once nothing. You want there to be a first moment. You want there to be something non-contingent. You want there to be a state where there was nothing. You have no evidence of it.
All right. I think I will have to, work on my stuff. Like it's been a while since I've been doing this. Yeah.
Fair enough.
See ya.
Well, I mean, thanks for coming up, Emmanuel. You're at least a nice guest. It was good to talk to you.
Thank you.
All right. Cheers. Well, he sounded a little disappointed when he left, but that tends to be the case when people want to run Philbro arguments here. Let me grab a couple secret.
Well.
Yeah, what are you gonna say? I mean,
I say, yeah. Well, they don't understand that energy cannot be created or destroyed and doesn't require this universe.
Yeah,
So
I think the problem, Jim, is somebody set these people up for failure, right? So, like somebody gave
yes,
him these bad arguments, and they never thought for a second, oh, somebody's going to push back on the idea that there was a first moment. Like it never crossed his mind that somebody would push back on that. But the reality is, there's a huge contingency, pun not intended, of physicists, cosmologists, and other scientists who are saying, yeah, we have no reason to believe there was nothing prior to the Big Bang. In fact, the
right.
idea that there was nothing prior to the Big Bang is an adorable old religious notion from the very beginning of the Big Bang era when people first started talking about it. It certainly has nothing to do with
Mhm.
modern science.
Yeah, and then the nothing they claim doesn't exist anyway, right? That absolute philosophical nothing. Physicists have shown that doesn't exist.
Right.
So, you've got to go with the physics, and we know that something can come from the nothing of physics. They've proven that as well. So,
Right. Right. Let me grab a couple of super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Orbital Defense says rock badgers don't chew cud, but honey badgers chew whatever they want anytime they want. And that is fucking the truth. Honey badgers don't care. Do not fuck with a honey badger. It's not going to turn out well for you. And Chance, great to see you. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says the first law of thermodynamics, delta E equals Q minus W, concludes nothing can be created nor destroyed, proving the universe had no beginning and will never end. Why are people still arguing about this? Because, well, somebody pre-programmed their brain to believe that there must be a starting point. And to be fair, most of these bad Philbro arguments have that presupposition. It's just not a good one. Duke, good to see you, my friend, says, yes, the third little pig didn't store food or chew cud, but spent its days in prayer and silent contemplation. And when the wolf came to huff and puff and tempt God, God did smite his ass into oblivion. That's certainly not the rendition I learned growing up, but I think it is more exciting than the one that I learned growing up. But it's interesting, like, how much the biblical authors didn't know about the natural world. Like, it thinks that the mustard seed is the smallest seed. It's not. It says that birds don't store up food. They do. The earth is only 6,000 years old. It's not. Good question. Thank you for the super chat. It says the Holy Spirit is evil, inspires slavery, holy war, etc. This is blasphemy. So I graduated my deconstruction training decades ago to Pebbles. Hell is a big stick. Atheist since 15. Good question. This is the case. So, like, religion carries out like a system of carrots and sticks. It starts out usually with carrots and it ends with sticks. That's why the earliest like strata of the Abrahamic God was carrots. Worship me and I'll do good shit for you. But when none of that happens, they have to move closer and closer to sticks until literally all you have left are sticks. And Ego, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, I think the kicker is in Matthew. Mary sees the tomb get opened and gets told by an angel that Jesus has risen. In John, the tomb is already open at her arrival and believes someone else stole his body. That's another one. Ego. There's so many contradictions in the tomb narrative. Like, it's embarrassing. Like, I don't know why Christians think that this is a dependable story when God couldn't even get his story straight within his own book. And Ego says, if in Matthew she saw an angel open the tomb and tell her Jesus has risen, sees him on the way to the disciples, why in John would she go back to think his body has been stolen? This is such a good case because the reality is you can't combine Mary Magdalene's trip with the other women and say there was only one trip of the women. You can't do it because it first of all, it doesn't match John, it doesn't match the ending of Mark, and then it doesn't match how, in fact, she could see the risen Jesus first in one, but not in the other. Or she did see the risen Jesus first in the other, then what the fuck was she doing at the tomb a second time? There's so many, it's just bad. Simon, thank you for the super chat, says, I've just prayed for Jesus to turn my tap water into Kraken. He turned it into Bacardi Grand. Stupid piece of shit. Listen, if you got Bacardi, I'd be grateful for that at least. I mean, that for sure, even though it's not Kraken. Holes in the ground says, I love you guys. Well, we love you, Holes. We appreciate being here. And I got 2 more super chats. Percy, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, are you wearing pants? I am indeed wearing pants. That's an interesting question, but yes, indeed I am. And last super chat for now from Athena Temple. Thank you for the 20-pound chat. It says, evening, all from Northern Ireland. Well, a big W across the pond there. Rabbi Singer was saying an already buried body isn't required spices. That is true. That's actually really the case. Like if you were in the tomb, they would spice you and then they would leave you in the tomb until your body starts to decompose and stop smelling a little bit and dry out. And then they would move your bones or what was left of you into a longer term place. Maybe the tombs of your ancestors. It says, already buried bodies don't require spices, and that in no way would a woman be involved in the prep of a dead man's body for burial. Love the show. Yeah, so basically the women typically were there to spice the bodies. Did they do the grunt work of burying the body? No. No, that certainly wasn't the case. That was man's work back then. But they certainly would have been there to spice and perfume the bodies, which is what we see them doing, which means Jesus certainly wasn't fully buried yet. In fact, we have ancient stories of people literally being placed in tombs, believing that they're dead, only to find out later that they're not dead. In fact, let me grab you one. I think I've got one on my list. Was it Alcestis? Let's see. I think it is the narrative of Alcestis. It is. Okay, there is a narrative of Alcestis who, she's placed in a tomb, and it turned out later, that she comes up missing. So, I mean, like, and empty tomb stories are not all that interesting. They're like a dime a dozen. I mean, that's one of the reasons why people were robbing graves other than to get the loot. But, let's bring in our, next guest. I'm gonna bring in Mystic Flow and our friend Ems.
Hello.
Mystic Flow, welcome in. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes, I do, and I am over 18.
Okay. And which God do you believe in?
Just the God of all.
The God of all. Wait, which God is that?
Yes. All gods.
All right, so before we get too much further, you've got to turn your Bluetooth off, and you got to stop driving.
Okay. Let me turn off. Oh, that's
So,
gonna be hard to turn off my Bluetooth. My car keeps reconnecting.
Right.
Yeah,
Because when
when
I talk, it's playing through your speakers and then right back into your microphone. So you got to stop driving, turn the Bluetooth off, and we can have a conversation.
Can I come back in a little bit?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Cheers.
Cheers.
Remember, friends, do not drive and live. Don't do it. How you doing, Ems?
Hello. I am beyond exhausted. I've spent the last 8 hours looking at parasites.
Oh,
I'm
fuck.
tired.
Well, we're glad you're here, but that sounds tiring. All right, so here's what I'm gonna do. I need to use the restroom. I'm gonna bring up Mocha Pine. I've talked to Mocha probably 3 times, maybe 4 times at this point. He's actually a really decent guy. That being said, I'm gonna let Jim and Ems talk to Mocha. We already know he's at least 18 and he's a theist. Like unless he has like a really good argument that I've never heard of, I'd hate to have the same discussion with him that I had the last couple of times.
I'd hate to have the same.
Whoa, what's going on there?
Oh, yeah.
I think it was while he was connecting. It was kind of goofy. Mocha, welcome back. Before we get started, refresh my memory. What God do you believe in?
Oh, Christian. I'm a Lutheran. Yeah.
Right. All right, I'm going to leave you in the hands of Ems and Jim's for your argument for the Christian God. and I'm gonna use the restroom, but I got earbuds in. I'll be able to hear the whole thing. So, Mocha, go ahead and give your best argument or whatever argument you came in here with, and we'll respond to it.
Well, shoot. I mean, I heard you talking about Revelation before, and of course, like Revelation is somewhat construed as a prophecy, but I was hoping to get your take on it. But I could talk to Jim and see what he
Well, I
thinks,
mean,
if
I'll
it's
be
a good
back.
prophecy or.
I'll be back in a moment. Jim's read the Bible a bit, but I got to use the restroom. I apologize. If while I'm gone, friends, if you want to talk, the guest box is actually pretty low right now. The guest queue, I mean. So hit the guest request on TikTok or go to tiny.cc/dzguest and get yourself in the queue before it gets late. And people wait until it gets late, and then like 10 or 11 o'clock rolls around, and I've got like 20 guests waiting. I'm like, where were you 3 hours ago? Like, I got to end the live stream soon.
Yeah. Yeah. Revelations, I think, is like the rest of the Bible, problematic. Even as prophecy, it's so vague that I think you could point at multiple different events since it was written that could fulfill any one of them. And I think that it's metaphors. You need to really go back and look at the time and find out what metaphors they were using, because they're not going to apply to today. I don't think it was written with any idea that we'd still be around in 2025.
Well, I think it's interesting. I actually agree with Justin on the referent of 616,666 being
Mhm.
Nero. I mean, like, do you think that's the intention of the author?
I don't know the author at all. So I don't know. I can't speak to his intentions, and I don't know how anybody can this late, with so few people actually knowing who he was. All we can do is read it and try and figure it out, but you have to read it in the context in which it was written. And that's true of any written word. Just for example, I used to do medieval and Renaissance swordplay from the manuals. And you have to really go back and in my case, I was studying the Italian masters. And the Italian from the 1400s is not the Italian of today. And the things they referenced in the 1400s was not what they would reference today. So, the same is true of Revelation. But Justin is back, so he's much more knowledgeable than I am.
I don't know
Yeah,
if you
so-
heard that, but yeah,
I did,
agreed
yeah.
with you, Justin. Yeah.
Well, I appreciate that. I think for me, one of the difficulties with Revelation is it seems like it was written late and it was written in stages. And so, like, I do believe there are some parts that were prior to 60 AD or maybe 65 AD. And then there are parts that weren't added until like 90 AD. I think it's a compilation. And I didn't invent this view. You can check out the work by Josephine Ford. She was a professor at Notre Dame. She wrote in the Anchor Yale Bible Commentary series on this. I find her authorship argument to be the most plausible. So, like, to me, like, the work of Revelation is just like, some early Christians that wanted to believe that the end was right around the corner, and they put these writings together that depicted that, and it seems like it all failed.
So like, and I wonder if that's what your personal church growing up taught. Like, that is it's sort of the whole book is about the end of the end, tied to the last 7 years of tribulation, like this massive future date or something. Is that how? I don't know how to construe it. How do you construe the book? Because it does kind of go to all the rest of the other prophecies. Like, how do you construe the entire book of Revelation to be able? And I know you're not interested in reading it that way, but maybe you have insight on that.
Yeah, well, the Book of Revelation talks about the end period, the eschatological period that we find in like Isaiah 65. Like when we think of Revelation 21, where there's no more pain, no more sorrow, no more peace, and heaven has now come down to earth. Like certainly we would probably all agree that this is the end state. That's God's end goal, right?
I actually find myself deconstructing from this book, Revelation, that is, the Apocalypse. And I,
Yeah,
I
but
say that because I want to tell your listeners that they shouldn't think of deconstruction as a totally terrible word. I don't think that it can be a totally terrible word.
by the
Maybe
way, you
that'll
don't need
stop
it,
them.
Mocha. You know that, right? Like, so there were a lot of people in the early church that didn't accept Revelation. Like, you don't have to accept it just because it's in your Bible.
Well, and Luther thought it wasn't very revealing himself, so I mean, I got that
Yes,
in my.
exactly.
But
Yeah. Even Luther was like, I don't know about that.
and he, I mean, because like my personally, when I look for prophecy, I want to see one-to-one connection with history. I want to see that. And so, but it seems like my own people don't want to even play that game. And I'm like, well, it just seems like you're stifling, what's the word? Looking at, you're stifling, what's the word I'm looking for? Reading, I don't know, reading and asking questions about the text. Like, even my own
Growing
people, they want to, what?
education. They're stifling like growing and education. I mean,
Yeah.
I would ask them, Mocha, like a lot of Christians are really married on this whole idea that the canon is sacred, but why? Ask them why the canon is sacred. Like who decided that the canon of Christian literature must be this, right? And invariably they're just going to tell you, well, like the Holy Spirit did, but that couldn't be the case because the Holy Spirit told the Orthodox one thing, it told the Ethiopians another thing, it told the Catholics another thing, it told the Protestants another thing. So like surely the Holy Spirit can't be deciding what books are canonical because we're really no consensus.
Well, and you raise an important issue because, like Sola Scriptura, which again Luther kicked off, he sparked that whole revolution. For him was a kind of like Jim says, was a contextual device that he sort of said because he was in antithetical dialogue with the Catholics, but it since then has sort of taken on a life of its own with a categorical attachment to the nature of like the attributes of God, especially because people say it's the Word of God, and so that phrase is like a categorical construal of these books, and people miss what they're actually used for. And so, like when it comes to Revelation, like most people like take, like especially in the Protestant West, like maybe you were familiar with, they will just tie this to the end of time, complete end of time, and which I'm not so sure that that's what this book is. But then they'll tie it together with all these other scriptures and cause you a bunch of frustration, as well as many of your Protestant listeners.
Well, I think the trouble
Like
with Revelation is if it's not talking about the end of time, what is it talking about? Because if Revelation 21 is kind of the goal, when do we expect that to happen?
Well, I actually think that this book is an unveiling of, like, an unpacking of the church, the kingdom of God, which is not like at the very end. Like this is just sort of an unfolding from the beginning until no point in the future. Actually, I don't think that it's tied to what they think it's tied to. And certainly, if you are married to a certain construct, like theological, categorical, if you're married to a certain way of thinking, you can't see other things. And I think it's interesting because I actually have ideas about Revelation that nobody's had, except people on TikTok are now starting to imitate, not my exact ideas, but they're starting to say similar things. I'm kind of shocked, but I don't know if I'm rambling yet. Just stop me if I'm rambling.
Well, what I'm trying to figure out in Revelation 21, I'm going to read it, snippet it real quick.
Go ahead.
It says, Then I saw the new heaven and new earth, for the first heaven and the first earth had passed away, and the sea was no more. And I saw the holy city, the new Jerusalem, coming down out of heaven from God, prepared as a bride adorned for her husband. And I heard a loud voice from the throne saying, See, the home of God is among mortals, and he will dwell with them, and they will be his people. And God himself will be with them and be their God. He will wipe away every tear from their eyes. Death will be no more. Mourning and crying and pain will be no more, for the first things have passed away. So this seems to be like the eschatological period that people are pointing to, that they're saying this is going to happen eventually, right? This is the end goal for God to dwell with humanity, and we're gonna basically have heaven on earth, right? So if you think this is the end or not, I mean, the reality is it just didn't happen.
Well, do you think that Jerusalem, do you think this is saying that Jerusalem is a cube and it's coming down? It's going to come down on the earth like this, like it's saying. I mean, I'm sure you know people like this, or you grew up with people saying this. Maybe tell me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, so the problem we kind of have is at this stage in Judaism, they had kind of adopted the idealist worldview where everything here has an equivalent up in heaven, but that's like the perfect copy. That's why we see Jesus saying things like, "Let it be on earth as it is in heaven," or it said, "I only do what I see my Father in heaven doing." This seems to be born out of the time period. And so the idea that there is a perfect Jerusalem up in heaven that's going to come to earth seems to coincide with like the usual belief of that time period.
Do you believe that the not that you believe it, but do you agree that the New Testament is saying that the kingdom of God is in the midst of them? As what is that, Matthew? No, wait, Luke.
Luke
Whichever one says,
mentions the most explicit one where he says that the kingdom is not going to be something where you say, "Look, there it is," or "Here it is over here." It'll be basically inside of you. And I think the reason why Luke is saying this is because he's trying like at Luke's, when he was writing, there were obviously people that were still waiting for the kingdom to come, as it said in when the disciples before the Olivet Discourse questioned Jesus, "When is your kingdom coming?" Right? And it says Peter at one point thought that the kingdom would descend immediately from heaven, right? It didn't. And so Luke has to like explain it, right? So Luke's got Jesus in there essentially with an explainer saying, "No, no, no, the kingdom of heaven is not something that you're actually going to see. It's just going to be like a spiritual kingdom," right? But I think personally, I think this is a view that only Luke holds to. I don't see this in any of the other gospels, and I don't think that this coincides very well with Revelation 21, because Revelation 21, we still have the expectation that when the kingdom comes, there's going to be no more pain, no more suffering, no more sorrow, no more death. And if those things hadn't occurred, then the kingdom certainly couldn't have come yet.
okay, that's certainly a strong premise. Now, my question is like, do you agree that with many people on TikTok in the church that when it says the kingdom of God is within you, it's sort of like saying it's within your person. It's not in temples or houses, because people say this and they run with it, but really that verse is Jesus is talking against the Pharisees, and so he's not saying the kingdom of God is in them. Am I right in saying that?
Yeah, so there's a couple ways to interpret it. You could literally read like the kingdom of God is in your midst. That's one possible reading of it. Which if you do it that way, then it's just like an invisible kingdom. Like it's in your midst, even though you can't see it. You could definitely translate it as it is like inside of you. That's certainly a possible translation. But I don't know, I mean, that certainly could be, within the context, could be used as a, polemic against the Pharisees or against others who thought that the kingdom was gonna be physical.
And I don't make that distinction between the spiritual and physical. So sorry to let you down, guys, but
Why should he be using the word kingdom to not refer to a geographic area ruled by a king? That doesn't make any sense to say that a kingdom is within you when that word doesn't necessarily have any spiritual connotation, right? So we're all of a sudden taking the word kingdom that means a geographic area ruled by a king, and now we're giving it a whole new meaning just to fit our preconceptions of what it should mean. Doesn't make any sense to me. Can you make sense of that?
well, I feel like I agree with what you're saying against with or against Justin maybe, because I think this goes along with the vision that Daniel had, that the axe would be laid at the root of the tree, which John the Baptist was saying. So he's sort of saying now is the time, and it also goes along with the fig tree. And what I also think goes along with Revelation is that this cube, possibly in contradistinction to this cube of Saturn that we hear a lot about, that's just my take. Nobody else I know says that, but that this kingdom
What cube of
has
Saturn?
come down.
What is this cube of Saturn you're talking about?
I'm sorry?
What is the cube of Saturn you're talking about?
It's, you can see it in a lot of major cities. There's like usually sculptures of it, and people say it's the Saturn worship that comes from maybe Freemasonic descent. Or
What major cities are you talking about?
well, I know that there was one in St. Louis. It doesn't say cube of Saturn, but there's a preponderance of evidence that they build these sculptures everywhere in honor of this. I shouldn't have said that because it's not going to help the conversation. But anyway. My point is that the kingdom came. It's not, as you say, like a geographically bound kingdom. I think that's kind of clear
What
from
kingdom means, right?
narrative.
That's literally the definition of kingdom. And now we're using it in a completely different way. And it seems like to me that you have to do this in order to come to your predetermined conclusion, right? You're fitting the facts to fit your conclusion rather than fitting your conclusion to the facts.
Wait, I think I agree with you. Where do I disagree with you?
Yeah, I
Well,
mean,
the king doesn't come at all because there's no geographic boundary ruled by a king.
right.
That we
I
can
guess
trace to.
Geographic boundary, yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's
Well, yeah,
where
King of Kings is the idea.
Well, I mean, that's what I'm trying to figure out too, right? Like, at what point should we accept that a kingdom is no longer a kingdom, right? Because that's basically what Luke is essentially trying to tell you, right? He's saying that the kingdom, which is a geographical region reigned over by a king, no longer means that. But why would a rational human being just allow Luke to redefine what kingdom means?
Or one that didn't want to get smashed by Rome, because Rome came up with the idea or was using the word gospel like 9 BC before Jesus was supposedly born. And so they said the Evangelion of Augustus Caesar, who was king of kings. There are kingdoms, but then the four kingdoms or four empires before that are sort of establishing that the kingdoms are being swallowed up by even greater, like universal, by implication, universal empires. The idea of taking over the earth. That's the eschatology of Christianity as well as Islam. So I don't know, but most people call it a spiritual kingdom to weasel out of something here or there. So I agree that
Christians use spiritual to weasel out of all kinds of things.
Sure, maybe I do too. I don't know. Well, Justin will find out. But definitely, it seems like this is the consistent way to read the narratives. All the books is that you have the kingdom begins with Jesus, 30 AD. He's crowned king, and if I think Revelation was written sometime in the 50s, because there was a reference to that by one of the, Armenian Bibles, I think, in the foreword. It says it was written under Claudius. I could be mistaken, but I thought that was so shocking because most churches go with the 90 AD reference by Eusebius, and he's being torn apart online anyway. But why, Justin? Why do you think that Revelation is partly written in before the destruction of the temple and partly after? Never heard anybody say that.
Well, one of the reasons is because they clearly seem to be referencing time periods. So, for example, if in fact they're writing prior to the death of Nero, and I'm not saying that they did. It's possible they were writing shortly after the death of Nero, Revelation 13. But if we believe that Revelation 13 is being written roughly when Nero's been killed, he died in 68, right? So if 68 rolls around, Nero's dead, and the legend of Nero Redivivus takes hold, it's possible it could have been written as early as 68. You see what I'm saying? But like, that being said, it could have also been written as late as the 80s or even 90s, because the most famous Nero imposter, the one that convinced the leader of the Parthian army to prepare for war, that happened in 88. So Nero Redivivus was such a popular legend, even 2 decades later, or a decade and a half after the destruction of the temple, that there people were willing to believe it. So it's hard to know exactly when what was written. But that being said, there's other parts that would lead you to believe that it was written later, like the destruction of the Laodicean church. Um, says, you say that you are rich, but you're actually poor and wretched, and so on and so forth. Like there seems to be some stuff in here that being hinted at an earlier time period, because there was an earthquake, and Rome, if I remember, I think it's the Laodicean let me see. Anyways, there's a church, right, that says that we don't need your money, right? Or we have money, we have wealth. And this is a callback to when there was an earthquake, and their city was destroyed, and the Romans offered to rebuild their city for them. And they actually turned down the Roman money and said, no, 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 we're wealthy, we got it, right? So what that means then is
Pretty sure
that
that's Laodicea.
yeah, I think it's Laodicea. So what that means then is that that text had to have been written long enough after that, where perhaps they were already recovered, like and the whatever destruction that was done was already recovered. But we knew from history that it took a while to recover from that earthquake. It was a while. It wasn't like an overnight thing, right? So if we know when the earthquake was and we give them a decade, maybe 2 decades to fully recover, you can kind of start guessing about when it was written. That being said, like just from internal clues, it's difficult to date each section of the book, you know?
Well, and just to preface, our theology doesn't center around this book like a lot of some groups. So I find
Right.
this to be a safe topic. But with that said, I see it feels like what you're doing is you're saying it must not have been written until after these events, because that's not possible.
No, I didn't say that. What I'm saying
Well, it
is
just felt like what you. Okay.
there are statements in the book that would lead one to believe that there are like date ranges, right? So when it says that about the Laodicean church, that you say that you're rich and wealthy, but I say that you're poor and beggarly and whatever, that statement only makes sense in light of what we know happened to their region, right? They were famously known as turning down the wealth of Rome to rebuild their city after the earthquake, right? So, I mean, that just means that the story really only makes sense if it's post-earthquake time period. It's not a prophecy, it's not a miracle story, it's just a statement about what they were like, you know?
Well, it does say that if they don't listen to Jesus, that he will take away their lamp or their candle or whatever you want to call it. So it's sort of like a warning. I mean, the narrative seems to imply that it's before these events, and then of course we know that Laodicea was destroyed. And I think you're right. It was Laodicea that had the wealth that they didn't need Rome to back them up. But I mean, like I wonder if it was written even before 54 AD, because it's warning them that there's this man coming, 666, 616, with the variant reference. And of course, he started reigning in 54, Nero. I think it was October 13th, actually, that he started reigning. That's easy on Wikipedia, so don't think I'm making that up. But it really doesn't matter exactly when it was written. What matters is the long-term prophecies to us, because it gives a millennial reign period that people often refer to as Jesus reigning on the earth, like visibly, like ruling, not reigning, but ruling. And what I find interesting, I'm just going to put this on the table. You can mock me if you want. I'm okay with that. But it references Nero 666, 1,000-year reference. The church split in 1054. This is 1,000 years of basic they enjoyed 1,000 years of political unity for what it's worth, you know. And then the change in the creed was sort of like maybe it was the straw that broke the camel's back. But you know that obviously cannot be said to be written after the fact, right?
Yeah, but I mean, with the 1,000-year reign, I think the problem you have is like it comes to an end in a pretty drastic fashion in Revelation 20. Says, when the 1,000 years are ended, Satan will be released from his prison, and he will come out to deceive the nations and gather four corners of the earth, Gog and Magog, in order to gather them for battle. They are as numerous as the sands of the sea. They marched up over the breadth of the earth and surrounded the camp of the saints and the beloved city. The beloved city seems to be a reference to probably Jerusalem here. And fire came down from heaven and consumed them. And the devil who had deceived them was thrown into the lake of fire and sulfur, where the beast and his false prophet were, and they will be tormented day and night forever. So when this passage happens, this seems to be at the eschatological end time, at the end of the 1,000 years. So if the 1,000 years ended in the early pre-medieval period, that I guess I don't see how the rest of this chapter came true, because it follows by a judgment, right? So Satan's thrown into prison with the others, and then it says, "And I see a great white throne and one who sat on it," and then we get the judgment, right? So I'm expecting that at the end of the 1,000 years there to be a universal judgment.
Well, like I said, I'm not totally solid on this book, but I'm kind of using this as examples to explore what you consider to be prophecy or evidence thereof. If you think that prophecy only entails these rectilinear, you know, one-to-one connections with history, or does it have other forms? Or
Well,
Yeah.
so the history of that 1,000 years involves the fall of Rome, and Rome becomes two. And I think you said there's supposed to be 1,000 years of peace. Is that the did I hear that correctly? Or relative peace?
I don't think so. I think for the 1,000 years, Jesus is supposed to be reigning, but I'm not sure if that is like complete peace. Although I think Mocha was making the point that there was at least peace within the Roman Empire. But
But the Roman Empire fell
that's what I'm
during
saying. Yeah,
that.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, when did that happen?
wait, are you thinking that this is referring to the Roman Empire? Because the kingdom of God is different from the governments of this world.
So then when was there a kingdom of peace? Oh, I think we lost Mocha for a second.
Sorry, I hit the wrong button there.
Is the fall of Rome. Is what historians consider, most historians consider to be the fall of Rome. So yeah, I mean, and again, if you're going to go to the spiritual thing rather than the traditional kingdom, then I don't know. I mean, how do you define spiritual, and how do you know that actually existed in any way, shape, or form during, you know, from during that 1,000 years? I just don't see how you get to prove that actually happened.
Well, I mean, the idea of the kingdom, if you define it spiritually only, then it is a problem. But I mean, we have the presence of all these bishops, all these churches all over the empire, and they're spreading everywhere. And it is pretty much looking like the physical kingdom on the earth, but it's not like the other governments of this world.
But it can't be a kingdom because there's not a single king. You could say there are multiple kingdoms, but you can't say there's one kingdom, especially after the fall of Rome.
What do you think about the King of Kings concept, the empire?
Where? I mean, the Holy Roman Empire gets.
Oh, where'd Jim go? Jim, I think you just yeeted yourself.
He
No, he might have got it from.
Check to see
Oh,
when the Holy Roman Empire got started, but
Okay.
I don't think the Holy Roman Empire got started during that first 1,000 years. So you have multiple kingdoms. Rome falls into multiple city-states. Byzantium, the Byzantine Empire gets started during that time. Germany falls into city-states. I mean, once the fall of Rome happens, everything that Rome built fell, and there was no longer. I mean, that's where we get the word duke from. Was from Rome. So England probably devolved into multiple kingdoms as well. So where is this single kingdom you're talking about, or where is this emperor? This King of Kings anywhere on the planet at this point?
So you're right. There are kingdoms everywhere, and they have a king. And you're aware. I'm assuming you're aware that Rome divided and conquered these kings and was able to overcome them all. So it's like Rome over all the local kings, right?
And then fell halfway through that 1,000-year period. It died.
Sure.
It was. Yeah. I mean, and that end actually is antecedent of the split to the east and western Rome and the Byzantine Empire. So it's still not one kingdom. I mean, Rome shortly after, in the first couple of centuries there, starts to tear itself apart. So where again is this kingdom for 1,000 years, or this King of Kings for 1,000 years? Because that's what you're talking about. Is 1,000 years of history.
Yeah. Are you looking for a kingdom like Rome or a kingdom like the church?
What I'm looking for the traditional word usage of the word kingdom, right? Which is a geographic boundary ruled by a king.
Well, yeah, the men with little hats are looking for that too. But is that what we expect in the? That's not the Christian view at the time, is it?
I have no idea what the Christian view of the time is, but this is what I would. I mean, the Bible is fairly consistent using kingdom to refer to a geographic boundary, and now all of a sudden we're adding new meaning to the word.
Like, can you give me an example? Because I honestly do believe the Bible has a shift in style from the beginning to the end, and I'm using the word Bible loosely, but
Yeah, I mean, throughout the entire history of the Bible, we know there's the kingdom of is Bethlehem turned into a kingdom. I mean, we've got multiple kingdoms. Israel was a kingdom, and so all throughout this, Rome, King of Kings. There's a bunch of kingdoms inside that. I mean, and then all of a sudden, just to fit your preconceived notions of what has to happen, because you have to change and make words not mean things anymore, just to fit your preconceived notion of this spiritual kingdom that you claim exists.
well, why do we have to force? Well, I want to back up here. So, because this all goes to prophecy and how we, the different kinds of prophecies. And if we're referring to rectilinear prophecies about the kingdom, we can go all the way back to Daniel, where Babylon was the first of
Daniel's pretty much Maccabean propaganda. So I don't know why we want to go back to Daniel.
Now, why do you assume that?
Because that's what most biblical scholars that I'm aware of are making arguments for, that Daniel is at best pseudegraphia, because of just how much Daniel gets wrong just from the jump. And he gets things wrong that he's supposed to have lived through.
My understanding is that Porphyry, who was a Jewish non-believer, was arguing against Daniel because he said that it was too exact and it had to be history written after the fact, which is the liberal position.
He was wrong.
So
the
We lost Jim again. So there are good reasons to believe that Daniel was written in the 2nd century, other than he he knows a lot about the 2nd century. So, for example, Porphyry's argument isn't the greatest, but I'll give you a version of his argument that scholars give, which is it's not that he knew so much about the 2nd century. To be fair, he gets a lot of shit right about the 2nd century. The problem is he gets everything wrong about the supposed time period that Daniel was supposed to be in. That time period, he totally screws up. And so because of that, we're left to conclude that he couldn't have lived in that time period. Now, what we do know is also, like, we've got parts of Daniel, huge portions of Daniel that were written what seems to be primarily in the 2nd century, because it's using a form of Hebrew that didn't exist until the 2nd century. So, like, Mishnaic Hebrew wasn't really a thing until the 2nd century, when they started to get some nationalistic pride and use the reinstitution of Hebrew as a symbol of national pride. That form of Hebrew that they reinstituted, called Mishnaic Hebrew, or Hasmonean Hebrew. And a lot of Daniel is written in that form of Hebrew. If it was written during the supposed, 5th or 6th century when Daniel would have lived, we would expect it to all been written in like early Aramaic, and it's really not. Like even the Aramaic portions appear to be like super late stage Aramaic, and we have additions to Daniel. You probably know about them in Greek. People were adding to the book of Daniel for, probably 2 or 300 years over the course of time, and the vast majority of it, the part that most of us are interested in, appears to have been written in a form of Hebrew that didn't really exist until the 2nd century, which is why the author of that section knows a lot of shit about the 2nd century, but he doesn't get anything right about what happened in the prior centuries.
Like, I want to decide which way I want to go in this choose your own adventure game.
I know, it's a tough one.
So-
So, for example, like, it has Belshazzar on multiple occasions as the son of Nebuchadnezzar, but they weren't even related, not remotely. The father of Belshazzar was Nabonidus, and he was akin to being an usurper of the throne. He didn't have any kingly succession.
Why do you say that Belshazzar was Nebuchadnezzar's son? Does it? I don't think it says that.
Yeah, it does. I think 5 different times actually in Daniel.
Oh my!
Yeah,
That would
let
be a
me
huge
grab
blunder on
you.
my part.
Yeah, don't
Huge
worry.
blunder on my part.
It's not a problem, but yeah, let me grab the verses for you. 1 second.
And Darius the Mede never existed, as far as anyone can tell.
Well, certainly we've been trying to figure out the reference of all these names for a long time.
So the first instance is in Daniel 5:22. And then that's where he's referred to as the son. And then there's I think 4 instances where he's talking to Belshazzar or about Belshazzar, and he references your father Nebuchadnezzar, and that's going to be in Daniel 5 verse 2, Daniel 5:11, another one, 2 of them in Daniel 5:11, and then another one in Daniel 5:13. So in Daniel 5:13 and 18 as well, we have at least 4 or 5 different occasions where Nebuchadnezzar is named the father of Belshazzar.
Oh, okay.
But he certainly wasn't. We have data, quite a bit of from ancient world demonstrating that Belshazzar was the son of Nabonidus, and that there was actually 4 different kings between Nebuchadnezzar and Nabonidus.
Okay, I think actually our my mentor's work agrees. Let's see here. I don't want to go too much down there because I didn't prepare on Daniel 5 and Belshazzar, but I'm more interested in your understanding of this as a, like, do you see Daniel, true or false, as a rectilinear style prophecy, like 1-to-1? I'm not asking you to believe it, but do you think it presents itself as you should look for these things in history. They're not spiritual, only the physical.
Yeah. This is how apocalyptic literature works. In apocalyptic literature, there's chaos happening, God's people are suffering, and we have these prophecies of, hey, just hold on a little bit longer. God's promises are going to come true, and they're going to be way better than you even thought they were going to be, right? And this is just how all of the Jewish apocalyptical literature was.
But I mean, it presents itself as sort of like a falsifiable system, right?
Yes, you nailed it. It is a falsifiable system because they're giving prophetic predictions, and when they don't come true, you have one of two options. You can say the prophecies failed, or you can go, well, it was spiritual. It didn't mean what it actually meant. It means something completely different. But there's more than two. There's two books on this topic that I do like. The first by James Vanderkam, amazing scholar from Notre Dame, called Enoch and the Growth of an Apocalyptic Tradition, and a longer one, The Method and Message of Jewish Apocalyptic. It is a pretty good, two really good resources on like how apocalyptical prophecy functioned within the Jewish community.
I only have one more question. Is that okay?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that the New Testament writers are playing that game as they go through the prophecies that you reference with all of your guests?
I think the New Testament authors are doing a game of the same thing we find in the Dead Sea Scrolls, which is words don't mean words, right? These prophecies don't fail as long as we change the meaning of all the words. And we find this in like the Habakkuk Pesher and some of the other Pesherim from the Dead Sea Scrolls, where they're taking, like, hey guys, well, they're taking these Old Testament prophets and they're saying, well, I mean, now the Babylonians are actually the Kittim, and this city is actually now this city. They're just going into it and they're just saying, okay, these words now mean something new. Because rather than saying that the prophecies failed, we just have to say, okay, now they need decoded. These words don't really mean what they mean. They're secret code words for such and such, right? And so, like, when prophecies fail, like, you don't have too many choices. You can admit that they failed, or you can just reword them and say that words have no meaning.
That's really interesting. What this is kind of new to me, but I'm really happy to hear this, and I think it goes with what Jim was saying about reading in the context of the time. You're saying that some of the scrolls that were found in the Dead Sea collection were playing this other sort of game, like Jewish Mishnaic. What do you want to call it? Like a dialectic or a dialogue? I'm thrilled to hear you say this. This is amazing. Like,
Yeah, so in the Dead Sea Scrolls, we've got a collection of Pesherim. These are like reinterpretations of the prophecies, and they're pretty brazen with what they're going to do with them. So, for example, in the Habakkuk Pesher, we've got a bunch of lines where they're saying, well, this means this now, right? So, for example, in Habakkuk 1:6, he says, for I am now about to raise up the Chaldeans, the brutal and reckless people. Interesting enough, we know who the Chaldeans are. But in the Pesherim, it says this refers to the Kittim, who are swift and mighty in war, annihilating many people, so on and so forth. And we've got a bunch of the Pesher that reads just like this. In fact, they read like some of the stuff that God's going to do to his enemies. He reads is actually God's going to do it against some of the Jewish leaders in Jerusalem because they hated the leaders in Jerusalem. And so it's just one of those things where like the Jewish people were already doing it by the time the New Testament came along. A lot of them were already going into these prophecies and repurposing them.
oh my gosh, you just made my day. That is awesome. I mean, I hope all of your hearers heard that. That's because a lot of times in the New Testament, maybe you agree with this, maybe you don't. One thing I got from my mentors was that oftentimes there's a suppressed binary opposite in a conversation, like these epistles, even like the writings of John. They're writing either against something or touching on a topic, and we don't have the other person or group talking to say Paul or John. It's sort of like it's either there or we don't have it. We can't hear the back and forth conversation. And so with that with that gone, that eliminated from the conversation, we're just left with the Bible. We don't. It becomes more and more interpretable however we want to, and but people don't even understand that it could be sort of a big dialogue rather than just like an Islamic book where it just comes down from heaven and this is it. This is the word of God, and you see, that distinction where it's just like
Right, but
just
but my point
go
is, like,
ahead.
if you can just go into a prophecy and rework it by changing the meanings of the words, then, like, it could mean anything you want it to mean.
But we agree then that that's what the New Testament writers are. That's the game they are playing, right?
That's
'Cause
100% the game they're playing, yes. That's why when they quote the Old Testament, they're typically doing some sort of typological or words don't mean words type of fulfillment, right? Because the Jewish people, especially the Qumran sect, they were already doing that. They thought that they had been given secret knowledge, and they're going to decode these Hebrew scriptures, right? So this is where like sacred gnosis comes into play. Like those who are really in the know, those who are really connected to God, they can go into these Jewish scriptures and tell you the secret meaning, the true meaning of them, right? Let the plain meaning of the text is irrelevant. We need to give you the secret meanings of the text. But the reality is, I think that's just, I mean, it's silly.
Well, but that is kind of what, like, say, some of like the Talmud. The Talmud is a commentary, on
Yep.
the Old Testament, and not judging it. I'm just saying what it is. And so, if we look at the New Testament, it's doing a lot of what you just said.
Yeah.
John responding to the gnosis, the secret history that some are asserting. That's why he says logos, because it's not part of this logos, ethos, pathos, super narrative, that comic book narrative that someone may be, or I'm sorry, I shouldn't be so. But like you said, the Gnostics have a reinterpretation of the words, like you're saying, and so he's responding and saying, "These are the words." And then when they read prophecies, obviously, like Isaiah 7 doesn't mean in the future this is going to happen. It obviously, doesn't mean that. And so it's sort of torturous when people come up on your show and assert the virgin birth out of Isaiah 7. And
Well,
and so
they kind of have to, because Matthew did.
Yeah, but Matthew's playing a different game, right?
Yeah, but you have to play whatever game Matthew is playing.
And that is, what is the game that he's playing?
The game that he's playing is words don't mean words, right? Context is no longer relevant. I'm going to tell you the secret meaning of the passage.
That I do agree with that.
Yeah, so either you agree with Matthew or you don't.
Well, I agree with Jesus when he says, and I'll just offer this, but he says the kingdom of heaven is like a scribe who finds new things out of old treasure, something to that effect. And so what they are doing, at least agree with it. I'm not telling you to agree with them. I'm just saying what the New Testament writers are doing is looking for this preponderance of evidence in all the stories of the Old Testament and saying, here's this big picture. But they're not looking, and I'm kind of disappointed because I would have thought they would have gone rectilinear, but they are doing a lot of this typological, those pictures that like you see that are all the pictures together and they form this face or or some new picture where you have to stand back. Computers are often putting these together. Well, isn't that what they're doing? They're looking at these, obviously not what they're saying, verses. And then they're saying, but if you stand back and look back at all these verses together, you see the story. You see the bigger picture.
That's exactly what they're doing, but to me, I think it's dishonest. I've done the same. I've got a collection of prophecies out of context and typological and whatnot that are about me. I got a whole document full of them because, like, if you're just going to the Old Testament and you're saying, okay, I don't care about the context, I don't care about what the actual meaning of the text is, and you're just finding like loose, vague quotes and stories, well, I got news for you. I fit that too, right? So, like, I don't think it's ever a good idea to interpret a prophecy by ignoring the context and the meaning of the original offering of it.
Okay. Well, in future conversations with you, would you just prefer I go straight rectilinear then?
It's up to you.
Okay. All right. Cool.
But
Well,
Mocha, it's
this
good
is
talking to
awesome.
you. It's been a minute since we chatted, but always good to hear from you.
Man, God bless.
Cheers, man. It's been a minute since we talked to Mocha, but Mocha's a nice guy. We've conversed over text a little bit too. He's a good guy. I think he's trying to figure out what he believes, just like all of us. I think Mocha. Sometimes you get Christians up here that are hostile and ignorant. I don't think that Mocha's either of those two things. I think he's just trying to figure some stuff out. But let's grab a couple of super chats. We're gonna get Kate in here next. Ferris, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says should have dropped at the moment of that crypto fash dog whistle of small hats. What? It's so boring, as abhorrent as this belief system are unicornically. Unicornically? I I may not understand what you're talking about. Crypto fash dog whistle. Did I miss a dog whistle? Am I I must have missed something. Maybe I wasn't listening very well. I apologize. Was he an anti-vaxxer? Did he mention vaccines and I miss it? Anyways, I mean, Ferris, you might have caught it and I missed it. I apologize for that. But thank you for being here and supporting the channel, my friend. And Duke, thank you for the super chat. Says Greeks called Ache Persians Medes. You mean the Achaemenid Empire of Persians Medes, along with the actual Medes. I mean, that is true. So he followed that error. Darius the Mede is probably Darius II. I agree. It's Darius II. Arian, son of an Arian, king of kings, chosen by Ahura Mazda. Yeah, Duke, I think we agree on all points here, and it seems to be the case. And there's other Bible passages too that would lead us to believe that, in fact, they understood the Median and the Persians to be separate kingdoms, which is a whole nother topic. But Science Lover, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says this is my favorite show on Netflix. Thank you, Justin et al. Praise Doug and Sharon for their bedrock support as we battle apologists. Well, thank you, Science Lover, for supporting us as we battle the apologists. Although, some of them need battled and some of them just need talked to. Mocha is a nice guy. We just talked to Mocha. I do understand that there was a portion of our audience that was bored during that conversation because we lost like 300 or 400 viewers. That does happen from time to time. But Mocha's a nice guy, friends. All right, let's grab Kate and we'll get the conversation moving with Kate.
How come is Christian theology harder than anything I've ever done in my life? Like, that sounds like when you speak, I literally just, it feels to me like Ian discussing philosophy.
Oh, I get that. Yep, I totally get that. The way that, like, me and Mocha and others will talk about the biblical theology, I totally understand why most people would see that and zone out and be like, what the fuck are they even talking about? I get it, man. That's just it. That's the nature of the beast. Kate, welcome in. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes, sir. And yes, I believe in the Greco-Roman gods.
Oh, not just the Romans and not just the Grecians, but Greco-Romans. So the Greece and the Roman
I
deities.
suppose, if you care, I guess more the Grecian gods, but yeah, we tend to group them together.
So there's a little bit of an echo going on. Give me 1 second. I'm going to see if I can get rid of your echo.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
All right. How far are you from your microphone?
My microphone should be my headphones, but it could be my computer, so let me move closer.
Yeah, it might have something goofy going on with your audio because I'm hearing the echo myself. I assume they can hear it on YouTube and TikTok because they're saying there's an echo.
Okay. If it's bad, I can leave and come back another day.
It's better right now.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Should be good. All right. So then, hey, what's the evidence or the argument or what have you for the Greco-Roman gods being real? And keep in mind, this is a really interesting topic because we don't get to talk to people very often who believe in the Greco-Roman gods.
It's nice to be here, and you do a lot of good work, I have to say. Um, if I'm completely honest with you, I don't really have an exact reason to believe in them. It's more of like uh, a desire or a fulfillment of desire, and I could probably take an argument from beauty, but that's not going to go anywhere. That's concrete evidence.
Okay, so what convinced you that the Greco-Roman gods were real?
Well, mostly, and it's going to be a bit embarrassing, I guess, since I know how you feel, but Plato.
Mm-hmm. Is there a particular argument from Plato?
And I think that the poetry and the all of the dialogue captivating, and this is it's just an argument from desire because there's no such thing as a soul. There's the Platonic forms in the way that scholars typically conceive them aren't real. There's no such thing as like unchanging forms of things, and most of the arguments that are actually in Plato don't really stand up to the thinking of today. But the biggest thing that I get from Plato is the koinonia, or like the changing of the mind. I don't know if you're Greek. I know you're really good in Hebrew, but
So
yeah.
I took about
And
a little over a year in Greek. I didn't give it as much time and attention as Hebrew. Like I still kind of I understand the grammar, but most of my database of words has dwindled down pretty small.
Okay.
So it sounds to me like you read something from Plato and it convinced you that the Greek gods are real. And I guess what I'd like to see is if you can articulate what that argument would be.
Well, if we go through I guess what I would call the argument of beauty is that we can see all around us that the world is in chaos, and somehow in that the poetry is that we can see beauty or the gods in this world, and also, of course, the one. And it's just as simple as that. It's just the the text really captivated me, and I think that's what happens, what has happened with me and other religious in my life. So I don't really believe, I guess I would say, in these gods, but I all do believe in the gods, if you understand what I'm saying. Like the myths of the gods and of all of this, the text, it doesn't make any sense. But I still have the desire to participate in this religion because it's like happiness didn't matter. It's more of fighting the dream or like trying to achieve something that you know can't happen.
So it sounds to me like you don't really believe in these gods. You just like the religion.
I suppose you could put it that way.
Oh, okay. I get that. You know, there are people who are called secular Christians who don't really believe in the Christian God, but they like the Christian faith and they participated in it anyways. And there's a lot of secular Jews who do the same thing. They don't really believe in the God of Judaism, but they do love Judaism itself as a religion and a community. So it sounds like you might fall into that category where you really don't believe in these gods, but you do you really love the idea and maybe even the community that is developed within, Greek and Roman philosophers that are based on these gods. And for that, we can certainly respect you for liking some of these arguments. But if you don't believe these gods are literally real, that means you're with me. We agree that God is imaginary rather than for real. But Kate, it was good to talk to you. We don't get to talk to many people who are into like the Greek gods. I had one friend that used to host with me a little bit named Hanji, who like she really does believe in the Greek gods. She's from Greece, but we don't hear from people like that very often.
Okay, thank you for having me. It's always good to be here.
Well, cheers, friend. Keep reading.
Thanks.
Plato's awesome. Plato's a lot of fun. We had a Christian in the TikTok queue, and they dropped out. I was gonna bring them up. Where'd they go? Let me see. What was their name? They were in here shouting about Jesus just a minute ago, and now they're gone. That's unfortunate. I was getting the grill ready for a cook session, but I guess they couldn't take the heat. They had to run away. Unless they got banned. Maybe they said some shit and got banned. It seems to happen a lot. I don't see them in the comments anymore. Did the mods ban that guy, that Christian that was in here yapping? Did you guys ban him? That way I can't see him in the They got banned? What happened? I was gonna bring him up. That's why they're not in the guest box anymore, because you banned them. Guys, how am I supposed to talk to anybody if you kick them out? What'd he do? Did anyone see what happened? I don't know. He's gone now. He's not even in the chat. Oh, it's Dylan. So it was Dylan. Okay. We'll bring Dylan up. Should be fun. You know what? Interesting, Ems. We didn't have a Muslim all night yet.
I think not in the past week.
Yeah. What a weird occurrence. Okay.
Oh, how y'all doing?
Yeah, Dylan, welcome in. Are you at least 18? And do you believe in God? Sure.
Yeah, I'm
And
a
do you
Christian.
believe
Jesus Christ is the true God.
I'm sure he is. What's the best evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
I would say Earth, what it is, and I would say that your belief on Earth, I can already tell, is not true. It's not true cosmology. You've been taught Freemason pseudoscience since grade first of public school.
What shape is the Earth? This gotta be a troll.
It is a flat, motionless plane with a firmament above. I'm not trolling everything I say, I believe.
Is that so? Yeah. How does gravity work?
Well, gravity, things fall because they're denser than the air surrounding it, and there is an electromagnetic current being pulled down. That's why you have like electricity. Yes, electromagnetics.
So buoyancy works based on electromagnetism?
No, I'm saying gravity is false. Gravity comes from a Freemason, by the way. Before Isaac Newton, the way they describe things
I'm
falling
asking
is
you
because
where the
density
theory of
and
gravity
weight.
comes from. What I'm asking you is why density works.
Because I'm saying things fall because they're heavier than the air surrounding it. That's why helium rises.
Well, the heaviness has nothing to do with whether or not it's going to rise or fall. Like heavy is a reference to gravity, right? So without gravity, there's no such thing as heavier.
But your view of gravity is false. You think it's because there's a heavy core pulling at the center of space.
No, I don't believe that.
Down.
I don't believe that at all. No, gravity
That's
is
how they describe gravity.
Warping of no, gravity is a warping of space-time.
Yeah, it's like a heavy matter pulling down in space. That's what I'm saying.
No, that's not the case. And
really, it's not.
Have you seen, Justin? Have you seen the videos of which they would put a helium balloon inside a vacuum chamber and it would fall down?
Right.
Yeah, how would that work?
Yeah, bro, I'm saying gravity is not real, bro. Go to Witsit.
Sure. Gravity doesn't exist. It's density.
Go to Witsit. He describes it way better than me.
Dylan, it is density, sure. But why does a helium balloon fall down in a vacuum chamber?
I'm saying, why does helium rise? Because it's
sure. No. Ignore the
not because
the helium
gravity.
balloon inside.
No,
Sure.
you don't get it.
It does rise because of gravity, yes. But anyways, in a vacuum chamber, why does a helium balloon fall down that up?
I don't know, man. I'm just letting you know gravity.
Why does anything? Why does
dude.
In a vacuum chamber, in each direction, the density.
Bro, I'm telling you, electromagnetics disprove gravity because the only thing you need to.
He's trolling.
I'm not trolling everything I say. I believe I get my knowledge from geniuses.
Yeah, from geniuses.
Yeah, like Nikola Tesla, Albert Einstein.
Well, they didn't teach any of that.
No, Albert Pike. He's not really a genius. He's a kind of a bitch.
How does electromagnetism work against non-conductors?
Dude, I don't know, but I'm telling you, Nikolai Tesla has a quote where he's
Okay.
saying electromagnetics disproves gravity. And I'm telling
I
you,
doubt it.
gravity comes
Yeah.
from a Freemason. That's why it has a G.
Damn. This guy must be a
Do
troll.
you
I
not
can't believe
know?
someone's this dumb. All right, so
I
Dylan,
don't
we're gonna
know.
get
Do you not know
we're gonna
what
get
Freemasons
the
are?
yeah, it's a group of people who were
It's a
once
Luciferian religion,
Masons.
buddy.
It's certainly not
It's
a
in
Luciferian
their own
religion.
highest sources, they say it.
No, the
In their
Freemasons
33-degree
were
literature books, they say it. Like Morals and Doctrine.
they don't say it. I've got their book. So the reality is the Freemasons were an offshoot of the Illuminati, which was a Bavarian underground group that was formed to discuss politics because at the time you couldn't discuss politics openly because it was considered treason against the rulers. So they had to form these goofy underground societies so that they could actually come together and talk about religion and politics without actually being persecuted. The Freemasons was just a branch of these later Bavarian groups. And so they're not evil. They're not Satan worshipers. In fact, I'm not even allowed to be in the Freemasons because I don't believe in God. In order to believe in the Freemasons, you actually have to believe in some kind of a God, and I don't. So they most certainly aren't Satan worshipers, and I do
Well,
have like
I can cook your
I
point.
I I do actually have their manuals. Like they're not hard to get. You can buy them online. You can download them in PDF form. The reality is they don't believe any of the nonsense that you believe that they believe. But all that being said, there's a lot of like people on the internet that would do
Say
like
it.
a really fun like flurf debate with you. And I'm certainly down to do the flurf debate, and I'm certainly down to do a religion debate, but I don't really care about the Freemasons. I'm not interested in debating you on a topic you clearly have no knowledge of. So I'll ask you one more question about flurfdom, and then I'm going to ask you a question about your Messiah. So, do you know how satellites work?
Yeah, first of all, look at a video of a satellite coming down. They always come down with a weather balloon, buddy.
They
And
don't.
secondly, with your
So
point,
we'll
the
try this
highest
again.
sources of Freemasonry say it's a Luciferian religion. It's
No, they don't. So we'll try this again. That didn't actually answer
yes.
my question. My question was, do you know how satellites work?
Yes, dude.
Okay, fantastic. And have you ever seen one?
Yes.
No, in real life. Not in a
Yes.
picture, not on the internet, in real life. And where were you when you saw it?
Yes.
Where were you?
NASA Space Center.
Oh, you lying motherfucker. Okay. Uh, he's either a really bad liar or a really bad troll. One of the two.
He's trolling.
Yeah,
I
he's
was
clearly
at
trolling.
Motorola for their Iridium project and actually got to practice to see if we could actually get an Iridium satellite to crash into the planet. So,
Yeah, I mean,
you
anyone
didn't
who
ask
spent
me, but I thought I'd throw that in there.
anytime who spent any time in like engineering or in like as electrical engineer, like I've been lucky enough to have to do some projects. I've worked on some projects where we did trilateralization, and the
Mhm.
reality is trilateralization through satellites don't work unless you calculate a globe Earth, unless it's a really short distance that you're trying to calculate. But if you're
Yeah.
calculating over long distances, you have to assume that the Earth is round, which is why, in fact, all of our GPS models, the ones that are on your Tesla, on your Garmin, on your EV Go or whatever it is, all of them have a globe Earth, every one of them.
Yep. And if you're using a sextant, you have to know your eye height, not your height, but your eye height above sea level in order to properly do the calculations. If you don't have your eye height right, you won't get the correct calculations. And that is because your eye height determines how far to the horizon you can see, which is how you do your calculations. So yeah, there's no form of navigation that doesn't require a globe Earth.
Yeah, indeed. Let me grab TY. This might be the famous TY from our YouTube chat that everybody hates that says is a troll. TY Wolf. TY, welcome in. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God? TY? You there? He's gone. I can only assume TY is a troll. Oh well. Well, we'll see. Anyways, friends, that is the end of our queue. We've actually gone through the entire queue. This doesn't happen very often. But that's okay. I have to wake up super early tomorrow to meet my boy Dan at the gym. We couldn't work out during the week, so we're doing it Saturday morning, which is literally the worst fucking time to work out because I want to sleep in. That being said, I'm not going to do it. I'm going to force myself to get there. We're working out at like 8:30 in the morning, so I'm not going to stay up till 2 in the morning this time. I stayed up super late Wednesday. Not going to do it tonight. So I'm going to read through some super chats. While I'm doing that, friends, make sure if you're not following Ems, you're doing so. If you're not following Jim, make sure you're doing so. And Jim has a YouTube channel as well as a TikTok channel. And so you can find him on YouTube. You can find him on TikTok. Jim, what's your YouTube handle?
I am pretty much Jim Barrows everywhere. So,
Okay.
yeah, and there is one other Jim Barrows, so make sure it's got my fat face on it. But I don't know if that Jim Barrows is on any social media. He is on Gmail, so which is how I
Fantastic.
know he exists.
And I'm sure sometime soon you and I will be on AXP again. It's only a matter of time.
Yeah, I'm really, really hoping it's soon. I know. I think I'm on the 7th. On AXP. And I forget who I'm on with. I forget.
Yeah.
Anyway, and then I'll be on Skeptic Haven coming up soon. They're setting that up now. And I will actually be on with Aaron Lewis. And honestly, you'll probably be more interested in Aaron Lewis than you are me. She's a former sex worker, writes some really good books. So I'll be on with her when they get that finalized. So I think it's just this Sunday, actually. But yeah.
Sounds good. Excited for that. All right. Well, listen,
Yeah,
friends, I'm going to read some super chats. Go find Jim's profile and follow him up. Make sure he's in your list of people you follow if you haven't already done so yet. And Dr. Wasambla, thank you for sending out one DC Debate gift and membership. I appreciate that. And Interstate 5 is with us. Says Matthew 10, 5-6, Jesus forbids converting Gentiles. Well, kind of. In Matthew 10, he's sending out his disciples into the villages. And it seems to be he's specifically sending them out only to the non-Gentiles, to the Hebrew villages. But I'm not entirely sure, Interstate, that this is a universal command for all time, because other places in the Gospels, Jesus does in fact indicate that he does want to make converts of all the Gentiles, namely Matthew 28. All the nations, right? So it just kind of depends on your hermeneutic. Is it possible that Matthew 10 was an earlier statement by Jesus, and then some of the whole gospel to the Gentiles was something later added into the gospels? That certainly is a point, because there certainly seems to be a strata of data within the gospels that seem like more matching Jesus's time period, namely like this is all about the Jews. Whereas the later portions of the Gospels seem to be much more already after 70 AD. God's mad at the Jews. That's why he punished them and removed them from grace. That kind of a thing, right? So it kind of depends on how you're reading it. HD says, I've had my RNG. I've had bad ring my whole life. Sucks to suck. What is RNG? Is short for something that I should know? I've had bad RNG my whole life.
I know.
I've never heard that one. Well, listen, I'm sorry that you got RNG HD, but thank you for being here. We appreciate you supporting the channel too. And Gitsenfield, good to see you again, says throughout history, human beings have always constructed stories to facilitate the social interactions. If you even look at the Code of Hammurabi, etc., yes, that's my favorite thing. Like, if you think the law of Moses was unique, please read the law code of Hammurabi, and then also read some of the other law codes. Read the law code of Eshnuna and Lapit Ishtar and the Middle Assyrian law code. And there's so many good law codes, the Palace Wall inscription law codes. So many good ones out there. And the mods on Discord are saying RNG possibly refers to random number generator, which I would not have guessed. Shit, where's that super chat now? I already moved beyond it. I don't remember what he was saying.
It said that throughout my life I've had bad RNG, and then shaking my head.
That's certainly not random number generator then.
I think it might mean like bad luck.
Could be, or could it be a typo too?
And by the way, I'm gonna go to bed, so have a good
I
night.
don't
And thank you for
blame
having me up.
Ems.
And
Thank
it
you
was
for
nice
being
meeting
here.
you, Jim. Yeah, thank you. Bye bye.
Meeting you too.
I get some rest, buddy. WMs, what a legend. I mean, just an absolute legend. I think Muslims check under their bed at night for M's. That's my opinion. But
I would think so.
Right? Josh, thank you for the super chat. Says, "What a sweet relief it was to realize that when I die, it's just over for me. No memory, no nothing." Yeah, I've heard that quite a bit. For some people, the idea that you're just gonna poof, like that's kind of relaxing for them. Like it's the end, right? No more struggles, no more pain. But I think that on the other side of that, you're like, well, I don't get to experience the good stuff anymore, right? I think somebody's aversion to death is somehow linked quite a bit to how much they want to keep living. You know what I mean? That seems to be the link there. And Christopher, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says, thanks, Justin, for the distraction from Red Hat. Well, I get it. And I had to like turn off politics because like for me, I would waste so much time worrying about what's happening politically that I wouldn't get stuff done. And the reality is, I think the most important work that I can do right now is what I'm doing right now. So I don't want to get too distracted from it. And plus, I think when we deconvert people from these right-wing religions, they tend to deconvert from destructive politics too. Not always, but certainly seems to be the case. Godwin, thank you for the super chat. Says CNN Sunday night show an exorcism child abuse. So it is child abuse. I didn't know that they're going to be doing an exorcism on CNN. That's crazy. Now I kind of want to see it. Who's ever got a link to that? Fuck, let me look it up. I'd be interested to find out. Let's see. CNN exorcism. It says 4 days ago, maybe. Okay. David Culver's doing the report. Okay, I'll check it out. Hey, thanks for the heads up. I really appreciate that. I'm quite interested. I love the mystical lore of the Catholic Church. And Duke says deconstruction luncheon, serving deconstruction burgers at the level of your choosing, from rare to Mr. Spock. Indeed, we are going to be doing some of that, Duke. Well, I mean, you've been here all night, so you definitely know it. And Jam and Jay, great to see you. It's been a hot minute. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for the super chat. Says Verts and Whores. Schism, no schism. Is Justin dating Sarah? I'm not friends. Is Justin dating Hadassah? I'm not. Is Justin dating the mute button on his mic? Fucking probably. Teach the controversy. It's the latter of all those. It is the latter of all those things. That being said, Hadassah is a delightful video. Go watch it and follow Sarah's channel. In fact, fuck me, I think she's like 50 away from hitting 10,000 now. Hold on. She's so close to 10,000. She needs like 50 more followers to hit 10,000. She's on the cusp. You guys know Leaving Faith's channel. If you don't know Leaving Faith on TikTok and YouTube, make sure you're typing in Leaving Faith and following her channel. Let's get her up over 10,000 finally tonight. Let's get her over the hump. JM, thank you for the $2 super thanks. I appreciate that. And Swamper Man, thank you for the super chat. Says, hey Justin, if you're still taking song recommendations, I never was. Friends, I love you. But I was never asking for song recommendations. However, if you have them, there is a thread in our Discord that I created so that you can add them so that I don't spend 3 hours a week adding songs to a song list on Discord. But it says, check out Run Christian Run by Super Furry Animals. Fun jam. Love the kitties. Yeah, actually, I'm sure it is a fun jam. I haven't heard it. I do love a good atheist jam. All that being said, I don't think that I don't think that I'm looking to maintain a canonical list of atheist worship music. My cat is knocking stuff over now. Sorry, kitty. You gotta be careful. In fact, the cat is back. I forgot to turn kitty cam on earlier. Where we get kitty cam going until he jumps off the desk again. Where are you going, buddy? Are you done already? That fast? Okay. No, maybe. Oh well. But yeah, Swamper Man, make sure you get into the Discord and add to the list. Duke back again says since 100 BCE, from Greece to Egypt, they waited for a chosen Apollo Mithra Doug to punish Roman upstarts. When such prophecies fail, they are replaced by those of apocalypse and death. Jeebus came at the bleeding edge of that transition. That's a fair point. Jesus came at a point where the prophecies had failed, and they were trying to find a way to rework the prophecies, right? How can we determine these prophecies to be true while also ignoring the original context of the prophecies, right? And so what you get then is like you get the New Testament of like words don't mean words, and we're gonna pigeonhole our Messiah into this book any way that we can. And Bofa, thank you for the super chat, says I can't recommend books by the existential psychotherapist Irvin Yolom, more for deconstruction. Schopenhauer's Cure, among more, will help immensely. Well, thank you for the recommendation. Existential psychotherapy sounds like something we could all benefit from, for sure. Or, and follow me here, okay? Or you can get like a cute little puppy or some kittens. I'm just saying, I'm not saying you shouldn't do therapy. What I am saying is that puppies and kittens are fucking great. Godwin, thank you for the super chat, says you're using cute kittens to turn me gay. Gay for Justin. I love it. Listen, I told you what I'm down. I know they told me that I was turning people gay, and I'm okay with that. This is an outcome I approve of. Germs, thank you for the super chat, says Dalton, go live so we can gift you members. Indeed. He's gonna go live. We're gonna get him set up tomorrow so he can get his live stream started, because now that he quit his job, we gotta get it rolling fast. Zakul says day 1200 of hoping someone in this live converts me to Christianity. Rock hard for Doug. Zakul, listen, you know as well as I do that's not going to happen. That's not a thing that's coming. But you know, rock hard for Doug at least. Good to see you, friend. And Malcolm says fellow Catholic school survivor. Well, welcome to the club. Although I must admit, I liked my Catholic school. I know a lot of them that were shit. Mine I actually liked. In nomine Petrae et ligni et calculare, in the name of the rocks and the wood and the pebbles, Orthodox Dougism, indeed. Although all forms of Dougism we approve of. Doug isn't strict on his theology. Neither is Sharon. Just be good people. Don't be dicks, you know? Weezer, thank you for the $2, says, I skipped the gym tonight for this cooking lesson. Well, shit, Weezer. It was maybe only a slightly uneventful night. We've had better cooking Friday night sessions. We didn't get a lot of really good guests tonight, but we got some decent stuff going on. You know, some live streams are like that. You don't always get the guests you want. And Jam and Jay coming back says, Jesus rides donkey while donkey rides colt. See, this is the age-old question that we have to answer. This is very important, Jam and Jay. Did Jesus straddle two donkeys? Did he plank on two donkeys? Did he stack the donkeys? Was one in front of the other and the other behind the one in front? How did it occur? Nobody seems to actually know. I still kind of a little bit partial to Jesus planking across the two donkeys, but you know, he could be doing like the Jean-Claude Van Damme splits between the two of them. And Simon, thank you for the super chat, says, King Justin, you might be stronger than King Jesus, but I highly doubt you're anywhere near as strong as Burger King. Rock hard for Doug, nonetheless. Well, listen, Burger King's flame broiled. It's hard to beat that. I've not survived flame broiling yet, so I can certainly understand why Burger King might have a one-up on me. And Meg, great to see you as well. Thank you for the super chat. Says, while many species of snake constrict, the asp or the cobra are the ones people feared. So the bite would be of concern rather than constriction. I mean, that is the point. Yeah. I mean, some snakes bite, some snakes constrict. I would imagine the cobra and the asp are both biters, right? It says many species of snakes constrict, ones people fear. Yeah, it was the bite, right? I agree. No, I don't think there's that many snakes that do the constricting. And Reverend Nate, thank you for the super chat, says, if snakes were as dangerous to children as religious people, then maybe I would give a fuck about snakes. Alas, I have no fucks to give justice for snake. I do agree. Like, when we look at like the evils perpetrated against children, I would say that man-made religions have done way more damage than snakes. Not that snakes haven't done some damage, but and Tiger Shark says, another cult in a sea of cults. Indeed. There's almost no end to the amount of cults out there. And I'm sure we'll see some more. Connor says, been a while since I last tuned in. Awesome to see Jim as guest. Keep on grilling. Yeah, Jim is awesome. Those who know Jim from the AC Experience, a illustrious career, quite a while, should recognize his face, as I think many of you might already be following on YouTube. If you're not following on YouTube, make sure you do. And she25 says, I am so hoping for BNF to return. Need the comic relief. You know what? I kind of thought he might return, BMF. I hoped he had returned or would return. We didn't get a return though. But just like Jesus, only a single coming. Loose Skin, interesting name, says, I've been watching you for a while, and not once has any Christian been able to prove you wrong about the prophecies. Keep on keeping on. Gay for Justin, rock hard for Doug. Well, first of all, I love the King Arthur cartoon character you got there. From the Sword and the Stone, amazing cartoon. I wanted a pet named Archimedes growing up because of that movie. That being said, yeah, Luskin, I've been running this talking point for a long time. It was my original talking point when I first got online. And the reality is, no Christian will ever defeat me on this talking point, not ever. Because the only way to do it is to say, ignore the context and words don't mean words. And the minute you say that, the argument's over. The minute you get to ignore the context and words no longer have meanings, well, it doesn't matter. Saint says, the baby heard that. That might be the case. And just K, thank you for the super chat, says the caller is a gagging on this bad talking point. Yes. That was a good play on 1 Samuel 15:3 and King Agag, who was preserved and then Saul had to get punished for. Kendraic says, it was a preacher's sermon about hell that caused me to question the doctrine and began deconstruction. So it has upsides. That's a fair point. It was, for me, going to Heaven's Gates, Hell's Flames, that first pushed me into I need to be born again, right? Because I was already like a generic believer. And then that play scared me into, the evangelical form of Christianity that we see so commonly today. But the reality is, like, if you need to scare people into your religion, it's probably not all that convincing to begin with. And John says Doug loves you. Well, indeed, that is the case. Indeed. What are you doing there, buddy? What are you doing there, buddy? You trying to French kiss me? Handsome cat. Good to see you. Beautiful cat says, fill me in on the double donkey thing. Well, it's not quite as interesting as the double donger, although if you've been to certain parts of Mexico and you've heard about the donkey show, I mean, you never know. The double donkey show might be something. And Adam says, in the movie Yentl, Barbara Streisand and Amy Irving use wine on the street. I don't know anything about that movie, actually. I'm not sure I really comment on it. I certainly would like to check it out, but I don't know. I guess I'm trying to figure out what wine on the streets has to do with some of our prior conversations. I might be forgetting the conversation that we were having earlier. But I mean, W. Barbara Streisand, right? Master Machete, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. It says, I'm transcendentally rock hard and gay for Justin. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about, Master Machete. Let's go. Let's go. I need a gay for Justin emoji now. Oh, Yolante, thank you for the $5 super thanks. I appreciate that, friends. And congratulations on your job interview. Gemini says, Phil bro, all, go smile at mirror to check symmetry. Oh no. If I had to guess, that Phil bro never smiles. That kid didn't sound like the type of person that spends a lot of time smiling, which is why he's up in here crashing out on my live stream. Trump failed. Thank you for the super chat. Says, the ontological modal argument for God is based on possibilities. It's the dumbest fucking thing ever. I agree. The minute your argument is something that's possible must be true, you're done. It's over. It's a dumb argument. Something being possible has nothing to do with something being true. There's a lot of things that are possible that we have no reason to believe are true. It's possible there's a teapot floating around Jupiter. There's no reason why there couldn't be one, but until one is demonstrated to be circling Jupiter, we have no reason to believe that one is. Dr. Wasabla says Jim doesn't have an epistemology or ontology, blah. I see the wordplay you're going for. I appreciate that. It says, poor Feelbro was all up in his feels. Please send him to BMF for a mute chat. I should have, but unfortunately when the guests come on and they're on TikTok rather than on YouTube, I can't really do much with that. Like, I have no ability to mute them and put them in the background, you know? I have more limitations. Trent says, I know I'm a convert to fatism. Fatism?
I think that's fat ass.
Oh, fat assism. I was like, what the hell is that?
Yeah.
I do like this. All hail Jim. Although this seems kind of cruel. I don't know if this is the religion we need. Justin, check out 7 Hail Marys by Flesh for Lulu, a song about Catholic guilt. Oh, fuck. That does sound pretty good.
I'm ready to do that. Former Catholic.
Yeah. I'm a former Catholic school student, but I never really did buy into the Catholic nonsense. Only because, like, I learned at an early age that they were diddling all the kids, and I was like, well, fuck that. That can't be right.
Yeah, but I'm older than you, so I mean, and I was an altar boy at one point too, so yeah.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. The Miss Mandy show says, happy weekend. I'm at band practice and my bandmates are now fans. We're enjoying the barbecue. Cheers, friend. Well, shit. Thank you, Miss Mindy. I appreciate that. And rock out for Doug. Thanks for sharing me with your friends. Dank Bird Gang says, what is the nonsense of us saying the name of God when we breathe? Oh my gosh. Okay. So there's a dumb talking point that we utter the name Yahweh every time we inhale and exhale. I don't know about you. I don't. Yahweh. That's not how I breathe. Whatever moron decided that was going to be a talking point, they should have their speaking privileges revoked. It's embarrassing. Cameron, come in and again. Thank you, friend. Says, Dalton, are you going live on YouTube tomorrow? Maybe, if we can get his rig set up, which I think we'll be able to. And Trent says, you didn't ask the caller if God was NWO black or white or black and red. God is just too sweet for the wrestling fans. Yeah, so that's the thing. The NWO insider stuff from like the late 90s, early 2000s might be above most of the audience. I think that those who are of my age might know the Wolfpack and the NWO from ye olden days, but I don't know if many of the people here understand those references. But trust me, when I hear NWO, New World Order, that's where my mind goes. And Corbin says the cud argument always gets him off guard. I know. It's because if there's one section of the Bible that I know they haven't read, I can guarantee they haven't read, it's a 100% the dietary laws in Leviticus 11. That's the case. Dank Bird coming in again says a good question for them is if salt loses its taste, as Jebus said in Matthew 5:13. So that's the thing is, I don't know if salt can lose its taste. I've never heard of such a thing.
No, it can't. It
Yeah.
can't. You can be Yeah, I mean, salt is one of the only spice that you can add so much of it that the food is inedible. So
Yeah.
no, it doesn't ever lose its taste.
I don't think
Unless you
it
lose your taste.
does. Yeah, unless you lose your taste buds. Good point, yeah. Dr. Fudge says it's not a red herring, it's a rock badger bird. Indeed. That guest had no idea what was happening. There, he was just saying words, trying to find any breathing room. And God's little atheist, interesting name, says, Justin, I asked a question the other day that was too personal, and I just want to truly apologize for crossing a line. Keep cooking, rock on Fertig. Well, God's little atheist, it does happen. I don't know which question you asked, but I think I know which one it is, and I get asked that quite a bit. It's fine. Just one of those things, and I understand why people would want to know. It is what it is. No worries. No worries. And author Jack says, a successful look at the trees argument. Premise 1, the universe exists. Premise 2, look at the trees. Conclusion, the universe exists. This is the only successful look at the trees argument. I do concur. And Adam, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the additional super chat. Says rum is my favorite spirit, but I don't prefer the spiced variety. It may sit on my bar cart for a while, but I just added a bottle of Kraken to honor Doug. Well, thank you for at least giving it a try. And I would say that not all rums are created equal. Some are better or worse than others. I think Kraken's one of the best of them if you like spice rums. And speak of the devil, look who's here. 1 second. Sarah from Leaving Faith.
Hi, how's it going?
Good. We're actually just reading super chats and ending the stream early tonight.
Oh, look at you.
But I was telling people that you're only like 50 people subscribers away from hitting 10,000 on YouTube.
I'm so close.
Oh, so close. Where's she at right now? Let me see if I can see how close she is, because I've got 9.95 thousand. So that means
Oh my gosh.
about 50, right?
Yep.
We got to get it, friends. We got to get it. Actually, we should be posting our next Bible study ASAP. I got to clip it and send it over to her account here tomorrow, and then we're gonna get it uploaded. Lou says, when they say everything that begins to exist has a cause, they're smuggling in their claim and conclusion about a God. Why not multiple causes? So again, we agree with you, right? It could be endless chain of causes. And it could be that there's a naturalistic cause, right? The idea that it has to be a God first cause is silly. Like, that's why these first cause arguments are meaningless, because it just assumes that, one, there's a first cause. We don't know that. And if there was a first cause, that it had to have been a God. That doesn't follow. The conclusion doesn't fit, Darth says, thank you for helping me find some reality, Justin. Well, Darth, I got you. And Jim and Sarah both. All of us are in this fight together. But if you didn't follow Jim or Sarah, now's your chance. On TikTok, they're both on the screen. Click on their profiles and follow them. And then go over to YouTube and follow Jim Barrows and Leaving Faith on YouTube. In fact, maybe by the end of this stream, we'll get you almost to 10,000. We're at 9.97.
Oh my gosh.
We need like 25 or 30 more, friends. Verillion says, Emmanuel, if your argument doesn't work, you throw it out and the conclusion of the argument, not try to make it work again. I know. You know what, though? At least Emmanuel was being nice. Like, he didn't come with much, but at least he was being nice. An angry Amalekite infant says, can Emmanuel be a philosopher? Immanuel Kant? That's a good joke. That's a good joke. Emmanuel can't be a philosopher. No way.
That was terrible. Good job.
That round of applause for that one. Eggnog says, best community on YouTube. Listen, I'm biased, but I agree. The deconstruction community on YouTube is amazing. And Sonic Shroom says, Big Bang is a point we hit when we rewind everything. It's not the beginning of anything. Couldn't agree more. We have no reason to believe that the Big Bang was the beginning or the starting point of like the origin of all things. It's a nonsensical thing to believe in. T-Maz, good to see you, my friend. It's been a minute. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the super chat. Says, hi, Justin. Do you prefer Kraken Gold or Kraken Black? Kraken Black, for sure. Kraken Gold is watered down. It's only like 35%. Kraken Black is full strength. It's like 41, 42%. And it's less syrupy. The Kraken Gold, they added like sugar and sweeteners and all sorts of shit to it. And while it's enjoyable, to me, I don't like that they've created it into a more fashionable drink with less alcohol for the masses who want like the sweet, drink that they can't handle the full-blooded stuff. That being said, listen, some people love it. I like the original. That's just me. He says, I haven't tried Kraken yet, but I want to hear your thoughts before I buy a bottle. Get the original. Get Kraken Black. Don't get the gold. Don't even worry about it. Is the gold drinkable? Sure. But I don't go to my cabinet thinking, man, I'd love to have a glass of the gold. T-Man says, how's the book you're writing coming along? Well, this was a tough month. I didn't get to work on it this month. I finished like one chapter. I'm supposed to be doing like one chapter a week. I did like one a month.
Ooh.
So it just is what it is. I'm hoping to really bang out a couple chapters in December. So if I can get like 4 or 5 chapters out in December, I'll be getting close to 75% complete. So we are making progress every month. It's just slower than I had wished. I apologize. It's just that I'm doing such a deep dive on every one of these that I spend hours and hours doing research and not actually doing any writing. And that's one of the biggest problems. Is anyway, you can just sit down and write a book, but when you're doing like actual research, you gotta spend hours and hours doing research, and so it's just one of those things, Simeon says, if y'all want another drink with a cool or funny name, I recommend Chicken Cuck Bourbon. That's a Chicken Cock Bourbon? What is this?
I imagine so.
I didn't know this was a thing. You ever heard of this?
Mm-mm.
Listen,
Oh.
I've never heard of it, but I'm more than willing to put some chicken cock down the throat. I'm just reading super chats, friends.
Wonderful.
I didn't name it. Noah's Lions 8 dead babies on the ark. Good to see you, my friend. Says, is it just me or does Revelation read like BDSM anime? Yes, it really does. Like the people that are really, the people that are really into it strike me as the same community. I could be wrong. Tronic Shroom back again says the Kalam cosmological argument was invented by Muslims to defend Islam. Do Christians repeating it even know they're quoting Islamic theology? I actually don't know the origin. I just know that William Lane Craig is the one who like really popularized it.
Yeah, if you read his original book, he says he read it in some Islamic, and it does come from Islam. Kalam is an Islamic name. So
Okay.
yeah, that is the history. And then Lobar Bill popularized it as you just said. So yeah. And he earned that name. I'm not normally a fan of nicknames, but I used to respect him until he did the low bar thing, and it's like, okay,
Right.
fine, you're low bar Bill from now on.
We actually got a low bar Bill in our Discord and YouTube community. You'll see him comment from time to time with his face on it too.
That's awesome.
And Duke back again. Good to hear from you again. It says, yes, Emperor Constantine himself appointed my ancestor Dux Shascorum. I don't know. I didn't know that you were part of the Holy Roman Empire. Now I've got questions. I thought you were an atheist, Duke. We need to have a conversation. And Ty says, thank you for your donation. But Ty, thank you for your donation, friend. And Ferris says, caller should try the Oscension Nart sagas instead. Does anyone know what those are?
Nope.
I've never heard of. Well, now, I mean, hopefully they're listening. And Hez, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, would you broach the topic of Nebuchadnezzar's dream / prophecy interpretation? Has any of it been fulfilled? Well, kind of. I mean, it was written after the fact. So the dream of Nebuchadnezzar and the statue is that there are 4 kingdoms: the Babylonians, the Medes, the Persians, and then finally the Greeks / Macedonians. And all of this was written after already the Macedonians had already conquered. But they thought in the 2nd century that after the Macedonians, they would finally depose Antiochus Epiphanes, and we would have this ruling, godly, eschatological period finally, and it never came, right? And so most scholarly commentaries will point out that, in fact, the four kingdoms don't end in Rome, they end in Greece. And on my cheat sheet, if you go to the appendix tab on my cheat sheet, I list, hold on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 sources. I have 17 ancient sources on the appendix tab of my cheat sheet of people of the ancient world describing exactly this succession of kingdoms: Babylonians, Medes, Persians, Greeks. Not Rome, right? They weren't describing them as the Medo-Persian Empire. In the ancient world, everyone believed that the Medo-Persian Empire was part of a succession where the Medes were once the ruling empire, and then they got conquered by the Persians, and then the Persians were in charge. So when we read the four kingdoms in Daniel, we would read them in their ancient context. It doesn't end in Rome. And Ferris says, caller should invest in the Ascension Nart sagas again with the same super chat. Totally appreciate it, though. I have no idea what those are, but maybe the caller will look it up. And Ferris says, there are serious cognitive benefits to reading the Sefer Yetzirah. I mean, maybe. I mean, possibly. I don't know what the cognitive benefits would be unless you believe that it's true. So, I mean, theoretically, there's benefits in reading all sort of religious and para-religious literature. That seems to be the case. And Mark says, Huge Grace is also a Freemason. That's why her name starts with a G. Yeah, that's it. In fact, Huge Grace is holding up the conspiracy all on her own. And SDA says, why would Satan punish people for disobeying the same God that he disobeyed? That's what doesn't make any sense. Like, why is Satan down in hell, like with pitchfork and fire, torturing people if we're doing the thing that he wanted us to do? Like, we're helping him succeed in his mission. Like this cosmic enemy nonsense is just kind of silly. And it's baffling to me that people believe in this type of God had to create his own weird cosmic enemy narrative. It doesn't make even the slightest sense.
Isn't God supposed to be punishing everybody? Like God is punishing Satan, and
Yep.
Satan is getting punished with us in hell?
But
That's
if
my
you're an
understanding.
omni-good God, why do you let evil in the form of Satan run around loose unless you're not also omnipotent or omniscient? It makes no sense either.
Yeah.
Why do you need an enemy?
Do it for the plot, man.
Yeah. The plot is everything.
Creating your own enemy is the wildest plot twist in the Bible, though. Bukit says, MS, can you please say Baba Booey? Ems is gone, unfortunately. But if he was here, I know he would say it for you. So Ems, next time you're here, if you're listening or not sleeping right now, we need you to say Baba Booey next time. Aaron says, it's not a typo. Ems is correct. It means they're unlucky. Did I miss something? I forgot what Ems was talking about in terms of luck or typos. I apologize if yeah, sorry, it's already gone. It's already out of my memory. Dr. Fudge says it does mean random number generator, gamer lingo. Oh, so you're telling me RNG, random number generator, is lingo now that is popularized inside of gamer circles? For what? Guys, I'm so far disconnected from what's happening in Gen Z gamer circles that I would never understand the RNG abbreviation, tie it to random number generator, and then tie random number generator to video games. It's
that's how you determine if a shot hits or not, right? Is you can either draw the straight line or you can use a random number generator also to generate where people are when and where things are going to happen. So yeah.
I have no idea. None of this is landing for me. I don't know any of this, and I hope I'm not the only one. Like, I know I'm an old fuddy-duddy, but this is over my head. Resin,
I'm older
thank
than
you.
you, a software engineer, and I didn't get it.
Reston, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says all of the conspiracy theories about Freemasons crack me up. My father was a 32nd degree Mason and didn't even believe in God. Yeah, so I do know there are a couple of people that I've known have been Masons that are atheists, but they said that they believed in God even though they didn't. You know what I mean? So like I probably could get in if I would lie, but I'm not sure I'm willing to lie. But I love the Masonry conspiracy theories. I thought about joining just so I can parade around and say that I'm a Freemason. Oren, good to see you, buddy. Says RNG equals a random number generator equals luck so bad luck so bad luck. Okay, so random number generator is supposed to be an idiom for bad luck. Okay, I can follow that. I just didn't realize that was the case. Thank you for the clarification. And D Hamalamama says, "How do people say so many words in messages to you?" I mean, if you're referring to super chats, the way that it works is as you increase your message size, it just increases the price of the super, right? So you just have to change the slider on your phone. That's how they get it. Speaking of which, Chris did that. Chris, thank you for the $26 or the 2666 super chat. Says RNG is random number generator. In context, it's a gamer thing. I appreciate that. RNGesus determines the chances of a certain type of outcome in a game, like bonus drops, etc., aka luck, my old religion. We lived and died on the random number generator god. Interesting. So this is like saying that God's ways are like a random number generator, and everything is just a matter of rolling the dice. Is that what I'm hearing here? It kind of seems like what I'm hearing. Chris says, "My eyes designed poorly. Random number generator equals luck." Oh, okay. So, our biology is the result of random number generation. It's luck. It's rolling the dice. I could see. Listen, I'm seeing how this idiom makes sense, but I can't say that I would have used this in a sentence. And Zach says, modern day debates really needs you over there. You wouldn't let the Christian debaters get away with their shenanigans. Well, I'm trying to do as much as I can on my channel and on the other atheist channels. I don't know how much people are watching MDD. I love MDD, by the way, but I feel like more eyeballs are watching my channel and The Line and other channels that's where we're going to get the most stuff done. That being said, I might be soon doing a modern day debate in Texas at the University of Texas, San Antonio. So they're trying to get some debates going down there on campus. And I think,
Cool.
right, I think debating on a college campus would be actually really good for the community. I think it would bring a lot of people into the fold. So if we can decide on a date and time and who's going to be there, I think we can work it out. But I would certainly be interested in debating on modern day debates at a university campus in front of a captive audience. I think that'd be really a dope experience. And Noah's Lions, good to see you again, Princess Donkey, was Siamese twins. That's how you count one or two. Oh, the double donkeys in Matthew were Siamese twins. So technically it's one, but also two. This makes perfect sense. I never put that together, but that is the case. 24K Luxury says, with BCAD being based around Jesus and Christianity marking us in 2025, I think it subliminally keeps us attached to religious ideology. As atheists, we just accept it. How do you feel about it? So I don't use BCAD. I use BCE, before Common Era, and CE, Common Era. And in reality, like, the Christians didn't invent this. As far back as the Julian calendar, we already had a division roughly around the time period of Jesus. That being said, the BC AD doesn't even make any sense, because before Christ should be 0, but we know he was born in 4 BCE according to Matthew. So 0 BCE can't be the before Christ turning point, because he was born in 4 BCE or 4 BC. And AD doesn't make any sense, after death, because that means there's a period of 33 years where there were no years. How do you count year number 1, year number 2? Where's the abbreviation for between birth and death? There isn't one.
It doesn't mean after death, doesn't it mean like year of our Lord, Adeno Deni or whatever?
Yeah, so in Latin it means year of our Lord. In most of the English, like the Western world, people say before Christ and after death. That's what I was trained in Catholic school to say. Even though they would have known the actual Latin rendering of it. That being said, um, I'm assuming that when people say BC AD, they're using the colloquial term after death. Like I don't expect people to
Okay.
know Latin. But you're right. Yeah, the original Latin phrase doesn't mean after death. Nevertheless, yeah, I don't have any feeling about it though, because like most of the academic world and the world really that I live in, we don't use BC and AD anymore. It's BC, E and CE. When Sarah, wasn't the last time you read a book where it said AD in it?
Oh God, yeah, it was middle school, high school, maybe. It's been a long time.
Yeah. It's certainly been a long time for me. I can't remember last time I read something like that, and it was in, like, exclusively religious literature, too. It wasn't, like, something that you found in
Yeah.
academic literature.
I
Evan,
think it was
good to
around
see
the
you. 90s? I believe that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because when I went to high school in the late 80s, we were still using AD. And, yeah.
Makes sense. Evan, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, so my gal is a good Christian gal. You mean gal or gal? Is a good Christian gal, and I'm a non-believing heathen. We each other now. Do you mean we love each other now? We each
We
I'm sorry, we
each
each
know.
know. Brain shutting off. We each know, nevertheless, any advice for us? All hail Doug. P.S. Love your work. Well, thank you, Evan. So listen, if you're with someone who's religious and you're non-religious and you can respect each other's boundaries, no problem. The reality is, though, to make it work, she can't be deceived into thinking that she's going to convert you somehow. That puts all kinds of unnecessary pressure on the relationship. And you shouldn't be attempting to deconvert her. That's not your job, right? That doesn't mean that you can't have good conversations. That doesn't mean that you can't share information and, have opinions. But like, if your goal is to have a good, loving relationship, you don't want to turn each other into projects. You know what I mean? I don't think that's fair to the other partner. You should love the person that you're with the way that they are. And if you can't, seek therapy, see a professional. Aaron says Kraken needs to sponsor you. Could you imagine? I
It'd be
could.
amazing.
I need to email Kraken and see if they sponsor me. I might have a sponsor in the month of December. We'll see about that. But certainly Kraken would be my number one sponsor. Come and find me, Kraken. A Salient Monk, thank you for the super chat, says, the you speak Yahweh every time you breathe seems to be taken from the Hindu thoughts on Atman and its life breath, co-opted talking points. That's a fair point. It might actually be a co-opted talking point. I don't fully know the origin of the talking point, but if I had to guess, it was co-opted. Christians don't come up with original talking points. We know this is not the case. And Neighborhood Advisory, thank you for the $100 super chat. Huge W. Let's get some W's in the chat for Neighborhood Advisory. Thank you. Says, thank you for chatting, Justin. Tonight was not the night, but I will be back with the same stupid platonic arguments for the gods and the one. For now, rock hard for Doug, and I'm definitely gay for Justin. Well, listen, you're in the right place if you're gay for Justin. We accept you here. And I would love to hear an argument for the Platonistic deities. So it was good to hear from you. We totally appreciate you coming to chat with us, and then also coming back with a huge super chat. We appreciate that, friend. And Flunk, thank you for the super chat. It says, what's white and travels across the sky at 1,000,000 miles per hour? The coming of the Lord, wearing garden gloves for Doug and waiters for Sharon. Much love.
Oh no.
You've set Sarah off.
I feel dirty just having read and heard that. So,
Yeah. And it smears too. Remember, the globe is spinning, so it's just gonna, chemtrails the whole
God,
thing.
Justin.
I didn't chat it. I'm just following up. I mean, realistically,
That
it's
might
gonna
explain
spread.
manna.
Yeah,
That might explain
exactly.
manna from heaven.
Certainly. And remember, if you didn't collect all the mana right away, what was left over would rot and in turn to f- festering infections and whatnot. I'm just saying. Evan says also your cheat sheet. Don't let me see column 1, nor open any links to row 2. Please help. I've conversations with several believers. I don't know what you mean by let you see column 1. I've got like 15 or 20 tabs on it, and every one of them has multiple columns. So I guess I don't fully understand what you mean. If you click on a single link, I'll show you. It's just going to open it in your web browser, right? So like I've got tab number 1 open. I'm going to click a link here on Deuteronomy right there, and bada bing, bada boom, you got it open. Like so I may not understand your question. If you're having trouble with the cheat sheet, though, for sure, send me a message over email or on Discord, and we'll work through it. We'll get you through it, friend. Helping Mega Deconstruct says, I want to throw it out there, Justin, that checkers and Ruby are superior to cats, like horizontal is superior to vertical.
Oh, hang on. Checkers says hello.
I condemn this super chat. Have you seen this kitten? Look at this kitten.
I mean, the kitten is pretty damn cute, and I won't argue that.
I'm just saying. I disavow. Thank you for a super chat. Reverend Nate says, I had two guys I served with in the military try and recruit me to Freemasons. They said they only require belief in a higher power. Even if you just say energy, I passed on it. That's interesting. I could just say energy. I could say quantum fluctuations and get into the Freemasons. Fuck. I'm
Well, you
in.
should
I'm
do
called.
it now.
I know. Now I have to, right?
Definitely.
Shit. I'll let you know. I got to be honest though. I really hope that there's a hat, a cool hat that you get.
There's got to be a hat.
Got to be a hat, right? The Pope gets
Yeah.
the big old fish hat, and the bishops get a nice hat. But if there's not a Freemason hat, I'll be a little bit disappointed. Helping Mega
there should
comes
be
again.
Coins.
Yeah,
Right?
of course.
Like secret coins that you pass to I feel like there should be coins.
And then we can fulfill Revelation 13 with the mark of the beast and make sure people can't buy or sell because they need our coins. I am the Antichrist. Okay, cool. Helping Mega Deconstruct says, I love the kitten cam, though. I know. They're so cute. I got one sleeping in my nap, one sleeping on my desk. Unfortunately, I've only got one kitten cam, so we can't show them both. But they are cute, although they're both filthy, stinky animals that thought playing in the ashes of my fireplace would be a good idea today. They're playing in the fireplace. They're playing in the litter box. I have to bathe them once a day. These cats are filthy. But they're kittens. What are you gonna do? They don't know any better, right? SDA says, have you watched Dr. Stone? Are you referring to the fake Dr. Perry Stone? The wannabe televangelist with a fake degree? I have seen him. I don't know anything about Dr. Stone though, if there's a real Dr. Stone. And Two Donkeys, one Jesus, amazing name, says, you share that song list anywhere? It's in the Discord. Guys, I'm not maintaining a atheist song list. That's not me. I didn't ask to maintain a canonical song list for atheists. I made a thread in the Discord. You're welcome to join the Discord. Add your songs to the list, and we'll maintain it that way. And Evan
I'd like
says,
to
"Sweet."
plug Shelley Segal.
Who?
Shelley Segal. She's the one who does the Atheist Experience.
She is on it.
Saved is the song, and yeah, she has the Atheist album. So
she is definitely on the list. All right, last super chat from Ben Hooks. Good to see you, buddy. Says horizontal works best for cheat sheet on the phone. This is actually a really good point, Ben Hooks. If you like the cheat sheet, you like using the cheat sheet, I would watch the stream in horizontal with the cheat sheet open. That's what I would do. But yeah, big W for using the cheat sheet during the live stream. It's fun because you can use a cheat sheet and try to guess like what argument is just going to use on this guy. Because I mean, a lot of my arguments I reach on over to the cheat sheet for a quick access because sometimes I forget the verses. But you know, either way, friends, we are so close to getting Leaving Faith at 10,000. I see 9.97 thousand subscribers. We only need like 30 more. We need 30 subscribers at Leaving Faith on YouTube to get her over the $10,000 mark. It's today. Are we going to do it tonight, friends? I'm about to do an altar call right now.
Oh my gosh.
Where's my rag? I need a rag.
Well, Justin, I think that last comment when they were saying having it horizontal when it's on your phone, also if someone's just trying to view the cheat sheet on their phone all the time, like maybe that's why someone had trouble seeing some of the tabs, like if they're not opening it up on their laptop. Like, I don't know. I think it's probably pretty hard to look at Excel on your phone, would be my guess.
That's a good point. The cheat sheet is not well designed for phones, although I have used my phone with it. But to be fair, like it's a girthy cheat sheet. I don't know if you're gonna like the phone is the best way to view it. Sarah caught that. That is what she said. Oh boy.
I can't let him go. I just
okay.
Oh man.
Guys, we're at 9.99 thousand. We need 10 more. That's it. We just need 10 more subs. Tonight, we're gonna do it. We must get it. I'm gonna refresh the browser. We're gonna do it. Come on. 9.99 still. 9.99.
Oh my gosh, I love you guys.
Guys, we gotta do it. Let's do it. If Evan, thank you for the additional super chat. Says, yeah, the Moose Lodge let me join with P1. I don't know what P1 means. Without my ancestry and would not exist. P2, without humanity before them, I would not exist, and neither would you. Conclusion, humanity in our supreme being. Okay, so this is a syllogism. So it says, yeah, the Moose Lodge let me join, period. Oh, I'm sorry. You use this syllogism to get your join? To get joined up? Okay, so this was the syllogism you used. Premise 1, without my ancestry, I would not exist. Premise 2, without humanity before them, I would not exist, and neither would you. Conclusion, humanity is our supreme being. Gotcha. And then you said, okay, I believe in some kind of higher power, which is humanity, and said, okay, we'll let you in. Fair enough.
Creative.
Interesting. And SDA's got clarification, says Dr. Stone is an anime show about science. Highly recommended. I would not have known that. Guys, if you know anything about me, is that I'm not the type of guy you would expect to watch anime because I don't fucking watch anime. That being said, I don't play games. I don't fuck around, don't play games. Thank you for the clarification, though, Inventor. And guess what just happened?
And his name is John C.
We did it. 10,000. Finally hit the milestone. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Jim's next.
This is so exciting. Yay.
Thank you for everyone who subbed. We'll make it happen. We're going to make it happen. All right, friends.
Thank you so much.
Who's live right now that we can go raid? Surely somebody's live right now. Let me see. Oh, Mezzo's live. Hell yeah. All right, we're gonna go raid Mezzo's live stream. He's live on TikTok at his usual Mezzo account, Mezzo. I think he goes by Mesosphere still. And he's live on YouTube right now at the Deconstruction Junction. It's at Deconstruction Junction, if I remember correctly. Yeah, at Deconstruction Junction, all one word. Mezzo's live right now. He's got 100 people watching. No reason why we can't send at least a couple hundred people over there and get a couple hundred people watching. And he's actually got a new format. He's actually doing a vertical/wide format right now. so that the comments aren't covering the screen. So now the YouTube comments and the TikTok comments aren't going to be fighting with each other, which is way better than how it was. So listen, friends, run over to Mezzo's live stream at the Deconstruction Junction. I'll see you over there. We'll do some chirping in the comments. Sarah, Jim, thank you so much for joining me. It was delightful to have both of you up here.
Well, thank you so much for having me.